clear.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xbet.
And so RES LATAM has finally hit playoffs here, Cole. We're going to be needed to take away these quarterfinals. All of these decider matches wrapping up and big surprises coming through from all of these groups to see who's going to take the top of the region.
Yeah, I mean, I think big surprises in the group stage is exactly right there. We saw our reigning champions get eliminated. We almost saw our finalists also get taken down there just yesterday. And so now it puts all the pressure here. This is the teams that were able to make it through that incredibly challenging group stage. We got our playoff bracket all drawn out, and it's a very exciting one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of really new teams, especially making it through. Galores able to battle through against Sharks. We'll talk about that down the stretch. Case squeezing in as well. And then, I think some of the biggest names in the region right now competing here with Pain Gaming and Imperial Esports on their same side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean that matchup right there that could be is absolutely electric. It depends on, obviously who's going to be closing things out, but I mean it's just going to be a clash of the titans everywhere you go throughout this playoff bracket. We got some big surprises last go around. I think we thought that there was a couple teams that should be making it into those finals positions, but we saw some new names. So not only do we see a lot of giants here, but I think we see a lot of teams that could try and slay those giants.
Yeah, especially a team like Galores as well. So I mean, we'll jump into that right here, right now. Galores have actually shown up with an upset win over Sharks. Cole, this team, I don't really know where they're coming from, but it feels like they're slowly creeping their way up in terms of power here in the region. Detroit J is having more of these explosive games, and these top teams can't handle that.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this roster could more consistently challenge some of the better rosters. You could tell with the fact of the group that they made it out of that this is a team that you might have to fear in the future. They're a team that can pull off big upsets. They're a team that can challenge you on a pretty decent plethora of different maps. So definitely a more exciting roster that we're getting to see here as of recent. And I think if you're Fluxo, this is almost certainly a roster that you're going to fear in this opening matchup for the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, looking over towards Fluxo, it's a team, again, every time we look at it, name value, they're the winners of Series 1, but it feels like every time they take on one of the top teams in the region, a team that we think, yes, they probably got this one in the bag, this team kind of drops the ball. They've been so good and then so bad at the same time. A roller coaster of form here for this squad.
Yeah, it's really hard to put your finger on like the individual problems here. You do see the peaks. I just casted them earlier in a couple of best of ones versus Imperial. They got 13-2'd on the initial map, the first map, and the first best of one, and then they play another one and they 13-6 them. And it was very dominant. Even if the scoreline was a little bit closer, it was Fluxo dominating Imperial, which is the best one of the best teams in South America. So with that fact, you've got again these very high highs when this roster is able to hit their shots. When you're able to build a game plan upon Lukowski on that T side, he brings you that impact that he can develop here. Things go really well very quickly, but if you don't have that sort of development, you can very easily break this roster down, and it always feels like, what are you going to get on the day?
Yeah, and that is a big question here because I think Galores are a squad that can punish this team on the day. We've seen that. We'll take a look at the schedule across the board. We are starting off here with Fluxo and Galores, but then moving down the stretch, we've got MIBR taking on Case. Perhaps what could be a bit more of a one-sided game, but we'll have to see. Case have certainly had some fire in them so far. Then Pain Gaming and Onic, Red Cannons Imperial is definitely going to be an exciting match, seeing how Red Cannons were in some insane form yesterday.
Right. Yeah. I mean, definitely some great opportunities, some great tests. I think that last matchup, definitely the matchup of the day, right there. You get to end it off there, pretty excitingly. And I mean, no question. I think for these opening matchups for MIBR and Pain, actually, it's going to be a good test to see if they're up to the task here, if they're up to playoff pressures, and it'll be a good opportunity for Case and Audic to try and test some of these more established rosters, some of these more namesake teams that again, you come into this one and you expect these rosters to be in the finals, but there's just so much competition right now.
Yeah, I mean, we really do want these teams to be into the finals as well, just to kind of take the storyline from the major and say, hey, it wasn't a fluke. We can still come back here to our stomping grounds and do well. I think MIBR have almost faltered in a certain way to that degree, so we'll see how well they do later on today. But I mean, so talking about how these teams can go deep into this tournament, there's one more thing that's on the line here for Fluxo. They're able to continue pushing deeper and deeper into these tournaments. They could easily establish themselves far and away as the top of the circuit board leader. They have been present in all of these playoffs here at RES LATAM.
Yeah, that's an excellent point here. This has been consistent success here out of Fluxo. They've been able to play out all of these events, make playoffs, make deep runs, and even win that first initial one. So a lot on the line here for this opening matchup here as well.
Let's take away these vetoes. Take a look at the maps that we're going to land on between here, Galoris and Fluxo. Galoris have been so good on Nuke as of late, so we do see these permabans come through. Fluxo lock in the Mirage, but what comes off as a big surprise is Galoris picking into Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, I again, these are the first two maps that I saw in the best of ones. Mirage went incredibly well for Fluxo. They were able to really look into their opposition at Imperial and break it down. They had some incredible T side defaults, and again, that kind of game plan that you live on that T side here for this squad looked really good. But then Inferno, it was the exact opposite. Defense was completely nullified. You could see Imperial were getting away with utter dominant map control. Banana was constantly being taken from them, and it seemed like Fluxo, it was another one of those situations where timeouts were burned through and there wasn't any adaptation that was working on this map. Banana control just seems to be a bit elusive. So if you're Fluxo, you're coming into this one, I really want to see this team be able to identify that weakness in just a couple days and look to patch those holes.
Yeah, I think we're certainly looking at Fluxo again, trying to find consistent form here, but right now, especially on the map of Inferno, a certain weak point in their map pool, and definitely some strength here for Galoris that they were able to take down Sharks on it yesterday. But I'm also surprised that Fluxo decided to leave Nuke to a decider. I know Vertigo's not necessarily the best map in their pool, all things said, but Nuke for Galoris has been so amazing for them this tournament. Yes, a 13-11 versus Bestia, but they ran a 10-2 T side. Like that should have just been put away very easily. Could have been as well. So I'm amazed it even got to this Nuke decider. So if we need it, things to get weird.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm a bit surprised that Nuke third map decider. It's going to be quite difficult for Fluxo if they find themselves, again slowing down. They find themselves on like a pretty difficult CT side start or something along those lines. This roster has proven that they can actually put up crazy numbers, and it's already a map that they have history versus Fluxo and successful history. So it definitely feels like it's a tough option. It feels like you kind of have to pick your poison of a map that maybe you don't have the most reps and you're a little less comfortable on in the scene versus one of your opponent's strengths here. And I guess as the favorites, if you're Fluxo, you're kind of leaning on playing with confidence as opposed to playing to your opponent's weak points.
Right, and I think for Fluxo, a lot of their games come through off the back of huge individual performances, and that specifically, my highlight is going to be going down to Che and seeing what he is able to do in terms of this aggressive rifling. Him and Lukowski, this really terrifying duo, but we've seen Che just take over maps, and when he does, no matter how good your teams are, you can't beat him. So we'll have to see if Galoris can really step up to the test. Compared with the opping presence here for Galoris, that has also stepped up a level in the form of Detroit J. He brought through that series against Sharks. Gonna need to do it again versus another tough opponent.
Yeah, this is going to be an incredible challenge here for Galores, but if they can pass this, if they can continue to prove themselves up against these, more established squads, that'll be a really exciting launch pad here for them in the future. See what they're made of right now. Again, there's got to be a lot of motivation running around in that South American scene after the major success that they got at the major.
Ooh, this
Look
is
at this
not going to
setup.
be fun. It's going to be fun or not. That's the question. Smoke's raining through. There's going to be a molly plus a flashbang, but they're already past it into the site. Oh, but into Koala instantly. 2 headshots. Fluxo locked out by the molly. And it's going to have to be some sick entries from the remaining pistols. That is not happening, courtesy of Hap. And, well, Ninjas does eat a gush. He's not down until Che has something to say. And VSM as well. There's still a chance here in this 2 versus 5. Made 2, but Che, low HP, without armor. Needs these quick headshots, and Hoax will be the one to dole him out. It leaves VSM trapped out towards bench. And moving between the angles. He closes the distance with the Glock, but Detroit J faster on the headshot. That'll be Galores picking up the pistol.
You see VSM in the back of bench, and you see him with full HP. You start to think for a split second, there's a chance, but Galores put that one to rest very quickly. Some excellent utility work at the beginning stage. I mean, both of those players that made it out were separated from their teammates with that Molotov, but also blinded up on the entrance, so makes for pretty easy work for Koala. Take a look at those 1xbet odds though at the top of your screen. Again, if you want to get in on some of the action here at 1xbet, you can use code 1XRES LATAM, and that gives you a 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit. You can of course scroll down a little bit. You can see all those banners. You can click one of those and it'll take you right where you need to be. All that being said, we already got an opener here. VSM getting up to his apartment's lurks. A job that he knows very well, and we'll see it quite a bit throughout this series. Always good for, I feel like the value that he brings on this map is he can just straight up bring you a couple rounds and a half on the T side with his effectiveness on those sort of lurks.
And there's a bomb plan that's actually pretty likely here. This angle from Hap is funny, but doesn't actually stop them from getting out. Now starting to contest, though, with Koala and Zevi closing the gap. Off the back of the reload, can't get it done just quite. So Loris will pick up this anti-eco with flawless fashion. We're going to start this one off 2-0. But now, you're talking about those beautiful T-side defaults you saw yesterday. Are we going to see them now?
If that is the case. Get a quick look in. Now that we got the gun rounds out. Again, this is a team that has just a stacked bit of firepower here to them. So expectations should be high here on Mirage. Big control is quickly established here. They're fighting for it right now on the side of Galores. They want to meet him at the punch here. 2 AKs roll up towards underpass. Ninja's gonna wide swing into it and gets one.
Okay.
Wow.
Not punished for that swing. Ninjas, as one player, was faster than 2 combined. Oh, but that smoke. A barrel scene. VSM, though, gets in through. Hap will be dragged down. Leaves it up to Koala. Gonna try and toy around with these off angles. Sneak out into bench. Get a nice kill on a Zevi. But Che on the other end picks up Hoax. Quick trade from Detroit J. That just leaves Koala alone on the site. VSM needing to wait for some backup. But Koala with these great repositions. Can't get the shots in, though, onto VSM. That'll put Detroit J into a clutch.
Winnable one here. He's got full HP. He's got a low player on VSM here. But these positions are pretty strong. We'll see if he can sneak out.
He certainly is allowed to. He gets into the site. PKL, first target, but up top, VSM, quick trade. And PKL will be quickly avenged. Fluxo on the board.
Excellent work right there. Again, I mean, over the grand scheme of that round there, even though it's a very quick shot coming through from Ninjas to open up onto Lakowski, it feels like the positioning, the spacing, every which way, there is an available trade. I mean, you can just see it. VSM always in a position to trade his teammate. So very strong stuff out of the gates there. I like that from Fluxo. I think that's a little bit more systematic. On through here for the side of Fluxo, but now this is the bonus swipe to side. We've got a full gun round rolling out, and we got an op included in the mix here for Detroit.
Recently has been super strong on this. Is going to need to be more aware, however, as Lukowski just disrespects. He also hears the movement into CT spawn. This is about to be devastating. A perfect timing been nailed here by Fluxo as the Van Anchor just goes down clean as can be. Easy walking for the rest of Fluxo. This is a save by all accounts here. Lukowski, all it takes is a single kill.
Single kill. And a perfect cutoff of positions. You can see Che's job's going to be pretty interesting this round. Sit in apartments for the, or palace rather, the whole round as you wait for the exits to come to you here. Meanwhile, Lukowski's going to take those exits, and the missed op shots are going to cost Detroit dearly. I don't know how he's getting out of this one. Oh, he's not.
The nade just chases him down. That's the op on the ground. Now, Koala in a fun position. Not to get much done. Hoax, though, tangoing with Che right now. And he's even calling for extra backup. VSM's going to link up with Che. Oh, he is not long for this world. Yeah, closed in by so many different T's. Everyone goes down to elimination. There for Galoris. No gun saved, and 2 gun rounds back for Fluxo.
See, I think what I would do right there in that situation in Palace is that if I was Che, I would simply die and then say knifeable to my teammates so that they go for the knife kill. Just look at that. He has 4 bullets left. That looks like a free knife kill to me.
Goal, but it's playoffs. It's a different story here against the team that is genuinely dangerous as well. I don't think there's too much room to have some fun. ESM's gonna step forward here and pistol around the corner. Some spray transfers, as that's gonna make it burn. Quick anti-ecos, wasting no time about it here for Galoris. You know, a big deal. We talk a lot of the emphasis about onto Detroit J. He's playing against probably the best op in Brazil right now, in the form of Zevi. I'll say arguably on that one, but you know, definitely top 3.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the most exciting operas of last year for sure. It's not been hitting the same strides this year, obviously, but you know, last year for sure he was one of my favorite operas in South America to watch. I think one of the most consistent as well. Look at this, pretty good off-spawn A-call here. They're going to be met with mid-control. No way. It cost him his teammate right there. Just a little too late to the party for that opening duel.
And PKL able to take this deep control at least. So despite being down players, oh, well, down an extra. Now that's the bomb on the ground. Hoax with so good angle management. Zevi, though, brought himself into spawn. Not going to wait too long on that angle, however. And instead wants this duel inside of connector. He needs it now because getting flashed behind and a little unawares there. Fast on the re-clear to the side of Galoris. Puts Che up into the clutch. Couldn't get the second shot down onto Hoax. So the retake will be through from Galoris. They stay competitive.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like out of the gates right there, maybe he needed a little bit of fortune with some of the smoke spam, but once they get that, it makes the job very easy. 2v4 retake, you will kind of take those odds any day of the week. There you go, Hoax straight to the smoke. Zevi kind of having to gamble on where that retake would roll through, considering the spot that he was in.
Which is actually like really smart from his end, because you know if you clear out CT spawn, the rest of the players should be coming through jungle. So
Right.
he's just trying to get himself into position.
Yeah.
To which I can
2v4. You've just got to take those risks right there. And this time, you know, it makes him look a little bit silly, but I think it was the right idea for sure here. Zevi looking for more success here. Lukowski again gets some work up this underpass here. This duo has been putting in work right now. VSM and Lukowski rolling through underpass. But now we've got a player already in ladder that's discounted here, it seems, right now.
Oh, making a lot of noise on the inbound, though. Walleye will just play the off angle right now, and then Lukowski gets spotted. Easy kill, but Hoax is getting run up on. Fast pace here from Fluxo's catching Galoris off guard. 3 versus 4. Ninja's still alive and defense available, but forced out by the Molly. He goes down to the off instead. Perfect coverage from Zevi. That bomb needed to be scooped up. It'll be waltzed into that A site, no problem. Galoris gonna try and save.
I just really like the extra discipline right there. You know, VSM, if you were in his shoes right there, you would really want to just take that space while you could. Take that timing. You know you just got a big pickup already in connector, but you know there's more around that corner. Called out by Lukowski. He just waits for that extra Molotov to come through to really secure the round. Zevi is actually the one that finds the kill, but, you know, either way, there was no getting out of that position. That's some smart, you know, well-coordinated Counter-Strike that I really like to see out of Fluxo. We've seen it a lot this game, too. It just feels like the way that they take mid-control is super uniformed. The buddy system in underpass and top middle. That's what I was hoping to see out of Fluxo today, for sure. Extra van jump.
Okay. Stop. Stop yapping. Stop yapping. Stop. We're not talking. We're not doing that. Cold playoffs. Wake up. It's not the Exner van jump. It's... Okay, maybe it is.
Yes. Got another one.
Yeah, so I took that little interim to take a look at, you know, who's coaching Fluxo, because they've been kind of a rotating door in terms of that. And right now, Turner is in the server with them. Definitely there to get the squad into order. I think sometimes this team has kind of let games go awry. Got a couple of junctures. I am happy to see a coach in the server for this squad. We have Hap up close though, and VSM was hoping that Molly did its job. It didn't. Questions here for Fluxo. Where they want to do this. Reposition up Cat right into a double setup, and these two rifles are putting in work.
Both striking right there for an opening duel. Lukowski's got some great positioning right now to save them some worry. But even that just sacrifice of a USP, it might force him to discount this angle here. There's another player in A main.
They're going to call back the bomb. It's going in through underpass, and Hap makes his move in from jungle. There's no doing this here for Zevi. The Glock will be enough, but 20 seconds has to go back, and in the meantime, Che has fallen. This is going to be a save attempt out of the AWP. This one is over. 2 save rifles here for Galoris. Turn into 3.
Yeah, that's massive right there. Detroit picking up his reward. Zevi happy to be able to walk away with this round at least living. But this time I feel like we finally see a little bit of a looser structure right there. The trade's not as available as ready, and you can see that there's a pretty quick breakdown in the meantime. a lot of separation on that default compared to the other rounds that we've seen, and specifically the other rounds that have kind of ended towards that B side. And I feel like these are the sort of rounds you want the most structure. You want the most kind of, unity. You always want to be able to trade. And they kind of missed out on that opportunity right there. With that saved op, they still are able to afford a very solid purchase here. So it is Glorious calling in this timeout after the back of that round.
I mean, checking in with the man himself. D10S or Dios. I mean, hey, that was the name of the team. Actually, back-to-back timeouts here from Galoris. I mean, this is an impactful round in front of them. Hammer this in, and you have a good half in front of you.
Yeah, a chance to really build here. I mean, Flexo proved up against some of the best teams here in the region that their T sides are deadly on this map. So actually building in that solid defense, having an opportunity to build some economy as well. That could be a big deal. Perfectly executed window smoke right there. Perfectly executed. Player in Palace, Detroit, goes for an aggressive duel, and he's knocked down as well. And Hoax might have been hurt.
Yeah, he certainly has been. Need to break the smoke is not good, though, but the flash is better. And he couldn't track that instant kill. Ninjas will try his hand, break the smoke, but nothing gives. Instead, Lukowski pushes past it. Oh, I don't feel like Ninjas is long for this world, especially in hot pursuit. Lukowski, just a rhinoceros right now, charging them down with VSM, backing him up. And Fluxo are finished with this one.
Wow. That is so aggressive right there out of that A side. Now we got VSM. Exits come through. One less gun to be held on to. But what a statement right there out of the gates. I feel like Detroit, he might have just made the best move to throw a wrench into the plans, right? He pushes in with an op and Palace, but instead of getting rewarded here, he gets blasted. He gets sidelined by Che.
Terrorists win.
I'm wondering if he was even just a missed shot. Or did Che just get him before he could fire?
Right. Was he there that quickly? Question.
We'll have to see. Oh, we don't get it, regrettably. But that is a big question in this game. You know, we've seen Detroit J really step up his performances series to series so far in recent weeks. And certainly needed to pull off this upset. Now Ninjas to step forward. Helped out by Hoax, but quick clear from PKL. He knows his angles. And Hoax left with not a lot of places to stand right now. Che will hunt him down. And it's another clean take. Except for Che falling there, but you still don't really want to attempt this here if you're Dolores. Or maybe you do now. Somehow, PKL gets found through that.
Paul's giving himself room to escape as well. He's still standing. Bomb eventually going to be planted safely, at the very least. They're quick on this retake, wide in the open, but Zevi starts to knock them down. They bait him on in, maybe give him a little bit of hope, saying you can pull this retake off, and then Zevi will quickly rip off the Band-Aid.
Yeah, this one, those two kills makes this round all the more painful as well. No guns held onto, basically. As Koala will slink away. I mean, it's just breaking apart that A main setup. PKL so diligent. That's his first kill of the game, and it's the one break the rounds open, beat a crowbar.
Yeah, I mean, get outside of the one kind of round that they lost with 2 saved rifles. I feel like the calling's right on the money. A nice shot rolling out from Zevi. Catching him on the fly. Koala, we'll see if he can do it again with the hero rifle. He's been having a hell of a game so far and flying up towards mid, putting the responsibility on his shoulders. Catches Zevi in the open. Zevi has time to react though. So there's that one rifle down.
And with that, by the way, Zevi's actually run out of armor. So,
oh, wow.
He's lived so many of these rounds. That's not the thing you really want. Same team. Yeah, I mean, making sure no one's really inside that smoke.
I think they fully cleared that one out. Check that off the list here. And now someone's got to do the unfortunate job of going to recover the bomb. It's a classic right here. This round. Someone left bomb and spawn.
Oh my!
Now we gotta throw a full belt of utility to go and recover it. Check that off the list right there and run towards A, I guess, maybe, or back towards middle. The safest route. This is kind of hilarious. We've all been there.
Hold on, Jay. This is such a rat. Like, come on.
You gotta check the shelves.
Yeah, but now Hap is extremely dead. Where is he? Yeah, he's gonna cross into the open. If Hikael's gonna get him punished for his misdeeds. Rat positioning right there, but it's not gonna pay in rounds. Galoris got the pistol, the follow-up, but hardly anything else. He even got a basically an eco round, if you remember that as well.
Right, the 2 saved AKs. That was a big lifeline. But it's still not a lot on the CT side on offer. Gun rounds wise. Zevi prepared for this mid presence. There's a flash, doesn't catch, and it's a leg shot. It's a lot of damage done. And Ninja's certainly scared off that line.
Again here for Fluxo. Normally these early A calls have been working out, but what about in the late round? Galoris have cleared out towards middle. However, things might not be as simple in this one. About to have 3 players come through on rotation. Full util set to be deployed. Now, Ninja jump spotting here could easily get caught. Especially as Amale is about to come his way. He's going to get finished off by the wall bangs, down on 16 HP. Detroit J will make his name heard, but just for a moment as he ends up on the other side of the kill feed. But the plant not safe. PKL will fall. We're back into the 3-on-3.
That cow with the smokes opening up right there.
The flanks.
We got 2 fast flanks right now. They're not going to expect this.
They're not going to expect it with 20 seconds on the clock. Just no way, right? Hap gonna make his move, but now he's been seen. VSM will be the victim. Zevi gonna come back around. Gonna try and hunt this kill, but with seconds left on the clock. A missed shot! A great headshot, though, from the Tech 9, but now just no time remaining. Koala will get him at the final hurdle here in the half. At least 7-5 for Galoris. It is a workable position, but Fluxo playing better all around.
Yeah, I mean, winning a lot more gun rounds right there. VSM having himself one fantastic half. And that consistent work down range. And a lot of pretty quick execution power coming through here from this Fluxo camp. Galoris, I mean, 5 rounds here. You got the pistol. You've got room. But you've got to bring that strength on your T side as well. And again, I think this is where the challenge is made here for Fluxo. They're so strong defensively as well. got so many different tools at their disposal. As you can see, 1xBet, they place their faith into them. You can go and check out the live odds here in the quarterfinals. A lot of different games going on here today. So if you're interested in getting in on that, use code 1XLAT, or 1X rather, RES LAT AM. We got a pistol rolling here. Execution tossed on in. Waiting for that last smoke to be dropped, but it doesn't seem like they're too eager to just yet. And they're just going to let Ninjas work his way out and clear all these angles.
Yeah, no, Lukowski actually just steps forward, though. No respect for his opposition and probably needed a little bit of it. But the thing is here for Galore is they push through the smoke. Fortunately, the Ninjas got his one before Zevi could trade. And so 1v3 for VSM feels unlikely if Galores get both pistols in this map. The possibility of an upset still looms. VSM making moves, though. But Hap, well entrenched inside of Connector. It should just make this virtually impossible. He will come back in for the clear, though. That'll make an easy one, but a great escape route as well for VSM. He's out of there. Galores with their second pistol.
Yeah, just a cheeky little exit right there for VSM. Be able to reassemble elsewhere. Take some more pop shots. Might be worth the kill reward. Might be worth actually holding on as well. Probably the ladder a little bit more. You could buy armor here. Or you could upgrade your armor rather. Or you could just go for a straight FAMAS. It's always a good idea in these sort of rounds. And that's what he'll choose here. FAMAS, smoke. As the rest of the roster here goes for the force buy as well. Gave it to Lukowski.
He's going to be the one taking steps forward for sure, right? Oh, what a shot out of Zevi. Huge kill to open up. And Lukowski got himself into ladder room with the quickness. He actually used his movement to establish himself. And now he can play a bait setup with VSM as well. And the 5-7, it just got past him. Detroit is going to discount the angle. Players dropping one by one right now. They'll move up the connector side. Koala does see Che. So Galore's still in with chances. They get some space. And Che will get cleaned up at the very end. At least just PKO inside of A main.
Still recoverable here. They've got so much control on this A side. Although now VSM doing massive damage right there. And they've got very little control. None of it towards that A side here. Perfect reposition from Lukowski, but he gets blasted by Hap.
Oh, and Zevi also dropped, but then VSM's AK opens up. And now these last two remaining players, their positions 100% known. VSM gonna start cleaning up, just leaving the 1v1. Hap, he doesn't have the headshot. We have a force buy victory out of Fluxo.
Just at the last line here, again, PKL able to deliver a massive, impactful kill right there. It's 3 now for him, but that's just a game-defining frag. As well as Zevi right here, as well as the positioning that they find themselves in. So much impact here. Again, a player that places his faith here drops the FAMAS out of the gates. He's able to retrieve an AK and have so much impact towards the tail end for VSM, who continues to just dominate throughout this half, throughout this map. Gloria's just calling their last time out. I mean, you probably want to keep the force buys up, but even still, if you force buy here, you're bringing absolutely no utility. You're gonna need nothing but shots here from the Tech 9s, and maybe you have a flash or two, but there's just so little to even work with here, economically speaking.
I mean, what a game we're having out of VSM as well. 18-8. And the craziest part, he drops his rifle over to Lukowski and picks up an MP9. What a soldier. So a force buy here for Galoris. Lose this, you're down 10-6. But there are still elements in this round. Scout for Detroit J. only scoped rifle in the server could play some advantages, especially on that CT spawn position. We'll see how PKL fares versus the scout. As half waiting to make a move. There it is. Detroit J scout does strike on the CT spawn. PKL loses head. And now Zevi also sort of struggling to clean up this kill. It is Che, though, who collects his. And McKenzie with the superior weaponry. Che's not going to wait for that scout to get activated. And there will be a cleanup here from Fluxo.
Yeah, arriving just on time right there for the rest of the squad. It could have been very dicey with Che backed into a corner if he didn't have that the teammates going through in recovery. What is that? Jumping around the corner, pre-firing right there. Has to lock onto his target, and he does. So that's, I mean, again, the pretty missing force buy from Galores swiped aside with an opening duel as well. I mean, they got that same scout headshot that was offered up from Zevi, where it's an opening duel. It's a little bit of hope for you. But you can see a complete reversal in the results. This time Flux was able to bring the rest of the resistance on in towards that A side, and that makes the job a lot easier.
DSM hopping around, really looking for those ecos, and boy does he find them around the corner. A bunch of Glocks firing away. You don't like to see that.
Yeah, that's a bold move right there. I don't have any other words for it. He placed a lot of faith into that MP9.
As
Still,
we are not doing this right now, guys.
This is nuts.
Like I understand. We talk about hunting eeks on this. This is greed to another level.
I'm a #1 eco hunting fan right here, and look at what it gets you when you go too far forward. What on earth are we doing? It's Glocks, and all of a sudden you've got a man advantage, and look how he's forward now.
Look at this. Multiple players will swing. They're gonna trade him out. It's the B site that's open.
My God. They're going to have a bomb plant here, potentially. They've already done enough damage to be happy with this round. It was Glocks in this start, and at least PKL going to look to shut things down.
Thank goodness it doesn't go wrong there for Fluxo, but yeah, that was insane levels of greed, avarice. My goodness.
Yeah, I feel like that's where you just need to take a little short time out and say, like, what are we doing? That's where, a coach is very valuable in a certain sense to say, hey, like, that's an insane play to make on ecos up against Glocks. Luckily they don't get fully punished for it for them, but that's definitely something you want to look back on. Say, we took a lot of damage for this. There's external outcomes that come through outside of just the round here.
That's a clean mid-take, though, from Fluxo. He's... Ooh. Except for Zevi getting absolutely deleted. We have half. But PKL's not going to wait any longer. Still holding on to this mid-collapse right now for Fluxo and winning all their individual fights. It is smackdown in middle for Galores. They needed to win this round. That Glock eco was cool, but they needed to capitalize and they couldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. That's where the external factors maybe could have come in. The economy could have broken down, but you know what? If you win your next gun round and you win it pretty clean, probably isn't going to hurt too much. PKL's got a less cutoff here. Well, his crosshair placement, it's on the money. PKL didn't get a chance to fire a bullet right there as Koala turned that corner with conviction. There's a 1v4 on the chances. 25 seconds. He's got to recover the bomb quickly, though.
I mean, but he does have both players in front of him. If Koala is sick with it, As the myths tell, oh, there's a chance. There was a chance, but VSM will be on the trade, and it will be 11 rounds.
Yeah, nicely converted right there. A little bit difficult to find both those kills, but he does make it, again, very expensive. And I can only imagine that at this state in the game here, you're probably talking more investments rolling out. You're probably going to talk about another force buy here. Koala giving him a run for their money. But yeah, the force buy is what we're seeing right now. We'll be getting that out. Che finding himself in a position to deal with this early A execution that's almost certain to come through soon.
Yeah, one-op shot for Zevi. However, Che does get cleaned up. Lukowski deals with Koala and Palace and just continues swinging forward for the triple kill, because why not? It's just Lukowski Counter-Strike. I wonder what his teammates think of him when he does this kind of just maniacal plays. How does he do it?
That's a good question.
Dang.
And yeah, I feel like in the back of their minds they're watching Lukowski make some of these plays, and they're probably thinking, how do you play like that? How do you play that aggressive and then still win some of those exchanges?
And be the highest rated player on this team by far.
Right, right. Just, I mean, always willing to hold A or W. Get a nice swing on in. It's a specialty. Cool setup here for Zevi. And, didn't quite work there as he'd hoped.
That was going to be on the money if...
So was right on. He just needed to shoot, but he had a smoke in his way. Unfortunately, PKL. What's going on here? Flash through the
my
smoke.
goodness! And he got a dink in there as well. Ninja's down extremely low. Same goes for Koala. It is chaos in middle.
Wow, I don't know how there's, again, no casualties, but two players put on notice. They have to retreat pretty quickly. Oh, Hap caught a vision of Lukowski just before the smoke bloomed. PKL could strike at any given moment here.
Oh, but he's going to tuck away into the corner. He's playing off of Che at the moment, who's ready to run through the smoke with PKL. PKL also hears Hap fall down, but Che also drops. VSM up top on Cat could deny this cross into the site, but instead he will fall. Zevi, 26 HP. He's actually going to toss his hat. He could cut the cross, but misses the shot on the Ninjas. And so Galoris will stay alive for one more.
Well, hang about for a little while longer. Not a bad round right there, considering how it started. So, a little recovery effort here, and a chance for more, considering the purchasing power is pretty weak here. No AWP for Zevi. Some MP9s in the mix, so firepower a little bit lessened at the moment. Zevi just holding the line, eats an HG. There's troubles there, well placed. That's him put on notice here, but again, it's Lukowski swinging for the fences. It's doing what he does best, but he keeps on swinging. We've got two players in Palace, though. If this is A, I do not like their odds.
Dude, this is not real. How are they continually getting away with this? Zevi just saw the bomb. And this Ninja's just boxed in. He can't leave.
Oh my god, you're right. That's a bomb boxed in.
Che, Jiggle Peaks, sees him coming through, and look who's starting up this flank. Ninjas might try to leave, because they have this mid control, right? Oh my goodness, this is the map right here. Ninja doesn't turn around. Oh, he's knife out in front of PKL. Worst case scenario is the bomb goes down at A main. 2 versus 4. Dolores started off strong. They even got both pistols here, Cole.
Wow.
But this one just feeling impossible.
Oh, hold on. Big tag right there. VSM not going to be too influential into this
No
round.
way. Why? We're playing so far forward. The bomb's the win condition here, guys. They gotta get it in 20
Oh
seconds.
my
Planted,
God.
but now they're getting all the kills. Che, though, he's picked up multiple mollies here. He can just continue to drop this indoors aim in, and he just won the round that way. There's no winning it. There is no winning it. There's wait. But VSM, why is he on the site right now? Why is he here? Just waiting the 2-1 though, and they will not clear him. They will never know that he was right behind them the whole time. It's 13-7 here for Fluxo. They take map 1.
Yeah, that's one way to do it right there. Able to claim map 1, close things out, and you know, at least seal the deal. And again, like you mentioned, that's with losing both of those pistols. That just really goes to show how strong this team is on this map here. That the sort of depth that they have been able to prove here. VSM with a really good game overall. Lucalzi was able to join him a lot more in that second half, where he was able to bring a lot of life into the squad there with his wide swings and defense. And you know, that's what we see at Fluxo on a good day here. That's what we see when everything goes according to plan and your players are in the right spot. And again, you know, PKL's job made very easy.
Yeah, just maniacal peaks coming through from Lucalzi. And yeah, even though PKL not having the perfect game, had a good amount of impact there as well. I think just across the board. Good. I can't even like call it insane shooting there out of Fluxo either. I think every individual fight felt like they were catching everyone off guard on their opponent's side. And that's just some Fluxo gameplay right there. But up next is Inferno, and it's a much different battleground here, and it's much more comfortable for Galoris. They were able to pick it up versus Sharks yesterday. Can they pull it off again? Can Detroit J mirror his form from yesterday? Well, we'll have to find out after a break.
Bomb has been planted.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet. OneXBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the OneXBet app. OneXBet. Play with Eva.
And so we got the order for the day here, Cole. It's one of these days for Fluxo. They're on a good one. They're on a heater. Lukowski playing his usual self. Is that going to be enough to push them off to the semifinals here versus an upstart Galores who have pulled so many upsets to even get to this point? Well, Inferno will really decide how this series is going to go.
Yeah. I mean, this is definitely a good day to start off for Fluxo. But again, like you said, these latter two maps were the maps I was really concerned about coming into this one. Anyways, right? We talked about the success here recently. I mean, for the likes of Galores, you're going to be really excited to be playing into this map. You just watched Fluxo kind of get beat down on this Inferno, having some struggles in recent history, and so now you're coming through, and maybe you've identified those same sort of strengths that other teams have used up against this squad, and you can now use those as well. And like again, as I mentioned in the pregame here, Banana was a massive problem factor for Fluxo. They did not have much of an idea of how to take it on the CT side, and when they were constantly losing out on the T side as well. It was the same case. So I want to see if Fluxo have been able to identify that weakness.
Yeah, and over on the side for Galoris, it was a lights out CT side on their end. Detroit J was just having a field day on that side of the coin, but that map of Mirage was certainly not where he wanted to be. He could hardly get out a CT side AWP due to the pressure from Fluxo just constantly every single half, despite getting the pistol plus follow up. He was getting shut down at every turn. And so maybe there's a confidence factor that could play in, because we were seeing him just absolutely fire off in these groups. But now when it's crunch time, playing up against Fluxo right now, playing back to back really tough opponents and trying to raise your ceiling, it hasn't turned out to be all sunshine and rainbows for this guy.
Yeah. I mean, 100%. It's definitely going to need to be an opportunity to turn things around here. And I think this map will be potentially that, but he is going to have to start off on the T side of Inferno opping. So, that's not always the best opportunity to increase your performance, to increase your stats, right? So that could be a bit of a challenge here, rolling on out here for Detroit, that we'll have to take a quick look at and see, is he capable of delivering here in that first half? Because again, Fluxo are going to be looking forward to trying to keep up that momentum off the back of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Detroit J was so good. He had 6 openers as well in I believe a 13-10 victory. Just unbelievable amounts, and clutches to back that up as well. Overall, he was the reason they won that map versus Sharks. But this is, again, different territory. I mean, we have a confident looking Lukowski, but of course, Inferno definitely a team-based map here. You can't really get away with a lot of these top banana swings. You can quickly get punished for it. So Fluxo need to have the right protocols. And you were talking about that banana control was looking shaky just a couple days ago.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like both sides of the map, they were struggling to. I mean, you know how Inferno is for the CTs. They have a lot of different opportunities to take map control from spawn. You can throw that utility, and that just makes it really difficult for Fluxo to react, especially on their T sides. From what I've seen from them so far, it seems like when they're not able to get these kind of flowchart map control, it feels like they don't have much of a plan afterwards, unless again you talk about the individual front that this roster brings to the table, the high impact that this team has shown so far in terms of firepower. And Lukowski and VSM, they're both players that are showing up, and that's really good news. But you're also going to need the game plan to revolve around getting that map control, and sometimes it's not always available, it feels like.
We'll see if those two players can just simply force their way through, as Lukowski typically does, and we'll see how up to snuff Galoris are on their front. As we're taking away map number 2, Galoris trying to extend this series. I honestly think if it goes to nuke, they could even be favored, but 1xBet giving a massive advantage here to Fluxo. They're really believing in today's form over there. And for now, PKL gonna be in some trouble. He is alone here on that B site. Gonna want to get that smoke primed. And the question is, do Galoris respect this? And it seems like the answer is no. But PKL, all he needs to do is stay alive. Look at this massive flank that is brewing here. They'll nade open the smoke, but there are 4 players, and that's the bomb on the ground. Detroit J, can he hold on? Can he hold off the flank right now? Flashbang tossed in. Che pushes past, trying to clear him out, but Detroit J's doing excellent work on the Glock. He's gotten 3, and he deals with all 4 on the flank. Huge round out of Detroit J.
Oh my god. Well, that is exactly what you need out of this man. You talked about him here heading into this one. He was the win condition for his squad. Goes for the ace. Not today. But 4 is enough for sure, as he saves his team from a disastrous flank right there. Like you said, PKL just needed to survive for his teammates to arrive. That flank initially finds the first kill of the round, but then Detroit J just holds the line. He holds his own. And no matter what the case is, those first 4 kills for him on the first round are going to be massive in his confidence to build throughout the remainder here of Inferno.
Running out of bullets there, but only needed one to deal with that fourth player. But instant force buy back from Fluxo. This is I'd call a big surprise. I mean, it worked out over there on Mirage. Do they got something in store? Seems like they certainly do. PKL making himself look bigger than he actually is.
Let's try it too. That's the goal here. On that B side. Gets that utility down, picks up some more, but again, it's just not respected. It feels like it's another one of those situations here where if you're Galores, you know what's around that corner here. Ninja deals with the threat. And that's to me it kind of looks like this is something that Fluxo have done a lot in the past. Galores reading into that very well, knowing the tendencies here and exploiting that fully. Now there might be some smokes to pick up and spawn. Extra $300 for you. You never go wrong with that.
Yeah, Dolores knows that this is a force buy save, however, so perhaps worth a little hunt. Every kill they get is gonna turn into a USP in the next round. But it also could come in with some bite. But not feeling the hunt just yet. So, Glorious will get there easy 2-0. Still going to face off against some 5-7s armored up. And off to an excellent start. Yeah, Ninja's not waiting to get that entry. Just sees the shoulder as that smoke breaks.
Yeah, not falling victim right there to Fluxo's game plan. Those egos. And feeling very little threat up Banana. Not a lot of utility here on Fluxo, obviously, to resist this. So they'll get that already just CG smoked out of the gates for the boost, and shifting up the setups here. This is, again, a team that is throwing in some very aggressive movements here.
Got a little double coffin setup. Wonder what PKL is cooking on this angle. Maybe hoping for some boost action if the coffin smoke does come through. Probably not going to come through. PKL is going to need some desperation out of this P250 as this execute comes through. Not really being helped out. Instead, it's Che trying to get himself in, but nothing gives. Kowsey will make a move with this MP9. However, he gets 2 kills with it. Good cash, good money, and low HP on a couple of these players. That HE could be on the money. It strikes down to the Detroit chain. Look at the flash. Backside.
Oh!
What are we talking about here? I'm at a loss for words. Zevi and VSM will pull off the 2 versus 3. How?
Dude, he's just spinning around with the 5-7, clearing everything on the site. He's just spinning. And somehow flicks straight onto the head right there. Zevi with the unbelievable closure. Lukowski with 2, somehow miraculously pushing through that smoke. How does he get 2 here? You're just left wondering. And look at this. Again, spin the win for Zevi. He somehow blasts Hap. Hap can't even spot his head. He's moving so fast. And Fluxo get around early. Wow.
What? Around that should have just never been. Well, that's gonna be some pain as it gets even worse. Double grenades. Zevi does see the ball move up. Che instant swings. And an instant 3 versus 5. Oh, this is gutting. Right now, by the way, Galoris, 3 for 3 on pistols, has not gotten them any success.
It's got them 2 runs. At least here on this map. But like you said, it doesn't feel like a massive victory when this is what's happening in the very next breath. My God. And I will say, this is a lot more of what I wanted to see out of Fluxo. You can see out of the gates, they come through with some conviction for banana control. Multiple flashes thrown out at 3 players to start there. Full control taken on the defense. While also handling the pressure towards A. That's a magic formula for success on the defense here.
VSM is even hunting. He's taking looks into spawn. And is going to rip one of these weapons away. Shay also moving through. Dude, Fluxo play like angry Counter-Strike. Very mean and disrespectful. Yeah, hunting inside of T-spawn. Sure, guys. They will miss Koala if he hears all the...
Yeah, the threat. It's like leaving one survivor so they can go back and tell the rest of the tell the rest of the squad what happened. Except they have their memories as well. They know exactly what they're up against here. And unfortunately for them, every round serves as a reminder. Every wide swing, every disrespect play from Lukowski, running down middle in a 5v3. It's all reminders. You know, VSM chasing into T-spawn. You gotta earn this respect here up against this squad, because they'll test those extremities. They'll press you.
And this Fluxo team just turns their opponents into pressure cookers. They want to go ahead and swing. They want to take this space back. And they force out mistakes. With this aggressive game plan. BSM wasting no time. He's going for the alt mid swing. What does he see? Not much. Everyone hiding away from him right now, except for Koala. It's the one rifle spotted. Full banana control, too. Fluxo are entrenched already against the pistols.
Taking some good real estate here. So far, getting consistently. Only doesn't quite go as they'd hoped. But it is a good example of why you want to play these Glock Ecos a little bit slower. Because that's an extra $600 dwindled out of your bank account if you're a CT. How much can this AK do is going to be the big question. Koala's had a very good first map, like individually speaking, was offering a lot of resistance, but damage is just what you need here.
Bait switch here, perfect from Shay. As well, PKL will actually get ran down, however. Shay, okay, he will at least get one on the fallback and escape, so mission accomplished there. Gonna try and send himself in. Oh, here's Lukowski doing Lukowski things as Zevi found a way to line up 3 really quick. 3-2 as Fluxo take the lead.
This is where Zevi can... No, I guess not. I was going to say he could have probably tossed PKL his rifle and then button up, but not interested just yet here. Really wanting to keep that economy healthy. There's Hoax. That's how he gets his Glock burst right there, jumping around that corner. Still a priority on just having rifles here for now. In the meantime, again, this deep utility down towards the bottom of T stairs. Very effective at keeping them at bay. This time, not as much influence here in the early control. Just some early utility. Wait, BSM. Whoa, okay. Did get punished. He was in towards the deep, Deep T-Apps, and he didn't last long.
Yeah, it did get instantly dealt with. However, Fluxo playing with conviction. Oh, and PKL finds that kill to finish. Not afraid to show a ton of presence over towards B and then rotate everyone over. There are 3 players in position. And Shay, this smoke kind of off the mark. He can kind of play behind this. But Koala does get the pick onto Zevi initially. Puts Lukowski in an awkward spot. And Koala, second entry. Ninjas eventually closes in. And Galoris coordinated enough.
Yeah, I will say right there, that's I feel like Zevi needs to fall back into pit, hold off, and let his teammates cover the wrap side a little bit better, because Zevi just runs into apartments and gets blasted. Once he goes down, that's all hope of your like late rotates rolling through and being able to support. You're not able to buy enough time right there. And again, just a small detail that goes awry for Fluxo. Not a bad idea in terms of the positions, especially with PKL getting that opening duel, scaring them away from B, and getting those rotates over in time, but in execution, just small details not fully there. Still think, you know, just pit is one of the best places to be in the game, especially with the smoke in hand.
Yeah, you can stall out for so long, as well as, you know, you have 2 teammates to play off of on that site the same, so could have been a lot more comfortable, but instead this is where we are. Flux are going to stick to this aggressive game plan, though. Lukowski, who's going to tuck away, but gets instantly cleared. Ninja's good on it, but a solid grenade back. Damage is not kills, as we know.
Protocols out of the gates there for Galores to punish that proactivity from Lukowski. They did it versus VSM in the last round. Now they get Lukowski in the early stages. Both trying to, again, kind of maybe disrespect their opposition, but just get in their face. And at the moment, Galores are doing that thing we just talked about, forcing respect on their name. Brackets control being taken here, though. Still a lot of time left, and you still got PKL with a little utility belt with 50 seconds left. That's very valuable.
Shot rings out here for Zevi. They really don't really... They're not going to contest the arch control. Instead, they're going to tuck away into the sites.
Going back towards B, though.
Oh, PKL. He's out of utilities, the problem. And with 20 seconds left, he is the sole B site defender. Hap will swing back in for some extras. 10 seconds on the clock. All PKL needs to do, stop the bomb, but tries to extend forward, take an off angle. Hoax will uppercut him instead. This is a save. Out of Fluxo's Galoris will clap back.
Yeah, there's so much time to reroute right there. I was going to say, it was a little bit scary, but that's one of those cases where I think you just need to continue to jump spot, and a smoke is much more valuable. A little bit later down the line, right there towards the, like, actually the entrance of the bomb site, right? Because he throws that smoke, it's disrespected, and unless PKL wants to continue to fight versus the whole squad and worry about his flank, which I guess was another factor in that round. It's very difficult to hold on. PKL, I think, just trying to face the whole squad, maybe to hope that he could drop the bomb there if he found the right target out of the bunch. Not the case, and again, this is great utility. Lukowski couldn't see a thing. Hap perfect on the lurk. Just one singular kill. Really necessary for Galores to reclaim this lead. Coming through again with a little bit of conviction on the defaults here. Flexo call their first time out.
Yeah, I think Lukowski has been tempered a bit. Especially to start off this game. I mean, that alt mid play, the fact that he is just getting barrage flashed, basically, is complete understanding from Galoris what the ideas in Flux's arsenal are. So, understanding their opponent's toolbox and then playing against it. Really solid stuff. And you can expand your own toolbox by picking up that 1xBet mobile app. You'll see the banners down below and the QR codes popping up on screen throughout this game, providing all the stats to help you make the right predictions. So check that out while you still can. For now, Fluxo still back in with the bye, but certainly a bit rattled after a couple of these. Now Lukowski will tame himself for the moment.
And I could go aggressive. I think they're a little bit sore from playing back-to-back 4v5s pretty early in those rounds with VSM and Lukowski's aggression in the mix for those last two. I mean, again, it's a bit of an interesting setup, though. You've got a very passive line from Zevi. He's hiding about in CT spawn right now. And it's a minute left on the clock, so he's definitely playing a little bit passive. And he does move up accordingly. I feel like that's a bit necessary right now. Full brackets control maintained here from the CT side, or T side rather.
Still holding on to a couple of smokes, though. VSM still has his available in pit. That's going to go out towards that apartments. We know Koala just going to be there every single round. This allows Lukowski to play a nasty off angle. Look at this from Zevi, too. Stepping forward with 20 seconds. Around the corner, ton of players available. And now the execute coming through. VSM delivers his kill. Now Zevi falls. Could be some problems, though, but with seconds remaining, Galoris are not even going to attempt this. They wait around. And then Fluxo come right at him.
Yeah, I mean, that's the perfect time to re-aggression right there from Zevi. If they're holding you with an op, they probably don't have a lot of time for an execute. But that's just around the time that you'd like to toss in some of that utility. And he strikes with people watching him, but obviously he's got the better gun there. He's got the better firepower. And he delivers with it. That immediately throws a wrench in the game plan. That smoke in apartments is another one of those just key details right there. Galoras are never going to make that play through the utility. That cost them. Back to a tied scoreline here. This first half remains very competitive, very close. Banana controller get taken, but Hoax, wow, what a swing.
Wild Spray actually gets a kill across the line. Right there. I feel like Che wasn't even the intended target. But a kill's a kill. And a 4-on-5 again here for Fluxo to dig themselves out of. And look at this angle already from Detroit J. Question is, has this been heard from VSM? He seems extremely aware of this possibility. Now that is Zevi, let's go to the angle. I think he's about to fall victim to this. Yeah, easy does it for Detroit J. And VSM just... This is what we call, for the most part, impossible.
Again, he's a stud on the anchoring, but sometimes there are tasks a little too tall for you. And he might actually be able to just make the best possible outcome, most likely. And that's to just escape. Escape the grasp here. He picks up the op instead. Sticking around here.
Flashbangs are good, though, and VSM will take this ripe opportunity to save that AWP. Every single one of these rounds going down to the last couple seconds. And so Galoris will clap back. They just get 2 clean openers. And with that, Fluxo will just concede. There is a hunting party after these guns.
Giving it a go here. And that's just a big swing there from PKL that cost him his life. He loses that out. Lukowski now in hot water. He's got the op to back him up. VSM, though, catching these flashes. These are so quick on this re-execution towards B. And Lukowski is sharp as ever, but VSM not able to connect with that op. I think it'll allow Lukowski to get enough time. No, Ninjas just runs, sprays around the corner. And it's no gun saved right there, it ends up being.
This is huge for Galoris. Really able to push further forward, especially on this T side. We haven't even talked about the CT end, and Detroit J not really necessary on the T side op, but he just farmed versus Sharks. We get to try and see that again. Especially with this lead, it'll be comfortable. And Fluxo's fate certainly up in the air with Nuke up next. Again, both Inferno and Nukes. A lot of recent success for this Galoris squad.
That is the territory that you wanted to find yourself in. These last two maps are where I think the opportunities really arise. Jay gonna find himself one nice movement, a little back pedal. Get to safety. But I do think, you know, obviously Inferno's been a really strong map for them. As of recent, Nuke is something that they have just really good history. I've been able to shut Fluxo out on that map, so there's no question that they're looking forward to these last two maps. They might have struggled a little bit. They might have got both pistols and still lost in a pretty one-sided affair on Mirage, but that's Mirage. This is a new day.
This is the best of three. You know, if I got to pick all my best maps in a best of one, yeah. Fluxo pretty good at Mirage, but you gotta expand the pool. You gotta stay in with depth right now, and Galoris at many of these turns is catching Fluxo out of position and off guard. This time around, a bit of a switch up. We're not used to this faster banana pace here from Galoris. They'll take some nade damage, but instead they're looking to slingshot. They're looking to immediately hit this B site, and they're gonna get punished for it quickly. PKL and Che open up, hoping for maybe that one-man setup, but Che gets a lot of damage in.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's too much panic in the map movements either. You're hoping maybe Koala could find something over towards A off the back of that, but DSM is locked in. Laser focused.
Oh, saw the top of his head.
A little pixel
Bye-bye.
shown. Thank you very much. Give it a go. Because, again, next round's the last of half here. I thought for a second they were going to save, and
I was
concerned.
Yeah.
But they got all
Honestly,
the money in the world.
yeah, and their opponents don't, so guns mean a lot, and down goes Zevi first. This is going to get him in this 2 versus 5. They know VSM is in pit.
More aggression.
And Hap is going to clean up onto Lukowski. 2 versus 5 now turns 2 versus 3. But quick shots out of VSM will make sure this one doesn't go awry. He'll clean this one up. And at least 5 rounds for Fluxo.
Really bold stuff right there coming through from Zevi and Lukowski. That's, again, those sort of oversteps right there are... They can be round defining. They can also be game defining. That's a 2v5. The way you lose 2v5s are these overextensions. And luckily they've got VSM, who has a little bit more of that experience. But you gotta be careful. Kelsey flying down middle.
Oh.
Same result, even worse though. Detroit adds one to the feed as well.
And just handled. Like, it's just 100% prepared. for these kind of plays. Galora sent a couple, like multiple players up alt middle. Even if Lukowski got one, he was instantly traded, and Detroit J deals with the deep AWB. Now, Ninjas has just been seen, and VSM is going to slip the gap, but caught looking between different angles. Was he just seen? I don't think so. Detroit J, down beneath, though, will readjust in time. Instant flick up. Now this boost, oh, hello there. He's gonna be able to pick up Hoax. And now it's time to go the other way, says the rest of Galores. This is looking to be the lead at the half. Quite quickly. 7-5 looking likely. It's now moving to the CT side. It's Galores' turn to potentially force a third.
Yeah, they're planting their feet to get to that position here. That's a great opening half here. Obviously, I think there's a little bit of frustration for them as well. And we got to see Fluxo, you know, in the beginning stages of this half, you know, in the first like 3 or 4 rounds. Once they won that that third round eco half buy situation, it felt like that was when Fluxo were going to start to steamroll. But there was a timeout called. There was a punishment on, you know, a lot of the CT side aggression, which is really well placed. I like that a lot coming through from Galores. They're able to handle the pressure that Fluxo throw at them. They shut down the momentum. They shut down Lukowski's plays, and it felt like a lot of opening duels were won because of that.
The old classic Inferno pushed down middle pistol, but a good flash somehow. All right, it was Hoax to help out. But then the rest of the Glocks arrive. It's not clean, though, on the reply from PKL. And hello there. VSM loses the bomb quickly. I thought it was perfect. Fluxo, honestly, were prepared. But Galores, for once, have got the shots to back it up. Now it's PKL. Surprised Hap is fighting this at the moment, and even prepared for the secondary swing from Detroit J. I mean, hey, if they want to give PKL a chance, sure, I suppose. There's the first headshot, and now there's the gush, but Detroit J just got enough to push it across the line for Galores.
Yeah, right on the fadeaway right there. Caught him on the outro. And that's going to be another pistol here for Galores. Is that all of them? That's 4 for 4.
Yep.
Yeah. Which is quite nice here, especially on your own map pick. Especially when you're actually able to close out some of these gun rounds as well. That wasn't much of the case there on Mirage. Didn't have that in their bag, but now they do. Now these timeouts are, you know, becoming a lot more effective. And we'll take a look at those 1xBet odds at the top of your screen. As you can see, Fluxo's still favored. I have a feeling that Galores are eager to flip the script there. If you want to get in on the action, though, of course, you can go and take a look. Click one of those links in the banner. You can use code 1XRES LAT or LATAM to get in on that action for 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit. So make sure you get on that action. But back into the action we go. Tech pause. No longer the case. We'll see probably a full eco out of Fluxo. Or an AK. I see an AK. Tossed over to Lukowski.
Okay.
PKL. He's a sacrifice in this one, but again, this is the hero AK to just do damage.
And Hap's gonna go for the swing here. Will the Glocks lure him ever further forward? Not the case. Temperate for now. However, sneaking through the apartments here, Koala will eat a dink for that first kill. There's another Glock. Oh, gets the spot on a Hap, however. And oh, the Glocks will open up. Hap actually gets cleaned up. Detroit J peeking down middle. He lets go of the angle as they go around the corner. I
Oh
think
my God.
his barrel had to have just been seen, right? Well, it doesn't matter here as Detroit J get a snipe 2 down. And he doesn't even need a scope. VSM, he does get that A1S, but oh, a nice double,
Wow.
but will quickly get traded out. And the little hero purchase doesn't work here for Fluxo.
It doesn't work, but I mean, it is still 3 kills. It's a lot of reinvestment. And PKL is going to have to sacrifice a little bit. Lucalzi's going to have to sacrifice an AK, but at the end of the day, that is the sort of damage that you oftentimes do look for with a lot of the Glocks in the mix. It's courtesy of VSM. He gives you a lot to lean on here, because otherwise it could have been looking a little bit sour. One point it was a 4v1 right there. He makes it into a 2v1 at least. Gets a lot of reinvestments rolling.
These nades are gonna hurt just a tad bit. Shay in charge of banana control. Always willing to step in front of these angles, take these fights. Underhand flash, considering a boost up between Ninjas and Hoax. They'll let go of the angle just for now.
Well, actually conceded a little bit. Dispense a lot of that early utility though to try and keep that control long term. But then they fall back into a setup here. On the B side. No real commitment from Fluxo just yet. There's not a lot of time to take map control back though. So finally we're seeing brackets control, but there is only 30 seconds at the end of the day. Decisions need to be made soon. And I'm still unsure of where this is. We got 2 players lurking towards the top of Banana. 20 seconds left. You have to wait this molly out. There's just not a lot of time left.
There's just no time left. And now they got 10 seconds basically to plant the bomb. They've got to get 3 kills on this site. Lucalzi will start it off, but here's the actual defense. Hap, Koala, instant crossfire, round over as the bomb tumbles forward, and still 2 players standing here, and VSM also goes down after time. $400 into this next round. It doesn't matter how many kills you get on the Glock, Ika, you can't convert against the bonus.
Yeah, that's exactly right there, and it's a bit of an infuriating way to go out as well. Honestly, credit to Galore is that late molly that gets thrown in. That's a big extra element here. And this defensive setup, it does what it needs to do. It just needs to buy enough time for that round to end and for them to not have any good options right there. They scare them off towards B completely by just falling back, conceding that control. But this is another one of those rounds here on a map that seems a little bit less comfortable for Fluxo, where on their T sides, they just seem so out of sorts. They just seem so discombobulated. And right there you can tell, 2 players towards the top of Banana, you just kind of wonder in the communications, is there splits being called? Is there different things being set up right there in the round? Because that's a lot of resources towards the top of Banana with 20 seconds left. I'll just say that, when it was clearly going to be an A-side finish at the end of the day.
They're hoping to draw, mass rotations away, but when you still have 2 players on the site, there is no losing that. And here you go, Detroit J gets to start off with the CT side off, just to put this map away, and he's doing it again. Just an absolute replica of what he was versus Sharks. Instant 2 openers.
Yeah, I said he might have difficulties being able to lift off starting the T side of Inferno, but he started the T side of Inferno with 4 kills.
Does Che have any deagle shots in him is the question. A dink, but not necessarily the kill, as Koala plays the pit position perfectly. And he'll mop up the last 3. Galoris looking to just clean sweep their way out of the CT side into Nuke.
That's what it's looking more and more like right now. on this defense, looking beautiful. Lockdown. Catching them at every seam here. Detroit, his job so clear. And Koala, you can see so valuable in these strong positions here. That aim definitely coming through quite nice for Koala. Just have a lot of utility spins towards Banana. Really put a threat onto him. They thought they heard a tick right there, I think, but there isn't a lot around that corner. We'll see if this time around Fluxo come through with a little bit more control. You can see already they're looking to challenge that, you know, top of Banana side of things, but also, you know, working their way up towards brackets a little bit earlier than the last round. Or last gun round, I should say.
And they get Detroit J established. Oh, or do they? Great pop-up from Che, and an instant headshot will silence the AWP. Opening kill for Fluxo. And now as Hap goes down, this becomes untenable for Koala. Has to be aware of this lane pressure as well. And he's out in the open. Each kill sequential here out of the T side, and there's still more Inferno to play.
There is. An excellent look. Rolling on out for Fluxo. That's, again, a little bit of control being attempted back, and Jay able to punish accordingly. It leads to strength. Opportunities. Oh, VSM. Cold-blooded. What'd that chicken do?
I mean, he was going to get taken down by the bomb anyways, so he put it out of its misery.
True. Just a little love tap from that bomb that reaches the entire map.
So, Detroit J finally shut down. Gonna need a lot more of this from Fluxo. Oh, goodness.
Ugh.
No! Look at that. Like, he was just pecking. He was just pecking down. He's just minding his own business. He thought he could hide down in that underpass. He thought he could get away. Unfortunate.
Thought he was safe. Just when you think you're safe, that's when VSM comes a knocking.
Well, you got his practice versus some chickens, Cole. Let's see if you can do it versus players.
This time, Che not able to tuck himself in towards logs or anything, so it is banana control taken successfully. And that's going to lead to that 4-man lean towards the A side. And VSM certainly going to be called upon here. He's going to need to have some impact because there's a lot of resistance around that corner here. Detroit.
Oh my goodness. Lukowski holding this angle. Will he step forward? I feel like Lukowski should have this locked in. If he steps around, we'll see who's faster on the draw. Oh my goodness. The trepidation. It's Lukowski to swing first, though. And there is no headshot.
Silenced. The AWP here. Detroit doing it again. Hap triggers his re-aggression. VSM looked somewhat prepared, but he's not able to win the duel. And they've already got support arriving on this B side as well.
Yeah, as long as Ninjas can pick up one with this little time remaining, he's perfectly fine. And with a godlike flash coming through from Detroit J, he gets plenty more than that. Ton of damage in. PKL will try for the plant. He'll get it, but at what cost? 2 versus 4 here. Che barely standing. Fluxo, if they can somehow steal this one, it would be massive. But a tough task ahead. 11 HP for Che. He has got to be instant, and he's getting wrapped up by Hoax. The IGL and PKL will fall next. A retake for Galores, and 6 map points.
Yeah, and Very solid retake at that right there. Like you said, just the small extra detail, right? If Ninjas goes 1-for-1, that's great, but the extra flash thrown out as well. That's that recovery. That's that reinforcements arriving right on time. The way that Lukowski swung that made me think he might have seen a barrel or something. Glimmer right there, but it doesn't matter when Detroit's as sharp as ever. And this retake, so incredibly strong. Very well coordinated and made easier. There's just not a lot of health to work with there for Fluxo remaining. He did something miraculous to pull out of the hat, and Glorious never gave him a chance to work these angles here. This time, Che feeling the need to get a little bit more active here on the B side early. As for that one gun round that they have, it all started with his opener. Lukowski's bested by Detroit again. Another big pickup.
Okay, but it's Che. He's trying to make it happen all on his own, and PKL will trade him out. So B-side control available. And the bomb will make its way in. Che did enough there, all on his own towards the B side. And PKL able to carry that momentum. Detroit Che is interested in this one, though. But won't find a glimmer, won't find a player. So, Fluxo an extra one. I mean, that Che is someone that absolutely needs to turn up in this series. We've seen maps of Nuke. In fact, I believe Nuke is actually his best map in his pool. Fluxo want to see more out of Che, and hey, that's something right there.
Yeah, that is a good point here. Che warms up into Nuke, which is his bread and butter. Just such a comfort territory. That's good signs. I mean, their T-side rounds as well. I've just come at the helm of Che. He's been the facilitator of that success for the most part. He's been that entry prowess. When Detroit's been striking them over and over again, Che's been able to offer up that resistance. How much more can he do is the big question.
Dude,
and
again?
He delivers. He does it again.
Okay. Win condition spotted here, but Lukowski will concede one back.
He's had a very tough half in terms of doing quite the opposite of what Che's being able to deliver. When Che's offering these constant openers, Lukowski is going aggressive. He is willing to be that point man as well, but his success hasn't come through just yet.
It's looking like a great T-side call. If they...
Gotta think of this way.
Oh boy, Detroit Che. Oh, smoke? Oh my gosh, they swing before it blooms. Op rings out. Molly will also force the bomb back. This is extremely awkward right now for the T side, but Detroit Che will not continue to extend. Instead, up lane we go. And the smoking towards library will keep him locked out. This is going to be a 4-man save for Galoris, as Che will be the crowbar on towards Banana again.
I mean, he just wins him another round. It is now 3.5 that he has brought Fluxo. And again, you know, either it's going to be too late, like Che's doing excellent work, but they have dug themselves into a pretty deep hole. That's either one option, or we're going to see the rest of this roster arrive onto the scene for a bit of an incredible comeback, right? Those are two big questions here. Have to be answered. BSM looking for a bit of a hunt effort, but you got to re-execute into a 4-man B stack, it turns out.
Ninja just got caught there. At least, like, he might have caught on some wall clipping that stopped a faster fallback or something of the sort. And instantly got punished. If Che can solo hold Banana every single round, it'll give so many more resources and space to the rest of Fluxo. He's in charge once again. Can Galores deal with him is the question. Well, instead, it'll be Ninjas to fall, trying to take full control. Zevi's got him through the smoke. Detroit J about to be smoked out himself. And now the emphasis goes down onto Koala inside of the pit. If he wants to.
Get some more repositions.
Already stacking B.
Yeah, they're going big time on this gamble.
And it might work.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Still a
See
double
multiple members.
sandbag setup. Che, he's been good. He's been the crowbar. But not today. Not versus Hoax. PKL, is he going to extend forward for the trade? A flashbang through. And there we go. But that should definitely spur on this A-side approach. But the bomb's still down in middle, Cole. Oh, no. As Hoax swings forward. This needs to be the spray transfer. It's not there. Mispositioning here from Fluxo. And it's going to cost them this one. This map should falter. VSM, he's just out of time. He can't win this. He has to run through a smoke right into Detroit J's op. And there's a 13-8 from Galores. One slip up is all it takes.
Yeah, just one small mistake. That's the part of digging yourself into those deep holes right there. It's very hard to climb out. You need that consistent success. We saw it from Che. He was delivering so much for his squad to get him back into that game, make it a little bit more of a competitive affair here, but it's still going to be Galores closing out, and they're closing out confidently, and now they get to lean in to not only a map that they're really looking forward to in Nuke, a map that they've already been able to pretty much, say in the past, like recent history, dominate Fluxo on, but also a map that they've been able to test some of the better teams. This is scary territory for Fluxo here.
Yeah, this is, for Fluxo's, I mean, the Nuke is a fine map for them, but as of late, Galores have been on lock on this side. For the regional champions, back in Series 1, it's been a rocky road. They faltered versus Solid, if you remember, over there in the semis, and now it could be even in the quarters versus a team like Galores. Can they avoid the upset? Can they dodge it? Can they continue pressing forward here in this bracket? Nuke will answer that question after a break.
Respect from 1xBet. 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 Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
And so we need a nuke here, Cole, as it could go either way. That's the biggest thing here. Fluxo obviously here with some great name value. We've seen them perform awesome results, maybe even internationally last year and even regionally being the winners of Series 1. But this is all up in the air in this quarterfinals, and this Galores team really wants that upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you here. This roster wants to make some deep runs here. You'll get more opportunities to challenge some better teams, and again, taking down Fluxo here in playoffs, a roster that has already won the first series, is a massive accomplishment for a roster that's looking to continue to develop and grow. I think they're getting to a really exciting point here, and especially if they complete the mission, which I think both you and I kind of have a little bit of highlights on in terms of like this is a team that can do it. They can do it on this decider.
Yeah, they certainly can, because I think the T sides on this particular nuke for Galores have been an absolute strong suit. They've needed to pull off 2 upsets to even get to this point, even make it to playoffs. They took down Bestia, then they take down Sharks. Both times they take it on this map, and both times it is, incredible T side has, I believe, 8-2 half to close out the map and the series versus Sharks, and then they had a 10-2 T side against Bestia. So that is the most terrifying factor here. And the question is, what elements are awake here for Fluxo? We're looking at Che, and we want him to have a good map here.
Yeah, I mean, again, that guy, it's like a specialty map for him here. He delivers, again, performances that are well above maps that he has, elsewhere with this Fluxo squad. So like having that strong suit here for this individual who we did see heat up, he gave him a lot on Inferno to think about towards a Talon. It's a good sign that he's hopping into this third map here playing confident already. He needs to continue to bring that in, and if he's able to be a difference maker like he was, I think this opens up a lot more avenues for this side of Fluxo to shut things down. But that's kind of a bigger win condition than I would say, like, surprisingly enough, Lukowski or some of the other players here on this roster, like Zevi as well, because from what we saw out of Lukowski, he was getting blasted in these last maps, and his like overextensions, they were getting punished every time. And that's how you want Lukowski to play, because that's his signature. But it felt like it cost him a lot of opening duels on the last map.
It gives Fluxo a lot of X factor, but that's what it is. It kind of is a bit of, X factor, some random chance that Fluxo brings into the mix. Well, fortunately for them to at least get a knife round start, but maybe you don't even want Galores to start off on the T side. We'll have to see. You can check in with all the round win percentages and all the good stuff. 1xBet mobile app is certainly going to help you out there. Check out some of the links and get it in. Also, you can also use here on your first deposit bonus. Once you pick up that app, you can use 1xRESLATAM for a 130% first deposit bonus. Easy stuff there if you pick up the app. Leading off into this one as well to place your predictions. This one can go either way. For darn sure. Galores have looked strong, but Fluxo, this map is a bit of a signature, even against some of the best teams in the region. We'll have to see if the pistol can maintain on that, as it's fast into Secret, but not for Hoax. He'll fall.
Yeah, nice little quick opener there. PKL cutting him off. In the meantime, Lukowski, there you go. There's some of those peaks, and there's it working out for him. VSM and Zevi already down towards this lower site, cutting them off before they can even get into the bomb site here.
But all Hap needs to do is get that bomb plant, and maybe you can consider a win for Galores. So, happily so. He'll get ran down, though, as a fast swing from Lukowski, rattling off those dual Berettas. But we will see. Gonna pass over the defuse of Zevi wisely. It'll get him the extra $200 at the end of this. But Fluxo will pick up this pistol eventually, and in clean fashion as well. Want to see something a bit more convincing out of this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Come through into this map 3. You instantly able to redeem your performance there on Inferno. It'll be lovely to see because, again, you know, Fluxo is a roster that we expect making deep runs. I think the competition has gotten a lot more fierce here in series number 3. There's no question about that, looking at the teams that have made it in to the playoffs here, but Fluxo eager to make it past the semifinals this time. Make it past the quarters for that matter. And again, trying to continue to support their position at the top of the ranking.
As we see outside, information gathered there from Zevi. This is a force buy from Galoris. They do have 2 smokes remaining. It really depends on how they decide to use it here. As they will start to be deployed and both players see each other. That secret position, I'm surprised. I would be surprised if PKL can continue to hold that steps position. CSM could be in some trouble now as well. He'll be forced away. Another rifle comes through to group up, though, and now this setup becomes more dangerous. VSM clears everything out, though. Now he can stack this A site up.
Big kill from Koala, taking care of VSM.
They're going back ramp. Off the back of that, they're going to go towards ramp again. And but
They're going back towards A.
They are going back towards A. They're just tossing everything in the mix. There's still Che on the site with seconds remaining. He does get dinked up, though. The MAC-10 will get him quickly. And the bomb plant, last second there for Ninjas, but it's good enough. Fluxo left swinging at air as I'm confused. I'm sure Fluxo were as well.
That's the thing. I think that everyone was confused in the server right there. Koala's taking numbers. He's taking names down towards that ramp side of things, and it might make it pretty straightforward to just hit that lower site with the route that Koala has just opened up. So, of course, you're going to rotate down that direction. But reality is you don't have time to follow up there, so it ends up being that Che is just left scratching his head with the opposition that he faces on that A side. He's thinking it's so straightforward to just hit that lower site. He got caught with a big surprise right there. As Koala, I mean, able to do the heavy lifting right here in this round with 2 massive kills.
You know, that round could have gotten so much weirder, though, if Che got around the corner without getting dinked by that mini split player. Could have been able to hold, but you can see a timeout calling in from Fluxo. I think certainly some worries on the communication and what's to be had on the outside of the map. Because there's very little info across the board, it felt like. And they end up making a wrong read.
That's a pretty big surprise right there. That's for sure. Koala continuing to have a high amount of impact here. Very well prepared for that proactivity. Lukowski has to toss in some utility. He knows he needs to get down secret fast. But I think they've kept him at bay long enough to where you can start to talk about these secret players getting in good positions pretty early in a round. It's always so valuable. I mean, 1:20 on the clock here. They've got players down in towards secret. They can bolster the default here, but Lukowski, of course, looking for some sort of fight here soon. Another smoke.
He's getting smokes dropped down the vents. And he's also trying to toss in grenades from various different angles. Keep Galoris guessing.
A lot of teams will prioritize smoking Squeaky over and over again in a CT round, but they'll toss in and sacrifice some of that utility on A to give Lukowski a better chance to operate here. But really valuable control right now. Hap is on the move. He might open up routes here elsewhere.
PKL about to get backstabbed. Oh, down the vents though. Rather the ladder. It's Zevi, and maybe you'd prefer to lose that scout instead. Now making their way in through secret though is Lukowski up on the secret steps. He can cut off the bomb. This is the biggest kill. This is the biggest position on the map now. As Lukowski can get back up safely. He can now stop the mini play. Lukowski can just be everywhere on this, but maybe not even need it. PKL and Che putting in the work. Lukowski finally finishes what he started, and Fluxo pick up their force buy.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really disciplined run right there. Lukowski able to toss in some very effective utility right there. And even with good positions early in the round, getting constantly met by smokes, waiting behind the gray wall right there is not going to give you anything to work with. If you're Galores, and it forces that late position into pretty much just a stack right there. They had everyone arriving onto the scene because Lukowski was even able to get involved in the upper hold as well. That sort of discipline goes a long way.
Sick round, but it could be quickly unraveled by this fast play. But PKL will dive down the vents to dodge out on the execute and really preserving their lives, unable to grapple onto an opening pick here for Galores. They're gonna have to expend a lot of their gas in this round. They need kills. Will VSM give it to them though? He's gonna drop a smoke and try to fight from this red box position. In the meantime, Zevi could be in some trouble. Not today. VSM's got coverage. Bomb on the ground. This force buy gonna be silenced as Fluxo look to extend.
It's just supreme confidence coming through on these positions, but somehow they're able to walk away the better here. Hoax does deliver a big pickup, but VSM's off angle is something you'd be hard pressed to expect. Hoax, I think he's gonna get caught in the back, even though there's a player to trade. Still not the worst of position to find yourself in, though.
Really comes down to Detroit J and his UMP. We'll see if any more damage can be done by ninjas. But on the true recovery mission here. And the UMP almost picks up the kill, believe it or not. He's getting a lot done with just the $1,200 SMG. 3 bullets remaining. And look at this, Ninja starts to close in as well. The angle from VSM annoying. Neither player can convert these though. And eventually the attention pulled apart. How is PKO isolated alone and now the bomb can be picked back up? How has this just happened? But they need to go to the lower site. Mandatory? Or is it? With 10 seconds remaining, he can go up the vents, or rather up the ladder. And Ninjas has got him beat Galores. Last second plant again for Ninjas. And now Lukowski, he'll be allowed up the vents at least. And can close in the distance. Ninjas will fall. Surely Lukowski knows where this last player is. Shoulder spotted. Molly could go up towards heaven. Detroit J. He can't do anything about it, but it air bursted above the ladder. Lukowski in a very difficult position. He's just going to go for the full-on stick. He's going to try it. Will Detroit J call the bluff? He doesn't. And so Lukowski will just steal both kills in the clutch, but it never should have gotten there.
Yeah, that's cold from Lukowski right there, but like you said, it is pure panic set in right there on ramp room. They're left shaking in their boots as they close in from multiple different locations, and it's almost like Fluxo just constantly confused as to where the opposition could be from, and I think more importantly, shots not connecting for some reason here from these players that are sharp. PKL and VSM not usually wants to be whiffing this miserably, but they just can't seem to connect on these duels. Like the UMP finding that amount of output initially to just cause that discomfort is massive, and the way that Galores push and pull attention right there it's really impressive. But some of those kills coming through were just missing on the ramp room, and again, I don't know if that's pressure right there on Fluxo or what, but a bit surprising. At least Lukowski, he's coming into this one stone cold here.
I mean, okay, we're going again. This time PKL, luckily, he's inside of the smoke. This could be a big surprise. Oh, was the shoulder just seen? I think it was. there by Zebi. You can see
Kill.
on alert,
Oh,
but
wow.
doesn't matter. Hoax is insane with it. And Ninjas also picks up onto Che. Look at this as well. Ramp control is immense as Hap just walked out for free, has a massive A-site flank. But he actually needs to get the kills to follow this one up. It might just happen. Lukowski is just none the wiser to this. As here we go for one. Zebi trapped in the corner. Too many targets, and this round's over. Galoris with a force buy right back.
That's incredible from folks. That sort of composure right there. I mean, just his positioning alone breaks down that entire defense completely. We're getting stuck in on these plays here. An absolute work of art. VSM. His rifle's not a guaranteed. It won't even be saved here. The response is quick from Galores.
I mean, I think there's a couple oversteps as well. Che was in lobby with an auto shotgun. Also, this shot from Hoax is insane, but yeah, look at that. Walks right into two players. Easy conversion there for Hap from up in heaven. Every single piece working together there for Galoris. Well, you have Hoax drawing attention, you have Hap down. Now 3 players make it into the vents. PKL will be here in time, but it's just a 5-7 versus the world. Not much to do about the plant, though. But PKL will drop. This is probably a save more than anything. Especially with that molly.
It just lies into Che, who will catch him with open arms. And so that's a gun to be saved as well, which is quite nice. Both teams handshaking on this round here as Galores move up to a third. Flexo saving a lot of firepower here, but falling victim to this very flashy T side. I like the quick movements that this roster is willing to make here. It just seems like there's not a lot of hesitation. You know, a couple of rounds they've been just sending Hoax forward and dropping on top of Mini out of the gates. Just quick movements. They've also had, you know, slower defaults that have ended up working out for them as well. They got a little Swiss Army knife of strategies to bring out here. And a lot of teams have fallen victim to this roster and this T side in particular.
We have another sneaky play. Already prepping a mini split this early into the round. They get past him. There's no one here on the A site, though. Fluxo invested resources elsewhere. Chase still, it's possible he can put in the work, but unable to support as deleted by Koala. That makes for a problem. VSM, though, up the fence. 5-7, not quite. Lukowski, though, catches a player, switching around weapons, and now he has an AK. Lukowski can make this possible. He knows where this op of Detroit J is, but he's not going to respect the molly. And Galoris will take the lead. Again, I mean, Fluxo still with a lot of X factor in their players. Still the ability to make these rounds interesting. With Lukowski, VSM, even Che had the possibility to double up. If one of these impactful rounds, one of these pivotal rounds fall in that favor, maybe, just maybe. But right now, Galore is still staying solid.
They're hanging in there strong. Lukowski taking some pop shots right there, looking for some early damage. Lukowski's, I think, has been one of the bigger pieces of X Factor in this map. This is a certain step up from him in map number 3 compared to Inferno. He's had a lot more impact here. He's had some clutches. I think playing a lot more composed, a little bit more standard, using that excellent rifle mechanics to, give Fluxo a decent footing. But look at this, man. Look at where Detroit's prepared for. Zevi in charge of holding out this outer yard, but nervous to really make an opening move here.
Oak's been seen, however. And that Molly just comes in a second too late, as well as Koala. Cleaned up at that ramp room. Oh, I love that. Fake a reload, and it almost worked, but Hap walks in on the right timing. They're not on the reload, but instead on the angle. So, ramp space gained. Time ticking away, though. Zevi's about to walk forward. And he's scoped up on Squeaky at the moment. It's going to be hard to make a move through this. Bomb sent tumbling forward. This is a save out of Galoris as Fluxo will clap back.
Let's tuck the tail, and the back and forth continues. So far, it feels like we've seen pretty one-sided maps here, but no one can split the difference right now. In this head-to-head, another tied-up scoreline here at fours. I feel like if you're Galoris, you kind of like the position that you find yourself in, but you know that there have been some small CT-sided struggles as well. It might be a little bit of a mental thing that you have to overcome, so building this foundation, getting as many rounds as you can. This T-side, it's a big priority for you here. One extra jiggle there from PKL. Detroit locked in on the money.
He was so ready to go for that pick, Cole, that he forgot to get armor. But, you know, if you're just faster with the AWP, you never need armor anyways. They'll never be able to shoot back. Oh, but Zevi outside. Looking to put his own name in the feed, but maybe on the wrong end. Completely blind in no man's land and headshotted instantly. It is 3 consecutive kills here for Galore, staring down a 2 versus 5 and an easy A-site walk-in for that bomb. Fluxo, they're probably looking to save.
Yeah, another save here rolling out. Retreat guaranteed here. But you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a little late defuse attempt here. I don't know if there's enough elimination, enough kills in the round to make this sort of move if you're VSM and Lukowski, but you do have a kit on VSM. You have a flash for Lukowski. You could try and get a sneaky defuse off. That's become a little bit more popular. But no, that's just theory. And instead, a simple retreat, not overcomplicating anything here. Galorius reclaim the lead once again. Find themselves standing. Again, so solid on this T side here. So solid with the different opening moves. And it feels like every round it has a clear game plan from the starting gate pretty much. From the beginning of the round, we see that there's just no hesitation here on the squad. Detroit, he was always going to make this early move. He was always going to go for this pick. And then the pieces come tumbling down after very quickly off the back of that opening duel.
There's a missed smoke in towards Squeaky as well, with Koala able to step forward in front of it and Che unable to reposition. And we're looking at a force buy here. And another potential just really strong T side. If this goes wrong. Halftime lead, even possible. As VSM will avoid the challenge. Drop his molly. As heat outside Hoax almost the victim of some spam back. He will very tentatively make it into secret. And there he's about to meet Lukowski. Ooh, and that's gonna hurt. Instant headshot through the wall. Out of Hoax. Spooky.
Put a scare on you. See if VSM get challenged here potentially. No, not quite. Again, this is just a pack here. Crawling their way through lobby. Ready to explode on into the action here at any given moment.
It's not really the auto shotgun that's even going to be tested here. They might go down the vents. They will. Helped out by Hoax inside a secret. Detroit J won't make it though. Lukowski though, 6 HP. Too low to hold, but VSM arrives with that FAMAS. Koala needs this entry. He's so tentative about it though. VSM allowed to survive, but not the rest of his teammates as Hat comes through with the 4K. Swings through the whole defense. And Galore is up to 6. We got to see that from Hap's POV.
My God, yeah. I mean, he catches 2 players diving down the vents, looking to chase and quickly readjust. But Hap catches him. Only 1 player doesn't make it down the vents. As the chase comes through, but this one to talk about. Hap just lining up 2 inside the vents and finishes the job all by himself. It's a win by elimination here from Galores. But look at that. Detroit got blasted by a Deagle, so...
All right.
There you go.
Oh, and there's another Deagle headshot. Not that one through the wall, however. Oh, and, well, sadness. The rush into lobby to hope to maybe get that AK. Chances awry. This is looking like the guaranteed halftime lead on the T side of Nuke once again for Galores.
This is going to be a T side that you're going to want to look at here if you're other teams in the region. This roster's proven it up against some really impressive rosters already on their T side. So they're definitely doing a lot right now. See if they can close it out strong though. PKL's the last line of defense, but it's only 1 kill extra there on the way out. And still happily traded out there by Hap.
Yeah, this has been the strong suit. Obviously, the CT side, less so. Some awkwardness in between. Clean shot there from Lukowski, but... yeah, triple hut push, and Koala handles it. So, last round of this first half, and considering that Fluxo got the pistol... certainly nice. There's another opening kill from Detroit J outside. This time, it's an op head-to-head that goes his way. Zebi has been put down on the CT end.
I couldn't get much going here in this half here. It's going to end it off in 3. 3 pickups. Meanwhile, Detroit's openers here. While he doesn't have a lot of kills, we've seen multiple opening picks from him, from his AWP. Delivering that high impact here. Che on the top ropes, but not a lot of support rolling out here on this A-side defense.
Especially as PK has to trade out mags. Now forced forward by the Molly. Will be able to deal with the low HP Koala, though. An elevated angle will work out. This time, a little uncoordinated here, as Ninjas can't win the fight versus PKL. Clean shooting out of Che. And at least a 5th round to walk away with.
Yeah, PKL able to bring enough life into that defense right there. Helps out Che, makes his job a little bit easier as he cuts off one of those prongs to approach. A lot of hesitancy in that movement. Some nice op shots there from Detroit. Towards the tail end. Just not enough to seal the deal. As we hop into that second half, this is where Galores have kind of struggled as of recent. Again, I feel like there might be some mental hurdles that they have to jump over right now to get themselves stabilized on this pistol. Get themselves more success.
The stats certainly favoring the T side rather than the CT end for Galore. Let's see if they can at least get off to a kickstart on this Second half, and they certainly can. It's a shutdown at ramp. Fluxo, body bagged. Galore, so many pistol rounds. This series, and this one, could be a huge dagger.
I walk into just the meat grinder there on ramp. Run into the setup there, Che. He's going on a choose your own adventure. There's no room to click on the wrong option.
Now he has actually snuck on past on the timing here. Detroit J has no idea about this potential, so he'll walk up on him, but no trigger discipline there. Maybe could have walked up for a knife kill, could have made it worth his time, but now with 4 barrels pointed his direction, it is gonna take quite the calamity, especially as Koala just swings him. And that makes 8 rounds for Galores. This is what they need. Their CT sides have been rough, but they're gonna get themselves a cushion.
That they will. It's a big lift off there. That's a big kickoff to their defense. Take a look at those 1x bet odds there. Galores claiming the favorites by a big margin right now. In this third map, you can go and check out those live odds. At one point, Galores facing down in those live odds, but now massive favorites here as they are in the lead. Of course, you can click one of the mini banners down below. And use code 1XRESLATAM for 130% deposit bonus. Hap, right around the smoke here.
No! He ran into the edge of those finicky doorways.
Hold on. Bomb plant.
Hold. And he has got it. All right, mission accomplished here for Che. He'll get mopped up immediately, but bomb plant successful. Looks so we'll get themselves a buy. Well, what are we looking around here for?
I don't know. Scavenger Pro there with the utility finding.
I suppose.
Anything that they can pick up there. Nothing really, though, was offered up there by Flux, so their only mission was accomplished, and that was to get the bomb down. Bukowski the sacrifice. And somehow Che makes it through all the crossfire into his goal. But Galores take 9 here. This is going to start off their gun rounds at least with a decent little booster. Extra cash injection with that bomb plant. So no missing pieces other than Sevi doesn't have an op, which I think he could have afforded either way. He elects against it here. A lot of mollies dispensed early. That's, I believe, 2 at least.
They're gonna go through this. Hold on.
Looks like it.
And the one molly that matters right now on Hoax, it's long gone. Solo defense here towards ramp for Koala. MP9, good for 1. Just needs to stay alive. He's doing it as well. Koala does exceptional work. Buying time here for Hoax. And it's a 3 for 2 overall. Great stuff for Galores, as well as he needs to scramble to pick up the bomb for Che. He'll return back to lobby, however.
Hap's in between them right now. Hap is in between the route that they would hope to go for here. Lukowski didn't register that cross. But everyone's hit the pause button. Lukowski's going to clear out this A side. He's calling it clear. But now, what do you expect? Do you expect Hap to be this far back? He's going to try and gather Che, bring him on in towards that A-bomb site. But there's that info. Very valuable, but damage done.
Oh, Hap is being extremely annoying, but Lukowski will not opt in for that fight. Instead, Ninjas is in through Mini. Slips in through the timing. And Che tossed into the 1 versus 3. He has the AK. He has the weaponry. Does he have it in him? He's now about to be swarmed in by MP9s. And the bonus round goes the way of Galores. Fluxo are staring down elimination.
Feels like the mileage that Koala got out of that position as well. Over towards the boost. like you said, he needs to find the kill, and then he stays alive for so long there. It buys enough time for Hoax to not only get an opening duel there, or like an extra duel there with his rifle, but also add a Molotov into the mix there, takes care of Zevi. And you can see just elusive as ever with that MP9. Takes so much time off the play. Creates so much panic. Hap with that MP9. He's got great movement. And Galora's got double digits here.
But there's a plant, there's a buyback. Fluxo are not done. But they've got to start it here. They got to keep putting on pressure and eventually start winning a spree of rounds. Angle taken here by Ninjas. Just puts on a threat, no real results. Now it's in through Hut though. Hap, first headshot, but not the second. And now Ninja's in a bit of trouble, but what is this from Detroit J? Drops down from the heavens for at least the kill. Ninja's still alive as well, but Koala can't convert on his fight. It's the break through the smoke, though, for the remaining two on Galoris, and everyone comes together for the A-site defense.
I mean, you could just see the quickness and the motion there from Galoris. It's an A-side execute that's pretty explosive, but there's still 5 players involved in the defense before they even get a chance to think about planting. Before they even get into positions, there's 5 players that are committed to the hold in any form or fashion, clawing their way to help out their teammates right there, to help out, make sure that Fluxo never have an easy duel to play with. I don't know. That's just instant reactions right there. That's great communication. Galora is putting on a clinic here again on Nuke, and this is exactly what we were talking about leading into this map. This is such a strong suit here. It has been for a little while now. This was Fluxo forced to pick their poison. It might have been too much to bear here. Hoax cuts off the vent drop. Good
and
luck.
Then Hap instant trade onto Zevi. Disadvantage, no utility. It's just Lukowski. This is the one win condition they've got right now. Multi-killing machine. Not in this series, though. Also, as Koala steps forward, though. Tech9's up close. Round the corner, though. He will hold the line. Bomb on the ground. And Lukowski just can't do anything in this. Galoris on the brink of just pulling off probably the biggest upset these players have done to move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, for Fluxo, this elimination means a lot to them. Getting taken down early in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, the rest of these rosters looking to catch up in the leaderboards. They had to fight their way into playoffs here. They managed to make it on through. They get Galoris. I mean, a tough draw from what we've seen as of recent, but man, oh man. Brutal. Third map here for them to play up against.
I mean, this is not the first time that Fluxo have been upset by these kind of teams. Last series, it was versus Solid in the semifinals. We went into that matchup thinking, yeah, Fluxo's got this one in the bag. They took down MIBR 2-0 prior to it. They fell to Solid. But Fluxo, again, roller coaster reform. They take it the distance versus the best teams in the region. But this Galoris team has shown that they are the real deal. For sure. You can check out the 1xBet app and follow all the history of Galoris. Because they're going to looking to accelerate further and further into this one. Detroit J fast outside with Hoax.
Movement's quick here. Spotted out. Hoax playing around this utility, playing around the smoke, but he doesn't stick around too long. Find out what's around that corner here. No one overcommitting here in Galores. Sometimes that 13th can be the hardest to find. Sometimes pressure can mount, get to you. Detroit's already in a ramp now.
Wow.
At the moment.
Walking it forward with the AWP. Round the corner, Zevi falls. Detroit J with the opener. But they're looking to continue this. They want the full lobby crunch, and it might be worth it. The bomb is still in T-spawn. Che They're walking up on him right now, and Ninjas is
What?
already on T-Roof. This is looking to end this series now for Galores. Che looking to desperately re-clear, looking desperately for a refrag, but it's still Ninjas about to be such a problem, and VSM can't even take him down. Eventually, Che will expedite the process himself up the ladder. But what's the decision to be had here?
I mean, positions have already been established as well. Koala's got all of ramp maintained. It might be, again, that player you talked about last round. It might be Lukowski. That needs to do some heavy lifting here. 20 seconds left. Not a lot of time to get the movements in, and they just got to go A. That's their only option right now. Lukowski, he doesn't have all the time in the world to buy this flank, and he doesn't have any teammates anymore.
And it's done. It is done. Fluxo have been eliminated at the hands of Galores in a dominant fashion. First it's Bestia, then it's Sharks, then it's Fluxo. Who will they take next?
On their warpath here, they continue. More excitement brought to you by this roster. A big victory to start off their playoff campaign. They close it out with some confidence as well. Those last two maps were what we were talking about. We were saying this is our real strong suits for this team. And when you get those to lean on for the last two, these deciders, it felt like they knew they were going to come into these last two maps and close out with confidence.
And the difference here is the strength in that CT side. This time around, they are really able to work the map control to perfection, find a ton of these isolated kills, and then Koala also delivering a lot towards ramp, helping out as our first semifinal team is an unlikely one in Galores, who are on one hell of a run in this tournament.
Yeah, when you look at, again, the matchups that they could be facing here in the future, MIBR's been a team that's proven to be vulnerable. It would be an interesting bit of, like, competition there between Case. So if you're talking about Galores and the path that they've already been on here, to make it not only into the quarterfinals, but also to just straight up make it into playoffs, you know, if this run continues here, we could just see another one of those, you know, really impressive Cinderella stories of a massive upset roster making these massive runs in playoffs.
Yeah, but of course, on the flip side there for Fluxo, it is a testament to the form that they've been in so far right now. You know, day to day, up and down, left and right. Where we want to see this team stay consistent, and that's what this circuit rewards, is consistency. They're going to start falling behind, and it's going to start to show in those standings. But up next, Cole, it's MIBR versus Case. Galores are going to wait their opponent.
Yeah, and that's going to be a pretty exciting matchup here. I definitely think there's some good opportunities for Case to work here, as we've seen. I would say a little bit, you know, different story of inconsistency. I think MIBR still have, you know, a lot of consistency to back them up, but
yeah,
you know, they have proven to be vulnerable here in playoffs, as we've seen before. So there's no guarantee that MIBR are going to be locking in this matchup. It'll be interesting to see what form we get today out of them.
Yeah, but it is very nice for MIBR. They are currently on an 11-match win streak right now. It is unthinkable results they're putting up right here, but hey, they've struggled in playoffs before. It wouldn't be the first time. Let's see if Case can give them a run for their money. We're going to take a little bit of a short break and be back on the hour. MIBR versus Case.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
And so one upset already completed here today, Cole. Can we get another one? As MIBR are going to be taking on Case here in our second quarter final of the day. What's good?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, like you said, big upsets rolling out here. MIBR going to be a little bit tougher of a team to upset, though. I'm going to be honest with you. We've seen some mishaps. We've seen some awkward moments from Fluxo in the past. That flares up again. MIBR, it's been a different case here. Leading into this year, they've been obviously putting a lot of work in, playing out over the grand scheme of last year a lot in Europe and bringing in a very high floor. I think this is a tough roster to upset, but in Series 2, you know, they started off with a loss in the quarterfinals, so maybe Case is looking to replicate some of that magic. The issue is Case isn't quite Fluxo's caliber on their best of days.
Yeah, that is the one thing. We can kind of dive into this matchup. I do want to talk about the run of form that MIBR have been on, though, Cole, since the previous LATAM series. They lost to Fluxo and Cole. In the month between that, they have lost a single best of one to Fluxo. That is all they have lost. They are like 20-1 in terms of their series results right now, Cole. How are you expected to upset this team?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the big wake-up call here that I think cost them a lot. They lost that quarterfinals, and they lost it pretty dominantly as well. I think was the big kicker to Fluxo. From that point forward, it seems like they've hit the drawing board here. It's what MIBR does best. I think when they're on a small downturn, this roster knows how to course correct so quickly, and that's what they've been doing over these last couple of months. They've been absolutely bossing in the officials here, you know, breaking down a lot of impressive teams. I mean, including in the mix a 2-0 versus Imperial in a best of 3. They've been taking on hungry teams like Pain as well. And so that one best of 1 loss here, you know, you can easily swipe that aside and say, you know, no worries, because the success has just been consistent.
So obviously with that kind of result spread, we're expecting, you know, this is going to be a 2-0, right? Versus Case. But what about this team can change that? We've got players like Snow. If Urbano has a solid day, maybe there's a chance that Case can really, you know, change the narrative here.
Yeah, there's a little opportunity here or there. I think that, you know, if you do have these strong, high caliber players, you know, showing up and ready to, you know, play today, that you could certainly turn things around. But you do look at this roster, their pathway to the playoffs, it was definitely difficult. I'll say Dully Amigos, a roster that you can kind of be excited about. They have a lot of promising names, but they had to beat them and Fury Academy. And that was Fury Academy, who obviously, again, are still looking for, you know, all of their pieces, have been looking for some victories here. They were able to shut them down. But I feel like you really need to hit all your strides. You need to also come through, I think, ready to counter strat and you know, with all of these MIBR officials, you've got to come through with that game plan that's going to shut down MIBR's moves here and get off to that speed at the beginning of the series.
Yeah, I mean, there's without a shadow of a doubt going into this, I'd be lying to say if MIBR were just not a caliber above where Case are in this scene. I mean, MIBR, I think with like they've run so many different other tournaments in the space. They might be in contention for being the best team currently in South America. Obviously, a convincing 2-0 over Imperial could even secure that title. You know, this team has always been working to win back the Brazilian fan base after not being able to make the major and having so many different hiccups here. Well, they're on the road to doing that right here as well. Just they have such a supportive, fanatical fan base. They got to deliver for them.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's a pretty important for the squad to deliver. They've got a lot of exciting names. I think that when you talk about rosters that I thought were going to do damage at a major, let alone the RMR, I was considering MIBR one of those favorites to make it out. They didn't end up making it to that major. I think that was also one of those, moments where this team had to do a lot of soul searching. That was partially why they were able to play that second series, is because they were one of the few teams that we expected to be at the major that didn't make it. So that allowed them to still stick around in South America, still play out some of these online series. And now, again, it feels like after that quarterfinals loss, they have been able to get back onto the grindstone and back into successful territory here in a fashion that I think was desperately needed. Otherwise, there could have been potential for some swaps and some changes here for a team that I think has so much potential. And it would have been a shame because this roster, I feel like also has grown together quite a bit over these last 8 months that they've been together.
Yeah, I mean, everything kind of working out together with some of the younger talent in the region. MIB are growing and developing. Let's take it to the veto here to see if Case can try and upset this incredibly on fire team, as we're gonna see just the permas head out for both of these squads. And when you're forced to pick Mirage into MIBR, well, that's a scary sight.
Yeah. I mean, again, another big reason this roster has been feeling the uptick in performances. I think Insani's back to hitting some of those really exciting peaks here. He's been, playing a lot better as of recent here. And, MIBR's game plan, it doesn't rely really on one rifler. They have a lot of different tools at their disposal, but Insani was one of the most exciting players of last year, where I think a lot of attention was turned his way with MIBR success. Now you have players like Drop that are joining the mix, becoming more consistent, I should say, and being a bigger influence. And I think that's why this map is so difficult for any team to challenge MIBR on, is because just the rifle prowess that you have alone, let alone safe with the op, it just really provides some value to the squad.
I think that one of the biggest things, though, that has helped out in the uptick of form is there's a point in time where Drop was actually the highest rated player for this MIBR team. It has been the fact that Insani is now back in the driver's seat. Last 3 months, 1.2 rating. Last month, approaching 1.3 for this guy. So really just playing nuclear Counter-Strike here in the South American space. Drop kind of falling back more to that supportive roles, and Insani stepping up where needed. This is the MIBR that you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, no question. You could tell at the beginning of the year, Drop was getting a lot more resources. He was kind of becoming the player that MIBR leaned on for opening duels. On certain maps, you could see it a lot more too as well. I think Ancient was one of them where he just really took control. And, that did kind of come at a sacrifice. I don't think Insani's a player that needs a lot of resources. Sometimes can be on his own on the T side, but that uptick, I think, is going to put MIBR into that column where next international events that this roster it gets a chance to go to, they'll be back into that form where they can actually test some of these other rosters.
Yeah, certainly so. And for Case, they're going to have a really good day at the office. They're going to have to hope that MIBR, they're on the off day, especially going into a map like Mirage, where you're going to see just a lot of opening gunfights. And we know these aggressive elements, so the Brennizons, the Insani, Drop has even shown up as of late. These aggressive elements for MIBR are going to be so difficult to deal with on a good day, even if you outstrat them, even if you outcall them. There's just so many star players on this team. This team feels stacked to the brim as well, and that's why you can field a 20-1 series record in the last month.
Yeah, I mean, that right there is just confidence to build upon here. Heading into playoffs is going to be massive because this playoff bracket is very stacked here. Your opportunity to kind of lock that position in is pretty straightforward. Again, your path now is this Case roster who had to fight hard to get into playoffs, but was able to make that happen. And then, of course, Galores, who just pulled off a big upset. So I think they're eager to continue this result, continue this win streak here, and take it the extra mile to, again, more international competition. If this roster is able to claim a victory here in this series, that'd be a big deal for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if it can stay clean as well for MIBR. Not a lot of their series have been, 100% perfect, pristine either. They've had to slog it through. In fact, even on this map of Mirage, they've taken a loss to Red Cans. Team's very solid individually speaking. If you're on a bad day, maybe Case can steal a map here. I think a lot of people just walk into this and say this is going to be a blowout match, but we don't know the individual form that both these teams are on. And honestly, that has to wait for the game to really decide that.
Yeah, and if I'm looking at like just the kind of maps overall, I feel like it has to happen on, it has to happen on Mirage. It has to start here. This is Case, their most played map. They are obviously a team that's on the grind here, constantly playing officials. They're a roster that's put in a lot of work in the South American scene, so that's all to their benefit here. That's all going to allow for that development to come through. And it needs to start on this map because MIBR have been more vulnerable than their own map pick of Vertigo, and then Ancient, which to be honest they've just been nearly flawless on. Their only slip up was probably at the most important event of the year at the RMR versus Boss, but shaking that loss off, they've just haven't looked back this year for the most part on that map. So you do have this opening opportunity here on Mirage to try and shake things up. If you don't really complete that there, my worries do start to kind of mount as to whether or not Case can make this happen.
We'll see if they can. And it'll take a pretty bad day at the office from MIVR and a good one at a Case for sure. Let's see if they can at least outcall them, outstrap them here for MIBR. If you want to take part in some of the predictions, you can pick up the 1xBet app as we're starting off this series. Get in on all the live odds and the action. Taking this one away. Ooh, we got an instant boost up. Flubbed. We're going to try this again. Drop will make it this time around. Ooh, and trying to fake a little falling action. That will lure them forward. Right into some dual Berettas. Right into Brenna's in. Some backs turn, though, and a good headshot first. And this crossfire opens up. And MIBR just so how dangerous these individuals already are.
Yeah, Brennan having to deal with the jumping Glocks. That's always nightmares for any player with a pistol, with a USB in particular, is those jumping Glocks around the corner right there. But look how sharp his aim is. He just takes them down before the execute ever lifts off. Avoiding those flashes as well. Case, they get shut down on the inbound here. Look at this. As they jump out of apartments there. They don't even get to land on the B-bomb site.
That's a great characterization, great way to point that out. It's just that's what it's going to be a lot playing against MIBRs. They just will not give you even a chance to fire back. They haven't for many of these teams. Drop. Has his shoulder been seen? Well, now he definitely has been. It's only painted into this corner. Just allowed to leave for now. Drop. He's actually going to calm his nerves just a tad bit. Okay, now he's about to have like 4 Glocks swinging him. We'll see how he handles this.
We're hunting Meeks.
This is comical. Almost out of ammo here, but the MP9 known for basically the 1 second reload. It's like, come on. Oh, he's going to pass over the MP9. Yeah, the money-making machine here. Let me at him, he says.
Yeah, that right there is how you cut those ecos right there. Make sure that the MP9 is doing the heavy lifting. Yeps. Ooh, had an opportunity on to exit. This could be interesting. I think exit's toast here. Maybe not that. That's not the best word. He could be shot a couple times with the Glock. Yeah. Yeah, he kept his distance nicely right there. Not a lot that you can do. Yep. Maybe a P250. But with that default pistol, you're not getting much damage done. So no casualties. That's quite nice. And money farmed up for multiple players. Especially having safe with the MP9.
Shout out our replay ops team. Getting what really matters. The money-making machine passed over.
ATM.
You know those like those dollar bill guns? They should make one shaped like an MP9 because that's what it is at the end of the day.
I think you might have just cooked a new CS skin.
Isn't there already? I thought. I mean, like maybe the MP9 Franklin to show up soon. That'd be sick. As we have Urbano on entry duty, hasn't seen the barrel just yet, but does see Brennison, and a little awkward there as Urbano got far too much space, and now Safe actually gets traded out over on that B site, but still some hesitation here for MIBR to start this retake.
I don't know how much they would like to go for this retake here. I guess there's a small window where there's only 2 players on the site proper. That's your big avenue.
And they can also hear the apartments rotate, so they still know that there are 2 players in. And they're already walking up Cat, by the way. No one's watching this. Yeps, he might swing in for a jiggle peek, but Insani already clearing out. Insani needs this extra kill, though. Yeps trying to hold on for his team. He does. Excellent 2 kills here for Yeps. Exit going to try and get himself onto that bomb, but Yeps has got all 3. Huge round out of him to get Case on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and also to back that one up, to start it off, Urbano with the space creation. Look at how far he gets on in towards that A site. It feels like you're going up against a full execute when you got a player that's that deep in your face right there, that deep into the bomb site, taking down jungle when there's multiple defenders. And that felt like, I mean, again, a setup that MIBR weren't really prepared for. That's a cool little strategy put out. Even the little flash pings that came through to support Urbano in his solo endeavor. And Yeps makes sure to make good on his effort right there. We got a hero wop and a 5-man stack in case they're going to completely avoid this, because again, it's another off-spawn call towards this B side.
Or will they? RCF does have the AWP, but are we going to juggle around utility? RCF doesn't feel all that privy to it. What? Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm not against just re-clearing middle. Simple as that. They do just have to be diligent to make sure that op can't find impact.
Yeah, an up catwalk here. Still a good route, considering there's nobody on B to defend.
Yeah, and they'll just commit. There was a safe AWP. It could have gotten weird. But we're all talking hypotheticals. Case are going to get their 2 in a row. Trying to plant their feet on this, but RCF will lose his AWP. Safe will keep his op in play.
Probably didn't expect that. Turning that corner right there, walking into a hero op. That's all that you knew about this round. You probably know that with a full stack like that, it's probably going to be not a lot alongside it. They go for the 50-50 gamble. Now they go for a bit of a like containment game here. That bomb does quite a bit of damage. It's planted for Cat as well, so if you got pistols without armor, it might be worth it to turn that corner. Give it a go. And they also got an AK, or rather Galil for Insani.
Okay.
He found that on the way out. It might be all really min-max in that round right there. No casualties. They find one exit. They find a weapon as well. You're a well-oiled machine right now.
It's the fact that they just have enough space to do that. To think about the small things and the little details as a team. And this right here, safe. Already posted up. Oh, but he misses. Oh no. Urbano gets that entry kill. And now Drop in some trouble. Drops his smoke. Will be able to escape for the moment. In fact, he still wants to battle around it. He's gonna jump up towards Van. Well, hopefully Brennison takes some positioning away from him as a flashbang comes through. Brennison eventually will get cleaned up, though. 2 versus 3, but the bomb is down in the apartments right now. Insani with a chance to get himself in, and he does. Into the site now. Yep's oh so darn low. 25 HP and a great readjustment from Exit. And this 2 versus 3 looking to be salvaged. The IGL Riccioli looking to put together a clutch, but he hasn't made his drop. Sound just yet. He's going to try and fake it. Swing around the site. They bite down on it, but he doesn't readjust in time. Interesting attempt there, but MIBR stabilize.
Yeah, cool idea right there. Giving it his best go. Riccioli using a bit of mind games. So Riccioli does best, but quick adjustments up against 2 very strong individuals there. It's a really cool Molotov. I think that also buys a lot of time in towards apartments. Makes it so that the bomb can't easily transition into the site. There was a small window of opportunity right there with Snow holding off the market side to where if there wasn't that Molotov, the bomb could have transitioned on in, but instead they're forced to wait behind it. It buys more time, buys enough time for that flash setup to roll in. So MIBR recover a bit of a difficult one.
And it puts Case into an awkward situation themselves. Already down to P250 for Yeps, despite him getting all the triple kills and round-winning plays. Now Riccioli down to an AK, just a flashbang, hardly any utility. Scrapping together what they can here for Case. Trying to keep up the momentum. And they do. Great op shot from RCF to get him in. Opening advantage here for Case. And Urbano quick up Cat as well. Trying to join the split. In from A main. Urbano searching, and he gets it. Quick 3 versus 5 here for the T side. But that could change. Drop. Down beneath. Snow also makes his move, though. And, well, he gives up the game versus Exit. Will hit the headshot, though. And lock in the round for Case.
The back of that timeout as well. Safe just forced to mosey his way on out. Making it a little bit into direction. Snow.
Oof.
Quick pickup there, but that's kind of the alarm bells also shown. Not a retake, just an exit. Safe's going to give himself another opportunity with this hero up a little bit later down the line.
Well, that's the kind of flair we like to see out of Case, especially at a RCF out early mid. Still holding on to their confidence. They are playing against a Titan in the region, but still willing to go for those kind of plays. This will demand some respect.
Again, it looks like a team that comes through with a lot of early conviction in the calls, willing to commit to the game plan. And if they do it here, again, it's MIBR kind of rolling back a stack that they did earlier. Another A-side stack, this time off spawn execution. No defaulting presence elsewhere on the map.
And so this is where the op of safe could do work. As a flashbang through, Exit tries to get established. And Brennison will be able to answer back with the Desert Eagle. He's looking for that rifle inside the smoke as well. HG's. Oh my goodness, how is Brennison alive? He gets a rifle, but eventually will get found in through the smoke. Insani, does he have a Desert Eagle highlighted in him? He's stuck in towards Sandwich. Nowhere to run, only to fight, to find headshots. It's so close, but not today. Case will survive.
Walk into the stack, they walk out the better end right there. Case overcoming the odds on that A site. And Sonny putting a little bit of fear into the hearts, but that's a force by punish. That's a full eco rolling out here for MIBR. Case have a golden opportunity. Stamp their ticket on a good T side. Look at those 1x bet odds. Case actually, you know, not as struggling as you might think here. Heading into this head-to-head.
How?
Go and check out those live odds. Of course, though. Scrolling down there, clicking one of the many links in Twitch chat.
Insani. Oh, he'll be seen. Regrettable. But just not meant to be. So Case will actually extend for the lead here. And I won't talk about it like X Factor or anything like that. They've just been playing around solid, going for favorable opening kills. Like, this is the kind of Counter-Strike you want to see. Solid individuals backed up, but good plays. MIBR looking for an answer.
Shua can stabilize here, safe. Looking to get it activated. Going for an underpass swing? Just covering underpass. Meanwhile, it's Insani blasted out of the server. It's another entry from Urbano. This guy lifting off. Rocket fuel for him so far in this map so far. Another entry frag here. Snow gives him even more ground here on this A side, taking full space. Finally shut down, but it feels like enough might be done.
Yeah, there's too far out of position at the moment. Now, the one thing is that Rizzoli is still over towards the B site currently. But I don't see a world where MIBR even go for this. They're going to all pile into the underpass. Rizzoli will walk into the B site for free, but the A site is also open. All you need to do here for Case is not second guess yourself. Things are a little too quiet on the map, but they're quiet for a reason. As Rizzoli just swept out every single part of this map. Case are taking their sweet time about this bomb plant, but they'll get it eventually. And so 6 rounds. Talk about Urbano, man. Huge entry kills out middle. He is just... Again, Case are winning these head-to-heads versus MIBR. They're getting the duels that they want. This game has gotten interesting. Maybe a lot of people would tune into this and just think to themselves, another 2-0 snooze fest. But we have a game.
We certainly do. They've proven up against, you know, good Mirage teams in the past as well. Did that in the group stage. You might laugh when I say Fury Academy, but I think Fury Academy have done enough damage to some of the, like, better competition on this map in the past to really show that, you know, they're a roster you should probably look out for every once in a while when it comes to Mirage. But MIBR right now struggling to find answers here. Urbano delivering so much success in the entries, the opening duels here. He's looking for more. He said this game had to be a full team effort. Urbano and Snow have been able to bring some of that firepower. Yeps has been a fantastic closer in rounds prior. So this is some of those small boxes being checked.
now a more centered in setup. And the question is whether Insani, yeah, he definitely hears all this commotion in A main. About to be dropping in. Great molly timing, though. And it's gonna have these smokes wait out even further. HE ready to be deployed next. Drop in, though, for Riccioli. Insani making himself difficult to clear, combines with exit. And it's a perfect setup. Perfectly executed, but RCF, not today. It's a triple kill out of Insani. And easy readjustment for Safe. This round's a lockup. Except for Yeps.
Jeez. Little parting gift for you to think about there, Safe. As Yeps would like to hold on to his AK. It's been a good closer, but this round's a little bit too much to close out for anybody, so. Simple save rolling out here. And a 4th round for MIBR to find a little bit of stability. That setup so strong. Insani. Again, the player we talked about with the uptick in performance here in these record this month here. Turning that quarterfinals loss to Fluxo into that massive spree of run from MIBR. It's a good turnaround. He's been a large part of that. Urpano's going to give it again. Actually, it's RCF with the resources here.
Making a lot of noise on the fallback, though, as they anticipate the swing. The biggest thing for Case is they've had good opening calls. Question is, how can they readjust as this setup a bit unorthodox from Insani. He's gonna get pop flashed in, and oh, he's got the double, even has help from his teammates. Riccioli does at least answer back, but too much damage done at the start of this one. 2 for 1 for Insani.
Yeah, again, giving some love there with the flash, the setup, and the execution does follow. No surprise, but there's still some deadly players in the server here. Snow. He's soon looking to activate. And this round would be the perfect time to call upon it. Urbano, he's put to rest here. You don't have that sort of entry prowess from him right now. But now it's time for Snow to show what he can make happen here for his squad. Feels like the only option now is up connector into this duo.
Yeah, drop. Is he going to swing? He's probably going to peek off the contact here from Brennison. Swing forward. Oh my goodness, it's Brennison all the way. The fact he gets a double kill there is insane, considering the easy trade should have been on offer. Don't doubt Breno. Easy reswing as well from drop. Starts off like this, though, and MIBR getting good at the mix-ups.
Trade back from Riccioli. That's how they actually made sure that Insani couldn't escape right there. Was a little jiggle burst right there, or jiggle one tap that he went for. So even, still it was more likely that Insani could have got out of there, but either way into this one. Triple nade in towards window, avoided by the boost instead, but mid control still firmly taken.
And Safe not willing to get caught on that angle again. If you remember, Urbano swung him in one of these earlier rounds. He missed. This time around, not going to really be the case, as multiple players try to walk through these smokes. Not happening today. MIBR, right place, right time for all their players, and they hit all the shots to back it up. Urbano, one of the only elements to try and shut this one down, but it's a 2 versus 4. It's really MIBR who will have to give him the duels. And they just might. Brennison's going to start clearing out, and there's another headshot for Urbano. Things start to go south as MIBR Safe misses another. But exit does clean up. 1 versus 2 here for Yeps. Scoops up the bomb, but quickly getting flanked. He deals with it. Prepared for drop. 1 versus 1 here for the closer.
It's a race towards that B site here, and it's going to be won by exit at the very least. That's good news. Yeps, you shouldn't expect it to be this far forward.
Yeah, I think Exit's already got this one locked in the bag. The good read will stop the clutch in its tracks, as MIBR will find 3 in a row to clean up the half. Case, they showed some light, but It's going to be tough to keep up the consistency versus a team like MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, you got to continue to show it throughout the whole period of the game, and you had a lot of, entry prowess here. Bono delivering so much for his squad in terms of the opening duels. But MIBR, not a team that's willing to stay down for too long. That's been proven so much in the past. You have this time here between. I want to give a quick shout out to 1xBet. If you want to get in on a first deposit bonus, you can scan that code. It'll be popping up throughout this half here. Use code 1XRESLATAM, and you get up to 130% deposit bonus on your first deposit. And you can get in on some of those live odds at the top of your screen there that are favoring MIBR still. But Case looking to change that fact here with a defense. Looking to lock things down here on a pistol that remains pretty slow.
And really here for Case, the fact they've kept it close are helping them out in those odds, but can they get a pistol for an extra foothold on Mirage? See how this opening game plan goes. Urbano, is he in a good or bad position? What? Oh my goodness. Oh, Brennison just hops around the corner and uses that momentum to slam down. Good shot from RCF, quickly traded by the Glocks though. What are you supposed to do about that, Cole?
No known counters to that play right there. It's Yep's all. No counters to this. Fully flashed. No exit for him. And now 2 players spotted in towards CT. They do reposition accordingly. And even for Safe to find an extra kill, that really just seals it on in.
Yeah, that's called robbery. And drop instant headshot onto Snow. We've Brennison. My God, that's not how you entry. You're supposed to be the bait. You're midair.
Yeah, he's I mean, he took notes. He was that guy plucking them out of the sky in that first map. He said, "Oh, that's a pretty useful tool." It was hard to aim at them
First
when they were
bullet, by
jumping
the way.
around the corner. But yeah, first bullet out of his gun right there will blast the defense. There's nothing you could say about that hold right there. Just a shock to Case here, and a good pistol to convert if you're MIBR. Closing out both of those.
Yeah, just procedural mid control. 5 players on catwalk though. Could make this interesting, especially with no molly for this cat position. This could come as a big surprise. You know how finicky this headshot angle is to deal with. They will get up safely. Smart smoke from drop, though, to cover their entry. And they will get a free A site.
Will be taken quite nicely. We also see again more P250 spot out here by Case, which I can appreciate.
Respect.
We don't see the Zeus's out as much, but
Finally, Sanity.
that's oh wait, that's a P2000. Never mind. I was gonna say that's the usefulness of a P250, but it's just recently blast and exit out of the server.
And no, Safe with the dualies is gonna steal that Galil right back. Yeah,
And
finally
they didn't lose any
some
guns.
sanity in society as finally we're buying P250s instead of Zeus's.
But they recharge.
I hate to break it to you, Cole. I'm still waiting for the Zeus double kill in a round. I'm still waiting for it, guys.
It's gonna be a monumental day.
Well, I'll try it in matchmaking later on tonight. Urbano, inside of underpass, catches a good off angle. Onto Brennison. It's what you want to see in this first gun round. But you're right. Snow, though, almost a double kill. It's Yeps to add to that tally. Safe will cut one rotator off. Ooh, maybe even another. Saw a shoulder. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Almost handed that one just right over.
Urbano fumbled the movement.
Back to TV.
Safe.
No.
Oh, it's a nasty angle.
Oh,
And
even
it
using the
trumps other one.
lantern. Even using that lantern there as coverage. RCF being annoying. First gun around there for Case.
Well handled right there, Snow. Keeping them stuck in apartments, that's so valuable. Especially considering the position in which if you just have Safe cutting off rotates like that, if he was able to land those shots to cut off market and you were in sight, that's a post plant that you can be pretty excited about. But Snow, again, you just never let them plant their feet on that B side. It has a lot of value to it here.
Mid setup in play. And it's going to be Urbano first at bat here. Flashbang's awkward between the two, but dropping in Sonny. How did this just happen? At the swipe of a finger here. For MIBR, the whole mid defense crumbles. 4 players drop instantly. What is this?
My God. The flashes that they just threw completely broke that defense apart. That setup. 2 flashes right there from exit. They caught him perfectly.
Wow.
As the headshots to back it up right there. MIBR. The protocols in that round are going to be clinical. I don't know if we'll get the run back there, but you can see, look at this initial player blinded up. Urbano out no man's land. It also catches all these flash assists offered up by exit, who covers, you know, both bases of that forward angle and the middle of mid, and then connector as well.
How did Urbano get fully blinded? It's the flashbang that was tossed in from exit. He tried to bank flash in towards connector. Urbano ate the flash.
Yes. It's absolutely sick. He caught some brutal utility here. Like this timing drop. Steps out. Ooh, but it's 1 out. Urbano. He brings those first kills to the second half again.
But Insani's and these players pinned in. He's going to walk through the smoke as well. Urbano out in the open. Fortunate to be alive. It's also playing in towards this palisade. Are you going to expect the third player underneath? Urbano down to 5, though. He'll burn. But then there's Snow opening up. Brennan's in next, and it's just the full A-side stack. Safe. He's going to run back in towards A main. That's so much information. How are they going to use it?
Yeah, I mean, even if Safe wants to be involved, it's going to be challenging. That's a big pickup, though. Exit. He cuts off a rotate here. But the B site isn't claimed. Instead, it's reinforced now by Yeps. So time to rotate on in. Time for Safe to join the fray. Smoke for his teammate to get safely up cat.
Top connector. And also sows a lot of doubt to where it could be with 15 seconds. Though it is the B site. Was Yep's barrel just seen? That is a question. Has yet to be answered. Doesn't seem like it. He'll swing out wide though.
Wow.
Instead of waiting for the plant. And that lets them get in 2 versus 2. And look at this, already deep control established with the perfect pop flash. Oh my goodness, it cannot get better here for MIBR. Snow, 7 HP. He's good. Is he this good, though? He makes his way out market window, sneaks up onto Safe.
What?
Two backs turn though,
No
and he's
way!
got it. He just split up the clutch for his team, saves them.
Snow so smart, man. Trigger discipline right there. How do you hold your nerve? How do you assume that no one's ever going to turn around? No one's ever going to cover? But that's the only way he wins it. The only way he wins it is by finding both of those duels, chopping them up. Snow delivers monumental impact here in what felt like an impossible clutch with 7 HP. He just landed that timing so perfectly as well. Market was being covered. It was being jiggled. They didn't think that was a possibility.
I mean, Case given a bit of a gift there. The prodigy. I mean, he's just, it's so smart. But also, that round got into a situation it never should have gotten into. That actually should have been an MIBR round if it wasn't for Snow's genius. What's the readjustment? 4 players towards mid this time around. But no one from MIBR is home. Instead, it's safe holding with an op. Just waiting for the reaggression. And even still, though, even in this 4-on-5, in the mid round, at the minute mark, it's 4 players still in middle for Case. They're positioned properly. Flashbang for exit. Run boost out. And he sees 2. Certainly you don't challenge now. The rest of MIBR will walk out on the B site for free. And Snow will burn. However, RCF does get into this.
Pass a util. There's a flank formulating as well. Yep's a trialing time making it up cat. Now the flank's being held. Safe's got coverage.
Holding on to this line. Not going to miss. Down a player. Time to save. As Snow's genius will go in vain. 10 rounds to MIBR either way.
Ooh, RCF's gotta be careful. He's choosing the best possible movement out of this. He make sure not to expose himself to catwalk right there. Like you said, it's an incredible clutch that is quickly nullified. Just by this little gap here. Safes, opping, catching some of the proactivity in Snow. You can imagine a chance for that retake happening if there wasn't that dang molly in the way. For now, it's MP9. It's all an investment instead. Case. They gotta make it happen with Snow's rifle. That's been entrusted into his hands here. And RCF's AWP.
And then all posted towards middle. Three players on that A side. Of course, RCS still has to always be worried about underpass. We'll call in Snow to cover that position. In the meantime, Rizzioli gonna be forced off the angle. MIBR just poking and prodding. See what these reactions will be. In the meantime, Snow swinging towards underpass. Does get vision. And now flashed off the angle for RCF. Both ops rattle off, no kills.
Oh. RCF. Being bombarded by utility here, catching multiple flashes and HEs for his location.
Sending A, but Snow could stop it. Oh, struggling to get that one down range. He will pick up safe, at least. Still 2 players remaining on the defense, but they both fall instantly. Snow tries to make it happen. Bomb down on the ground, though. Will he be able to escape? Exit. B-hopping over into the site, but RCF won't let drop escape. 1 versus 2 here for the IGL, but RCF will pluck him from the sky. No clutch attempt here.
RCF, massive impact in the late game. Has to show up. Expects exit right there with a tough fight at hand. But that boost gives him enough room to work with as the site's being claimed. And then look at Snow, he redeems himself. He missed a big spray on middle. He missed a chance for the multi. But dives through a smoke to make a game-saving play. And that he does. Again, I mean, multiple chances, multiple opportunities given to you by Snow. His heroics being brought out in a couple of occasions here. They gotta mean something to Case in this map.
But also that little boost up to make sure drop can't cut off those rotates. Absolutely massive as well. Case playing some good on-the-fly Counter-Strike. And in the meantime, MIBR calling a timeout they wanted to think about. The half buy instead drop will be armed with an AK, and I think I saw a single smoke dropped over to a teammate. Oh, it's one of my favorites. It's an old classic. Looks like we're going to be blasting a ramp in just a moment once this molly fades. This round is about to get explosive. RCF needs to be ready. Glock jumps forward, and Sonny picked early. The rest don't quite want to go just yet, and, well, that AK will be juggled over to exit instead.
RCF finding himself in the right place at the right time with this op now. And back-to-back rounds. There's your kind of tier rifle with the armor taken down, so now it's up to exit without armor. Oh, but that'll help. Get a peek like that.
He actually does have full Kevlar on him.
Oh, you're right.
He was ready to receive that AK. Being dangerous. Glock swings forward. Wow, what a flick from RCF. He's not missing right now. 3 kills on the round. Top stairs. That's the last bullet in the op, unfortunately for him.
Able to avoid it here. But you do want to do more than just, you know, single bit of damage, single kill. So continue to tussle with RCF. Continue to test him. But Snow. Weird.
What?
Lost the duel.
No way. There's exit cleared that. All right, so now he has a 1 versus 1 between himself and Yeps. He'll drop a smoke. Oh, but off angle from Yeps is too good. And so safe. Oh,
He's gotta die.
He has to die. Either that or
Oh, that's good.
he'll pick up an AK at least.
Yeah, I guess could still even get a op tossed over maybe by exit. Maybe not. Either way. That's the best possible outcome for him right there. Just to find some sort of weaponry. Add to the tally, but look at RCF, man. Look at his hopping. You love to see this late sort of step up here. I mean, feels like a player that on this Case roster we don't talk about, but at one point this guy definitely, especially when he played in NA, was you know, the win condition for his squad. So you know he has that capability here. And he's showing it right now late into the game.
Oh boy. Exit though. This is fast. Already in. He knows he swapped places with the player. Urbano will get picked off quickly there. But look at this position here from exit. Yep's fortunate to be alive, but the rest of his team will fall. Fast A play here. MIBR, turn up the gas.
Oh my god. Over within a second right there. MIBR come through infuriated, ready for revenge. And they get it. Out towards the middle. The pace coming through from exit. And Sani finding multiples as well. Yeps is low. You keep on going this direction. Exit's waiting for you. He hits the brakes though. Ooh. Safe to save there. All good. So a rifle held onto, but look at this territory that they find themselves in. It's double eco for Urbano.
They're gonna force.
They're going for it.
And this is the map on the line here. Nightmare situation might be on the cards. And yeah, this is totally worth a timeout right now. They have got to find a perfect formula to win this.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This needs to be another massive pickup. They've been very solid on these kind of half-buy bonusy rounds. But they need another one. They need to draw upon it. So we'll see what Case have in store to try and let MIBR get into that, dream scenario of map point up against, a very similar buy to this right now.
And I love it. Just feign the mid control. If you're expecting more of a passive setup, and you can see how much panic RCF is in. He doesn't know who's walking down, who's not. The apartment's completely clear. A-side execute imminent, and no one in position.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know if they're going to be able to get back into position in time. I guess RCF could offer up enough resistance. That's the big win condition here.
All right, where's the flash? Not quite deep enough. Oh, but that drop. No respect as he moves in through Palace. Rizzioli wanted to get his hands on the scout, but forced away from it. Even safe dealing with flanks, one op shot at a time. There's 2 for him. Round the smoke, Rizzioli will get the kill, but they've got to hold on to whatever they've got, which is hardly anything.
Yeah, I mean, never want to be in the spot where you're saving a FAMAS and MP9, but better than nothing. Better than bringing nothing into these future rounds. So, save confirmed, and again, MIB are going to find themselves in that fantastic spot. A nice attempt. It was a good idea from Case. But it required things to go perfect right there. It required RCF to land the headshot to clothesline them on the A execute, and can't always rely on that to come through. Not enough time being brought out. MIBR get themselves 2 chances to close this out in regulation. It was a hard-fought Mirage. Case definitely showing something to be excited about here. But they could just run into that giant that is MIBR.
Like, I'm happy that Case have kept it close this far. Again, with chances to win. Especially courtesy of some clutches and great multi-kills overall. Solid performance, something to be proud of, but when you're in playoffs, it's got to be something in the win column. It can't just be a nice try. And a devastating call on the cards as Case woefully out of position again. Straight A execute. MIBR, keep it simple. Just the IGL. Rizzioli.
4 players in CT right now. But they are not winning any of these duels. Still up against the AK, still up against the firepower.
They've got to
still
try
up
and, like,
against MIBR.
flash through this, something to stop the bomb plant, but so many guns, so many bullets flying their direction, there's just nowhere to stand. Drop clearing out close to spawn, though. RCF in with the chance, but he lets one go right past him. 4-3 on the monitor, and it's going to cost him his team the map. As Yeps will fall last, it is 13-10 at the end of the day. A great effort out of Case to keep it close. But, well, MIBR will take their map pick.
And I feel like we did see a lot of wind conditions come true there as well for Case. We saw a good game out of Snow, brilliant clutches coming through from this prodigy. We saw good opping there from RCF, consistently finding success there in late round situations. And then finally, we saw Urbano with a lot of opening duels converted there. And it still isn't enough to claim this victory over MIBR, who just show, that they are a caliber above and that they are just this roster that's going to be vying for, these positions, these number one spots.
Yeah, it's truly round by round consistency for this MIBR team that really got them across the line. Every player for this MIBR team can show up at any moment. Can you say that there was a weak link on this team? I don't think so. They were able to, team-wise, outposition all their opponents, and then even able to make some of these, rounds that seem impossible extremely close. I think some really good opening ideas in a lot of these halves for Case, but when you're playing against one of the best teams in Brazil, you gotta be good on every single situation. We're gonna move off to map number 2 coming up next here for MIBR. We've got Vertigo, and it's a tough map here for Case. They're gonna need a lot to pull off this upset.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And we're back. And I think you've framed it really well, Cole. Case played excellently, but they're playing against MIBR. They're down a map and they're headed into Vertigo.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of things going well for them here. They had a lot of big pieces. It just felt like it wasn't enough to match up pound for pound for some of these incredibly strong players, incredibly well-drilled team in MIBR. And that's good for MIBR because that's again, one of Case's better games and better maps. And now they have to fight up against Vertigo.
Yeah, they played so well, but they somehow lost. That is the thing. Like everything we talked about came into play. We had all the individuals, we had good plans coming through there for Case, but they lost. It's a courtesy of the finances and forcing some, risky decision making that the calls just didn't work out. It's, fortune didn't favor Case at the very end to be able to drag that game into overtime or drag that into even a 13-11 scoreline. Now moving to Vertigo, I think there's just a problem here. That is Case. They haven't had the confidence on this map as of late. They chose not to veto this versus the Dali Amigos last time they played it. That got them their series win. They were able to take it on the Inferno they chose to land on. And, well, recently, considering that lack of confidence, MIBR have picked the right map here.
Yeah, I think they've just, also picked into their own strengths here. This is a map that I think MIBR have a lot of confidence on. They just have really good pieces just about everywhere in the map. So these 8 ramp fights consistently being won out. I just don't think there's a lot of weak points here that we can talk about for MIBR. And again, when you're talking about Case showing up and they're playing good Counter-Strike, they've got, their players playing near perfect roles in terms of, Urbano, so many opening duels there in that last map, and again, big clutches from Snow. It makes me think that we are going to see, a roster that fought hard to get to playoffs, but this is like the nightmare team that you don't want to be playing up against right now.
Yeah, this is a team that is 20-1 right now this month.
Mm-hmm.
It's unbelievable results here from MIBR, but that's what you're have to do. If you're playing against it, you have to try and just face off against the opponent that's in front of you. You can't really think about, this team is the best team in the region. You got to show up and just play Counter-Strike at the end of the day. You could play good Counter-Strike. You could be happy with it. You can put NTs all around, but you just got to focus on the map that's in front of you right now. That is Vertigo here for Case. They didn't get an easy draw, but that's life. Should have, you know what? And the real point to be made is should have ended top of your group, and then you wouldn't have to face off against MIBR in the opening round. That's the real winner's mentality of the way to look at it. It's like, oh darn, we're playing against the best team in the region. Should have played better.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's just a tough matchup here for Case. I think that goes to show there in the opening matchup. Looking at some of the again first kill statistics, Urbano, he had 5 of them in that last map, and 3 of them were on that T side where it just immediately netted them round success, round wins, and even still, alongside that, I think part of it was losing both pistols kind of took a toll on them. You do have that factor playing into the mix as well. And if things could have gone just a little bit more right, you could have been looking at maybe staring down the barrel of a map up here. But now it's going to be needing something miraculous here. And you're not just going to need everyone to play the roles, but you're going to need to play exceptionally well here versus MIBR to try and overcome the odds here.
Yeah. And they did. You know what? You're going to need to play exceptionally well. They already have played exceptionally well, but they're going to need a good day, which they've had, good plans. They had that. Now they're going to need a little bit of luck to favor them if they want to even bring this one to a third map. We are waiting and ready and rare to go into this map of Vertigo. Obviously, the storyline going into this is a 2-0. What more can Case even do here, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're gonna need to see a massive step up. I just think you're gonna see like similar to what we saw out of like Solid in their run when they were able to make it happen. You're just gonna need someone unusual, maybe someone that you don't oftentimes expect to step up to the plate, perform some crazy games, and that tends to happen every once in a while. I think a lot of South American mechanics can bail them out of some tough spots here. But then you're still going up against just pure confidence on the other side of things, right? You see another really good map out of Insani. You see, Safe delivering on the AWP. It felt like he was consistent with his shots. He also went down a couple of times. It was kind of punished every once in a while, but for the most part, that consistency, like you said, round by round here for MIBR is just a little too challenging here for this case roster. So, maybe you call upon a player like Riccioli to deliver something really special, and you can hope that he can bring it to the task. But I really do think it's going to be someone that you don't usually see at the top of the leaderboards here needing to bring some life.
Yeah, something like a Riccioli having an incredible game, like we saw it from Solid, in the way that they were even able to get to the last series grand final. They were able CSO at the bottom of the board. Anchor player was out there fighting tooth and nail, getting multi kills left and right in a 2-0 win over Fluxo to get them to the finals in the first place. They're gonna need something miraculous here, just like that here for Case. You can check into the 1xBet app as we're leading off into this map as well to keep up with the live odds. They could shift pretty quickly here. We'll see what damage Case can do. We'll see if 1xBet believes in Case whatsoever as well. Just about the same as the previous halftime. Maybe things going as expected over at 1xBet. We'll have to see if Case can change that.
Yeah, no massive shifts there just yet. Still just favored in MIBR over on the odds. In towards middle here, Riccioli. He's in time here to hold off this mid play. Just about. But they snuck out already, and he can't commit too long towards this defense.
And so, Snow on the hold, but Insani and Safe both break through, and just leaving Yeps on the dual Berettas and MIBR clean entries all the way through. RCF even drops next, and a perfect pistol round here from MIBR as Safe mops up.
Yeah, it's just all according to plan right there. Again, when you talk about Vertigo, when you talk about that mid control, you want to be explosive. You want to kind of catch your defense off foot, off heel right there. And you can see Riccioli, he comes through, he spots out a contacting player just already out so deep. And this mid to B split rolling on out here is so explosive. It's hard to react in time if you're Case. So that's now 3 for 3 on the pistols here for MIBR. That's another factor here that you would like to have in your favor, getting some of these pistol rounds, but that hasn't been a luxury that's been afforded to you so far. Triple boost is good, though. Rounds like these. Worth a shot to try and throw things out. Maybe find a cheeky opener.
I think we did have a little disconnect in this. Is there going to be a round restart? It looks like it. Actually, with no damage being dealt, we'll get one. Here for Snow. Into a bit of a tech. I mean, just the credit on that pistol round for MIPR. It's just everything went according to the blueprint.
Mm-hmm. I feel like the magic formula for anything mid-related is to have that element of surprise. And once you have that, it becomes a whole lot more effective. And you could see, the amount of space that was taken before Riccioli had ever caught eyes on that. They were already over boost. They were already challenging him in CT spawn.
Man, this is Again, it's an MIBR team that is just so on fire right now. They're just so solid. You can't point out any weaknesses for this team. Again, Case played well, but MIBR just better.
Yeah, I mean, especially you parallel these two teams, both rosters that have been on the grind. MIBR is an incredibly hardworking team, as is Case. Both of these rosters are willing to put in, a lot of effort, a lot of work in the officials department. I mean, we know that Case is a roster that's been playing Counter Strike just nonstop over these last 3 months, over this year. And the same is true for MIBR. They've had a little bit less of a strenuous schedule, but we know that last year, I mean, they spent a lot of time away from home over there in Europe, traveling about, playing some international competition, impressing the global scene, I feel like. All for just a little bit of a small hiccup at the RMR, just a small misstep. Again, they're one loss on Ancient, I believe this entire year. And it was, of course, in their most important event. But coming back into it here, again, this is a roster that I think could quickly, with all the hard work, quickly identify, the sort of things that went wrong and bounce back stronger. And that's exactly what we got after that RMR. They came back, I think, with some blues, lost in the quarterfinals to Fluxo. And then, bam, something clicked. Some changes made, and Sonny's increase in performance has been evident. Confidence has been building, and now you're at this point here where you're looking at a Case team who's like, I want to challenge this roster, and you just really can't. You can't afford to challenge this team because they're just too on fire.
Yeah, something happened. Something really happened after that loss to Fluxo. Like, I actually just kind of want to check in and like what the break that they had between that Fluxo game, because they had actually 2 weeks where they didn't play a singular official from 14th of March to the 26th, and then that's when they started this godlike run that they've been on. Really was back to the drawing board. We're not going to let that kind of thing happen to us again.
You want to know what the best part of that is? It's just watching from the 14th of March, South American scene just rise to the occasion, and you're not one of those rosters. Obviously, I think a big talking point coming into this year was, I don't know, I wasn't super confident in like the international competition that we were going to get out of a lot of these rosters when they headed to the major after watching the RMR. I thought that some of the teams that we were sending weren't going to be able to make it past that stage. Turns out 4 of them are able to make it past that stage, or at least including Complexity already in that legend stage or elimination stage. And 3 extra spots get granted to the Americas region. That's a massive deal. And so that was time for MIBR to reset.
Yeah. But it's evident that they didn't spend this time watching the major. They spent this time absolutely staying regimented day to day.
I mean, exactly. It feels like they used it as fuel. Which is, I mean, that's the best outcome you could ask for a squad. I feel like is I don't know, especially with like squads in an A, you watch these teams come out of like these kind of ruts, especially like I mean, I don't know, Complexity, just to like parallel those teams, is like sometimes this roster doesn't make the major, and then bam, they're stuck into really frustrating spots where you're just wondering, you have that time off, you missed out on a big opportunity, and they come back looking a little bit frustrated instead of again motivated, like we've gotten out of MIBR. And that's going to be the tale of a pretty fierce team, and a team that's eager for redemption come that next RMR, come that next big opportunity that they get given.
And this MIBR team and their upswing in form. You know, MIBR as a squad has always been trying to reclaim the fans for this team, and I think it's a huge hit to, you know, miss the major as the team that's namesake is made in Brazil. And again, see the success of everyone else, and you're not a part of that. Certainly meant a lot. We are on a bit of an extended technical pause here, folks, as we're trying to get Snow back into the server. We're going to toss this one off to a little bit of a break. We'll be back in a short one.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
And so we are back aboard. Finally, long tech pause, but Snow has had to step aside, Cole. A massive hit here for Case as they bring in Prisma. Now, I've tried to do my research. I've tried to find out which player, who this guy is. Completely unknown, unproven. So, everything to gain and nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It's optimistic. But the worst case scenario is that it's, of course, for Snow, which is the last person you want missing here on that Case squad. Gonna make this job just a little more difficult here in a reverse sweep. But like you said, sometimes that looser play style, playing with a little less pressure, it can give teams a little bit of life.
Like I've tried digging through the pug records, HLTV. But nothing gives. So I'm interested to see if there's a reason. It's this last minute. But there is one thing for sure. Obviously, you have to sub in for Snow, and you're playing against, I mean, at least a top 2 here in Brazil in the last month. 20-1 doesn't come for free. So
Yeah, I mean, say what you will about international competition, but right now, regionally speaking, this is a dominant team who has bested everyone in their path outside of Fluxo in a best of 1. So you're bringing up a very fair point here. This is one of the most exciting rosters, even if they were missing at the major. But I mean, we still give a lot of credit to teams like 9Z for being, very exciting, and they weren't at the major either. So IBR definitely up there in the mix. It's a tough challenge for Case. We'll see if that pressure alleviation comes through as we hop into the first gun round. He's also playing mid right now, which is interesting. Gonna have to rotate in on some of these plays here, but that's a lot of damage done, and somehow all that spam was avoided here from MIBR. They will instead return the favor onto Bono.
Brismo, that's his first duel. Oh, don't go down the grenades. It's your first death either. And then Rizzioli peeks out middle. He gets cleaned up. And MIBR moving along as if nothing has happened so far. At least Prisma knows his angles. Oh, but he's going to get caught out in the open. Insani walking through. Luckily, RCF has actually got some coverage.
They've got him all off the A site, though.
Yeah, that little mid pressure has done wonders.
I think it's smart for Case to react to that, though, at least. They fight on one front as a unit instead of separating. But they still don't have a lot of HP to get this job done. Urbano one bullet away from his demise, and RCF's shadow certainly seen.
It said it's Prisma to fall. This is RCF. No secret of his approach currently. And safe. Going to swing as well. But the retake effort, it is possible. There is a smoke kit, but it's just a fake on the defuse. They needed to get on it with the quickness. The question is there time? There just might be here for RCF. Oh. He's got it. Just at the bell there. Retake in for Case.
4 kills from RCF on the retake that felt impossible. 2v3, but they managed to save it. And RCF's all over the map right now. Delivering those quick trades. Yeps again, good on the closure. That smoke. I was wondering, was it a mistake to throw it on top of sandbags? RCF still had one. But it's just the kills that come through quickly instead. So effectively placed here. That's a very tough recovery of a round that the Case make happen.
But they're not out of the woods yet. Double grenades. And a molly lobbed in towards default. Prisma grouping up with Yeps. Rizzioli also behind it, but the smoke's no good. Yeps just gonna walk forward right into the boosted up drop. Prisma's OL struggling. On a half HP, no trade back. showing some presence over towards A. Case are just gambling B right now, and it might work.
Yeah, I mean, that 1HE was what MIBR wanted to sell the fake as, and it hasn't sold anybody. They are committed on this setup, and they're right in doing so.
But there's still a full execute to come on through. There's no mollies from the CT side to stop anything, and then there's a headshot for the Opper. You might be stacked up, but just not the right equipment to hold on to this. Rizzioli and Urbana will try their hardest here, but Insani and Exit will dismiss the last two defenders. Doesn't matter to them.
Whole lot of time pressure right there. There is 10 seconds as those kills start to come through, but like you said, firepower there's the big difference maker, and it is going to be won out by MIBR and their AKs.
And so back to complete full eco, just USBs. Back to square one. I mean, if this matchup wasn't already difficult here for Case, you know, having to take out your best player for a stand-in, that might help out, though. The triple boost will catch off Brennison. But no immediate reaction to fall back.
Just jump spotted the op. Got a little bit of vision right there. This sort of patient setup, it could pay dividends. Because they're all ready to collapse, and again, MIBR walking into the stack.
Is it going to be a similar story, though? Everyone just needs to get their guns out. Deal with these USPs. Prisma, though, picks up an AK. Not enough, though. Needed the multi-kill. Drop's going to shut that down with the triple. And once again, MIBR just able to beat the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of a dream scenario. That's the best possible way you can play that one out. You had the perfect read right there. You caught a couple players kind of messing around with utility, but it's just not the firepower that you need. The USPs can't stand up against the AKs entirely. So really good damage for Case on that round. They'll be happy with the pressure that you've applied. Shouldn't be happy with the reads, but wow, that's a tough start. Yep's down early, making it even worse. The setup being broken apart, and it's a 1v3 within seconds of the round.
My goodness. Yeah, that opening pick towards B combined with basically a straight-on 3 versus 2 in middle. And Rizzioli, Exit does need to be keen on this shot. And out position noted. Let's just drop a molly. And the IGL here forced away. As it's just suffocating from MIBR. They already have save hunting here with the op up the ramp. About to get cleared off the side of his screen. And, well, that is all. It's 5-1. And it's a very just sorry situation to be in here for Case. Wow. Dude, what?
Watch the flash. A little flash with him. That AWP right there from safe. He's coming into some brilliant form. And another player that I think had a bit of a drop off heading into this year. Especially at the RMR, which I feel like the NA RMR is like his field day. Right, that's where he thrives. But he had a pretty tough time at the NA RMR for what feels like the first time. They get another stack in the right area. Games are coming through with the right read, but there's just not the firepower to back it up.
Same stuff every round. You know, good ideas, I think, is the overall theme, but again, MIBR just a level above. Better cohesion than most teams here in South America. Well drilled. And yeah, Rizzioli's just gonna play his hand. Everyone's gonna get called over to finish off this eco. Brenneton will do it himself. We're looking at 6-1. Again, amazing first map here from Case. They really did more so everything in their capabilities to win that, but still went 13-10. And now faced with an uphill battle.
I'm with you, man. Really good performance on that first map. Just a trial here in the second. Having to do it with that one of your key pieces here. Really cool utility from MIBR. Tossed in from Spawn, RCF, and the open. He's caught by the whole squad, and the whole squad breaking him down.
It's flow state right now for a lot of MIBR. This is their map. Urbano playing out from side hall, and he's even gonna get mollied off into the open. He gets the fight he wants, but now being chipped away by the spam, finished off by exit. And you can see just the wrecking crew that MIBR are bringing to every round. Now it's just Yeps to save. Yeah, absolutely flowing up ramp right now. And it's a sign of Case's uncomfortability in the first place on this map, even with their full 5. It doesn't help that, there's a stand-in situation as well for this side. Again, issues compounding against them. Never mind the fact that they're playing against MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, that isn't quite the winning formula that you needed leaning into this one. Playing up against MIBR, playing up against a well-oiled machine here. A roster that's hitting shots. Playing incredibly well off of each other, but also, again, see what they're made of. Case calling in a timeout. They're still doing their due diligence here. Looking to put up a fight.
Yeah, but I feel like the indignation, the fire, the determination that they had back on map number 1 surely has to be fading. Like, Snow was the guy who was putting the clutches together. Got him back in the game with some genius. And it's not a shame to the replacement, the stand-in, but it's just the brand of this team that's gone. And well, okay, hey, the stand-in showing up with some Deagle headshots. He's gonna need some more. And well, the nade's certainly gonna help make that 3 here for Prisma.
He's looking to break the deadlock for his squad. There you go, big impact here. Brennison's map rotation though. It could set a sour tone. Back's turned, and another 1-4 on the round. Make it an ace, why don't you? Go for it. Safe's your only one to resist this. He's just done it all. There you go, the stand-in. He is delivering. Off the back of a pause as well.
But 50 seconds to let this one cook. Sound cue made. But they could basically assume that safe is in middle right now. And safe will walk this one up. Switches to the op. Prisma, though, moving between the different angles. And safe. Switches to the Desert Eagle. Will stop the ace from happening, but the real problem is RCF around the corner. Playing off of his teammate. Oh, safe comes very close. 3 HP the difference.
Wow. Nearly a chance, nearly an opportunity, but Prisma sets his team up for success right there for an easy closure. He lands the deagle shots to back it up. This time they do have the right resources here. You can see a lot of players, a lot of individuals ready to go. Shots to back it up this time. The kills to back it up. Prisma doing a whole lot of work here. RCF, scary, but contained. See if Case can keep the ball moving here.
Some IBR will tone down the tempo. Or will they? Oh, opening pick there for Safe was right in front of them. In the meantime, it's non-stop battle towards the B stairs. 1-for-1 for drop. Coming back up to the ramp, though. Exit. We slide into the angle. He will. Easy kill for Urbano and the refrag. A follow-up from RCF. Quick 2 versus 4 here.
Down Recio in a nasty off angle to handle the mid lurk. Such strong positions to deal with contacting players, and that's what he's going to get. Same with Yeps, I guess, for that matter.
Yep,
there
back
you go.
turned. Easy does it. Safe falls next, and everything according to plan here for Case.
Falls right into their hands right there, and the advantage, like you said, over towards that ramp side as well. You love to see the rifles being able to lift off right there. See a nice little pickup, and then RCF, once they want to go for the trade, is available to catch the swing. It's really good contact being taken there by Case, and they're starting to fight back into things here. Just give us more competition in the game that could have just fizzled out.
Urbano, though, next at bat, and he's mollied off right now. Exit has made so much space happen so quickly. RCF will be able to fall back in time, but look at a little boost action just as this is happening. Drop runs out of ammo, but Exit, oh, it could be devastating. Traded out by Brennison. 3-on-2. Yeps will send himself forward to try and save this round. On the edge of the smoke. He's trying for, he sees Safe at the corner of his eye, but does not readjust. Yep, still standing though. Maybe not for much longer. He'll collect on the Brennison, but can't fall back. MIBR up to 8.
The blind fire right there. Just sending it down range, but only a one and done at the end of the days here. And that is a quick reminder of who you are up against. Exit, one missed op shot. Look what it costs him. The spacing perfect for Brennison as well. A trade once Exit finally runs out of health. MIBR strike back with some quickness here. Chance to find themselves one more in the mix. Case offer up more resistance. Cool little mid play coming up, but Insani somewhat prepared for this aggression. He's got a pixel angle to catch crosses in towards ladder.
I have not seen this pixel angle before.
Oh,
yeah, he spots him. Sees one.
There's two. Maybe a barrel spot. I don't know.
Oh, he swings in perfectly. Unable to deal with Prisma. Does he recognize that as 2 players spotted towards middle?
Yeah, I mean, valuable information now. Prisma. That's an incredible pickup from him. Awareness right there. Absolutely pristine. Sani, a key player to take down early. You do not want him cutting off rotates. Eps could activate it sometime on this flank, but execution towards that A side is rolling through.
Yeah, Brennison gonna swing through the smoke. That's the bomb. That makes life awkward. Safe does answer back. But Urbano knows that a swing is imminent. In the meantime, Yeps is making his move. Out in the open there for Exit. Op quickly trades. 20 seconds. It's gonna be a sprint. They're gonna try and sprint back to the B site. And I think... Safe? Nah. No way, right?
Yeah.
This is not going to happen. Prisma's already here. And yeah, Pistol's already got a B out for safe. Prisma will put up a solid stand-in performance to at least get Case to 4.
Yeah, not a bad idea right there to try and reroute, but Prisma's going to beat him in that foot race by a mile. That he does. Even if there wasn't enough time to plant that bomb. Good adjustment right there. Prisma responsible for, a lot of this half success. So, credit where it's due here. He's got a tough role to fill here. Big shoes to fill for a player, again, who just not super sure about where the roots come from. He's impressing so far.
Gotta wonder if the 1xBet app knows something about Prisma that we don't. You can always check in on that throughout the tournament. 1x RES LATAM for the 130% deposit bonus, all that good stuff. But now, here for MIBR. So heavily favored, and rightfully so. Pistol round could make a difference. It could be a saving grace for Case, but MIBR looking to say no to that. Running and gunning with these dual Berettas. So many gushes downrange. Just yeps. And he's next in Exit's path. And maybe for the rest of MIBR, 9-4.
Yeah, dealing with just some disgusting shots right there. Long-range dually headshots doled out by Drop and Sonny to set the tone early. And even Safe arriving onto the scene very quickly here. Case run into a trap on that B site. A pistol here. That's 4 for 4 on this series for the favorites. Yeah, sometimes we talk about the underdog needing a pistol to really lean on. Or 2. They've got nothing. None of them here, but that's something. MP9 goes down quickly. And Drop. Firing down range. She's re-peeking.
Okay.
He's low.
Gotta back away here, but hardly standing right now. And, well, at least the bomb plant for Case, but you can't take the silver linings of every round. They just gotta pick them up. They gotta win everything from here on out against an MIBR team that just won't let go.
Yeah, unrelenting here. Like you said, it's always nice. You're gonna start your gun rounds here with the little extra tools. All the utility you could ask for. That's always good news. Those leave you scratching your head, wondering if it's enough. Safe as his op out. Only one player, and Sonny back on it with the MP9. He's boosted on top of the box here.
Oh, and Brenna's in to play around this. Did Riccioli see anything? I don't think he did. In the meantime, a bit of a brawl out middle. Hello there. Brandison, easy kill, but Riccioli, instant flick. Back for the trade. Keeping this level.
Yeah, that's a very fast trade right there. No time to react if you're Brandison over there towards side hall. That's what you need. Keeping things even, keeping things level, but Safe fills the feed in which Brandison's left off in.
Yeah, stepping forward onto this off angle. Just oh so deadly. A util set about to be lobbed on over. They were hoping that maybe it was just only Breno. But oh boy, hello there. Safe swings in. Down goes the bomb planter. And the lob in a flashbang. He reestablishes, but Yeps is sharp on the shot to take the op off the angle. Also a missed molly. Yeps is going to start disassembling. There's another headshot for him. Exit tossed into the 1 versus 2. RCF will deliver on that front. Case dig themselves out of a bad one.
I mean, beautiful work. But again, it's Yeps in these closing rounds, these late rounds. That's so valuable. Of course, RCF going to be influential in the mix there as well. 2 players you love to have trying to clutch up in a round. Starts off a little bit rough. Wow, tracking from Riccioli is amazing, but Yeps with this kill right here. This fast swing, taking it all the way home, extending it from a man down with no control of bomb and no sight control, easily accessible, to a round in which they win.
Little brawl towards ramp. Case trying to truly establish themselves. Bonnie jumps up, he spots Bono, but instant flick. My goodness. Molly's good though. Separating these entry fragging T's. Exit also to walk through the smoke, but as drop falls just a little too quickly, Exit cannot pick up the slack. However, Blank already developing from safe. And Prisma. Oh, he's fast on the draw. Case are actually going to get themselves back into this.
This is a collapsed economy here for MIBR. Eco for Exit. And Prisma. He is living up to a big name right now. 3 kills in the round. Trading things out over there towards that A side. Covering the flanks. That could have cost him everything. Instead, Case close out. They find themselves in better territory. Recoverable territory, that's for sure.
The stand-in putting in work, and then our bottom with pristine crosshair placement. This is not over. Obviously, it's one thing to tie up the scoreline, and a different to actually win the map, especially with Exit. Pop flash, there's so many around the corner. He sees 4. Time to call him for backup.
Flash play is sent in. But wait, they could just collapse with the USPs and you still have Exit to kind of stand behind them. That's what they're going to do.
They're jumping up. They're going in for the big swing, dropping it in. They're finding kills. Yep, he's struggling. But Exit, he's lost his rifle. And that just leaves safe. Activating in on the flank, though. Prisma will pass the test. No dink there for safe to lock that in. And Case survive another.
Yeah, that collapse is deadly right there. A good idea brought to you by MIBR. Little flash setup. There was 2 flashes. Exit had a second opportunity, but that molly landed in time to shut it down. And Yeps with the sidearm, able to do some heavy lifting. Prisma as well, keeping them at bay. 7 rounds now before another gun round rolls out. MIBR right back, put to the task once again.
No AWP. Oh, goodness. Reno fighting in the fire. Deep B-side control. On order, Urbano spots it out, goes down to 18 HP. Now completely locked away.
I don't really know much of what you do to claim this back here long term. But they're going to give it a go in some form or fashion. In the meantime, a lot more reinforcements being given over towards the A side. Case have proven to be willing to wait out this utility, wait out the smokes. And now we're going to really much so group up, take control. Riccioli in charge of selling the flank. Selling the fake, rather, that is.
Doing a fine job, at least. 4 lured over. He saw a player, though, drop. Pops 1, even ready for another. Bomb sent flying forward. Trying to reposition, he gets away. Now backup is here. Insani long range. Prisma can't transfer the spray. And Case are cut down. MIBR 211.
Drops just miraculous movement right there. That is some pretty anchoring right there from him. Takes that fight, knows what he needs to step forward. He got just a little glimpse of a pixel of a head right there to find the opener. As you can see, he goes back in for that duel. But the fact that he's able to, through all of the utility, through all the flashes, find his way as he gains vision in the back of Generator, ready to swing with Insani as well. That's really smart CS coming through from drop. Hard to do, hard to capitalize on that. And that's, again, kind of one of those game-winning plays right there. As he stays alive, it puts Case into the same nightmare scenario we found on Mirage here. Limited economy.
So they go in for the force. If they falter here, deal's finished. But that's a start. Yeps goes down to 3. There's a 1 deke as well on a drop. Massive kills. 1, 2 though from Insani. And then he turns his sights back to this AN. But a swing in here from Prisma's good. 2 versus 3. And we're not done.
Not done at all. Utility. Deterrence utility here from Exit. Molly. Lands on the bomb site proper right there. That's going to buy time. Next step is flushing out Prisma, though. He's still forward in this angle right now. Bomb finally going to be punched in. I'm going to start that timer.
Surely they know that someone could be close Generator. That smoke will allow them to clear it safely. So flash of the sky. Can Prisma get another? He can. Unbelievable stuff out of the stand-in. Massive double kill. Exit will drop a smoke onto the site. Try and get himself access to that bomb. He's searching for it inside the smoke. He's lost. And around the site, RCF will lock it in. Huge round out of Prisma. Must win there for Case.
Absolutely necessary right there. That's, again, more life given to this squad. Prisma breaking it open. He finds ground off the back of his teammates' entries. As you can see, Yep's kind of catching safe. Very lackadaisical, but that's a shot from RCF. Wow. What a beautiful one. RCF takes that advantage all the way home. Sani with the rifle. He's going to go for a big swing right now. And Prisma again up to the task.
Sani instead will choose the off angle and choose the swing and take down Prisma on that Generator side. He'll drop his rifle back. He'll run into Yeps, but at least the weapon is juggled over.
Yeah. Thought there was more space. Probably only thought there was one player tossing in that utility. Turns out there's backup. It's kind of a free apply boost. Riccioli. Again, in charge of selling this fake.
RCF
Doing
got
a really
dinked.
good job. Oh yeah, you're right.
Steve doing a good job at puffing his chest there. It's going to lead them elsewhere to the B stairs. To his chagrin.
You're gonna need to puff out that chest once more. There's time for more than just damage here. It's got to be a successful defense. The gamble towards A side not going to pay off here for MIBR.
So plant will be safe for Yeps. We're actually just going to hold on to all of our pistols here for MIBR. Looks like the case. They will slink away.
There's AK down here. Oh yeah, you can actually see it on the map. Lit up just for the taking.
What a comeback that we're seeing right now from Case. Down 7-1. Oh, that shadow scene. RCF will hand over his AK to Exit. Not all bad there, but can see the clawback on a 5-1 run. This is the real tall order, though. They have to take down MIBR in this round. It's the first purchase in a while.
A very strong weaponry being brought. A couple of AKs that they were able to hold on to. Prisma and Riccioli have been a really strong duo over towards that A side in distraction. And Sonny struggled to hold off towards middle. And they're going to give him more fights to deal with right now.
Stepping forward. Perfect flash out in the open. Trying to hide. He's got dropped to back him up, though. And a triple kill comes through. Insani just the bait. And that's the round over. You thought it was only Insani, but Drop's got his back. And all you need to do is just say, come at me. We have the bomb.
That's a beautiful setup right there. Drop just gets to mop it up. And Sonic's just such a good job distracting here. If you're not the one doing damage, if you're struggling on that defense, you can play off your teammates all the more effective. Drop almost finishes it with the ace. He lines up all those kills. I mean, yeah, if you're on Sony, you need to call in for some help. You need to swallow some of that pride and say, I can be the bait. And Drop's the one that feasts off the back of it because he's been playing sharp. He's been making all these right moves. Everyone's shooting at Insani. The target that was fully flashed, the easy target. No one thought to take care of Drop in that elevated angle.
And now wind in the sails certainly here for MIBR to lock up this series 2-0. Variety hour in terms of the weaponry for Case. His exit will just hold behind the smoke. One flashbang, exit point blank. We'll find two. And Brennison still tucked away, back of the sandbags here. Even looking for that headshot from Brennison, but it's safe. Holding over towards side hall. Urbano lucky to be alive, and now he's the last man standing. He's got to put it together, and he can't. MIBR eventually complete the 2-0. An excellent fight out of Case, all things said here, but Cole, they're now 21-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly who you faced today. You faced a roster in red hot form. You had to do it with a stand-in on the second map on your opponent's map pick, and you didn't just give up. You didn't just, hold down the fight there. You didn't call it a day. You still stepped up. And in fact, your stand-in was able to step up for you quite a bit. And that's really promising from Case. I like the spirit. I like the fight that they give. But like you said, the 21-1 roster right now that's dominating the South American scene off the back of a failed major or failed RMR run, really, is MIBR. And you know what? That's the sort of form that they needed to come back into it. And they definitely have come back into it hungry.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for a team like Galores to upset them on the side of the bracket right now. Playoff picture set. Galores, they take down Fluxo, but they have to take down a Titan now. They took down a Giant, right? They took down some tough opposition, but now they have to take down the best team in the region, MIBR. They're looking with their eyes on the prize right here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the best team on this side of the bracket right now. This is going to be a whole nother challenge for Galores as they challenge this MIBR roster that, again, just hasn't really slowed down here off of the little major break that they had. Not a chosen break either, right? They wanted to be there. They wanted to be playing in the biggest events of the year, but obviously not available for that. And now they head into what is going to be even more challenging times here in trying to, make an even better run. They were eliminated last time by Fluxo in the quarterfinals 2-0, and now being able to potentially make a finals appearance would be a great turnaround for the squad.
Yeah, actually get themselves established on the leaderboards. Other teams have been grinding, as well. And I think the same could be said for our two remaining teams. Pain Gaming and Imperial are going to be playing later on today. Pain versus Audic, Imperial taking on Red Canids respectively. And those are a couple underdog matchups, but I feel like the Red Canids can certainly put a scare onto Imperial on a good day. That match certain to deliver their coal. But with that being said, that's us done, at least myself and Cole. But Yumi and Tea Time will be taking you through on the hour through our last two quarterfinals. See who's going to be matching up tomorrow in the semis. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Let Yumi and Tea Time take you guys away. Peace out.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 3 MT time, joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy. Playoffs continue. Michael, quarterfinals already coming in with some upsets, but now it'll be a little bit hard to get more. Still, let's wait and find out. Michael, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like we got the right teams coming into the playoffs. It's already exciting that we've had that upset, like you said, but we're also guaranteed a brand new finisher within the LATAM series. You know, Fluxo is out, Team Solid didn't make it out of groups, and so now it's kind of an open opportunity for many of these teams to cement themselves within the contention for when we move into that final series of the LATAM series, number 4, that who knows who's going to actually end up taking that spot and being able to go to that land in Belgrade.
And of course, so far, we've already seen Galores come out on top versus Fluxo, like Michael mentioned, so that guarantees away a new champion. MIBR and KC Sports end up as expected. MIBR a quick clean sweep, and now we've got Pain and Imperial, successive favorites, but Odic and Red Canids, respectively, will be hoping to take them down. Odic replacing out Solids over here as they moved into the playoffs. They were able to beat them out 2-1. I won't lie to you, Michael. I was kind of sad about that. Solid, I think I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
I mean, they play pretty rounded, pretty nice Counter-Strike, but Odic just felt like they had a bit more stopping power in that series, unfortunately for them. So yeah, I mean, Solid are definitely a team to keep an eye out for because they've got a lot of these relog points, but we have to wait until a future series to even talk about them because yeah, Odic have certainly come to play, but it's going to be a hard game that they're going to go up against Pain, who, you know, I mean, MIBR may have been one of those teams that they were talking about in the previous series being one of the best teams within the region. They're on a bit of a hot streak right now, maybe a bit of a bone to pick with the region considering they failed to make it out of the RMRs and did fall to quite a few of their own countrymen on their road, whereas, you know, the likes of Pain and Imperial able to make it to those majors, still trying to ride that high. These are the guys that are going to be the hardest opposition to face if they should even face them in that final.
And it does feel like we're going to be having a very, I'm happy to say it's a bit of a lopsided bracket, isn't it? Pain and Imperial are likely to head into a collision course with each other, and that's going to be an incredibly scary time for either one of them. It does feel like they are going to be fighting out for what is likely to be potentially championship point. That being said, MIBR and Glorious would also like a word with them. But before that, you need to get past your initial opponents. Pain will be going up against Odic right now, and Odic hoping to upset. Odic, though, I've got to say, Michael, it seems like they're very good at dealing with some of these maybe foundling teams like Solid and whatnot. You can see their form come through, but when you go against heavy hitters of Pain, they do fall short just a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure that they're going to have enough to go up against the likes of Pain Gaming. You know, when we think about this Odic roster and we think about the personnel that they have to offer, you get some great rounds out of Nighty. Woody has some honestly some solid reads and actually gets himself into very good positions occasionally to find multi-kills when you kind of least expect it. But I feel like Turtle as a player, as much as I harp on about how much I like this guy in rotate positions, how much he is good at finding multi-kills for this squad, has been falling a little short for this roster. And I feel like if you don't have all three of those players really showing up, if you don't have Ponter and Matios sort of facilitating as well, then this Odic team sometimes does fall flat, like you said, against some of these stronger teams, and Pain are one of those stronger teams.
I've really enjoyed seeing Mario, so it does feel like he has somewhat replaced Turtle's role within the team, and Turtle is going back to a slightly more supportive cast. So Mario's, Ponder, and Nighty are actually the three rifers for me. And I'm with you. My heart bleeds when I say that because I'm a big fan of Turtle. But still, let's take a look at who's on the other side of the server. Some more familiar names in that regards, and I'm sure that we will continue on harping on to this, but Pain's structure has looked fantastic. Nizen's integration has been seamless, flawless. If anything, it might even be a step up, and the rest of this team coming in with that major experience is just looking better and better.
Yeah, it feels like they've all got some extra confidence about themselves as well. More risks being taken, more forward plays, a lot of personal initiative being driven by players like Lux, who sometimes in some of his previous rosters did seem to shy away or be that third or fourth man that would try and take contact. He didn't want to take that opening bout, but is now just feeling jubilant about the fact that Pain were able to make it to that major in the first place. So yeah, this Pain team, their structure looks good, their confidence looks great, and we haven't even talked about Big Uzera. This guy will open, close rounds, he'll call a great game. He does a bit of everything for this Pain squad, so you never know what you're gonna get, but you know you're gonna get a good performance.
I want to know what I'm going to get on the veto side as well, Michael, because it does feel like this veto might be a little bit one-dimensional in terms of what can really be opted into. It feels like Audic picking Anubis is almost a guaranteed. I do feel like Pain can come in with few more choices, but likely to just be an Inferno. And I'm curious about whether we see anything different from that one, because Audic doesn't feel like they have a lot of wiggle room as far as server selection is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, Vertigo, Inferno, those are the two maps I'm thinking Pain will probably lean towards if I had to put my money on it. But yeah, I think the veto is going to be fairly one-dimensional. I do agree that there's not a lot of places that you can really take the battlefield into. Pain going with that Vertigo, and then like you said, Audic snapping into the Anubis. They don't really go anything different aside from Nuke or Anubis, and Pain like picking Nuke themselves, which is why that's been floated all the way to the end of our best of 3. So we'll see Vertigo, Anubis, and Nuke if we should even require that third map in the series.
And that's a big if, right? Because when you look over towards things, Anubis was picked by Audica in this series against Solid as well. They didn't have a good time on it. Honestly, they got decimated. It didn't feel like they knew what was going on. And it was a bit of a disappointing performance, right? When you see them going out against Solid, getting a win on Vertigo, getting some of those demons aside where they'd been really struggling on Vertigo overall, then you switch into Anubis where no one is able to activate at all, right? Nighty's having a bad time, Ponder is having a bad time, Matios isn't able to get up to his hijinks in middle and whatnot as well. It just wasn't a very fun thing to see. So the fact that they're picking back into it, obviously a lot to learn from, but it's a much bigger opponent to play up against as well.
Yeah, I just there is this worry that their previous performances on Anubis are going to somewhat taint their ability to be able to play it properly against the likes of Pain. And I think, if Pain are paying attention to Audic, they're getting themselves into a playoff position. They want to maintain a good streak. They're also going to have watched some of those weaknesses and will probably try and exploit it. But it'll be a while before we even get there. Vertigo that first in the pool. And this is where, some of those players that I'm saying are more confident are actually going to dictate a lot of the flow of combat, I think, for the likes of Pain. Lux is going to try and take space away from the squad. You can have Big Uzera sending it in first very frequently when it comes to some of those ramp bouts. And NQZ, I mean, we haven't even really talked about this guy either. He's been just a very stable hand, puts himself in some great positions to succeed, feels like he doesn't overextend very often either for the likes of Pain, and that could sometimes come back to bite him. Sometimes you want him to sort of push in for that extra frag, but he's that safe pair of hands, and he's very reliant on the rest of the team to succeed as well. Pain starting T-side on their map pick, Audic on the defense, and already assembling a boost on short.
Like the goal over here, Lux has found out early in, and there's no wall banging back with Glocks, guys. See, there's not really that easy response when you think about it. Pain will have to do some considering about how to go about this. Woody, I'm surprised he's refacing back over. NQZ boosted up, but Big Uzera's got a lot to deal with. They're all coming over into the chopping block. They've been minced up. Nizen and Big Uzera ripped them all to shreds.
Oh, it looked like they caught them off guard as well. And they just get decimated. That is really unfortunate. The call felt good, but the execution, a little lackluster. Barely much damage done to any of the remaining Pain members after Audic started with such a clean opener.
Pain don't miss a beat as well, even after losing that player. There's no second guessing. They know the call is to just clear out sandbags, wait a little while, and Audic just walk into that trap. I mean, I say trap.
Yeah.
But it really wasn't a trap. It's more of a, well, we're just going to kill them accidentally.
It's like you set up the bear trap, and the bear is standing in front of it and just mauls you as you're waiting for him to step in. That is such a shame. I've very infrequently. I think that might be even my first time watching a team clearing the sandbags by boosting and trying to jump spot that player. I'm still not sure if you even really see them if they're fully crouched, maybe even have their head down. But
I think it depends on what side your head is. If it's because in the middle there's a little bit of a gap. So
Yeah.
I'm 99% sure you can see it through that, even for crouch and duck down.
yeah, maybe you see their hand or maybe
Yeah.
their rear end just protruding a little too far.
CS models do hit leg day pretty hard.
Still a very interesting development in that pistol round, and you know, Odic may have had a good call, but they're not going to decide to go for that force buy, even though that round was very close to being pulled through for them.
Straightforward default. Lux can now continue on to get more information. Just making sure that they're not walking into a stack. Cowards, freebie, collected, and a retreat in the cards. Double peacock out, Marios and Turtle. Turtle will have nothing to find up against, and now Lux just moves back in. He smells blood, and, well, blood comes with money when you're armed with a MAC-10.
That smoke from
Could
Lux
also
was
be a
little
call
peculiar.
to rotate back over towards the B-bomb site, yeah.
It's a little odd. I mean, Painter expecting these players to just send it through these smokes, and that's why Lux is still poking and probing. He will try and clear out the headshot angle, but a player jumped up to fight forward, and they're getting a lot of damage out of these USPs. I mean, so far, so good. It's unlikely to be a full round conversion. Woody known about inside of short, so Nyson just simply holding for him, and he wasn't able to get his hands on one of these weapons that was felled earlier on. That is very, very messy, and all things considered, a successful USP round from Odic.
And it all comes off the back of a great jump up. I'm not fully sure. I think that might have been Marios on top of the headshot boxes. But when he jumps up and Lux misses his first few bullets, it's just so much chaos because the entirety of Pain is expecting the headshot position to be covered off by the MAC-10. And Lux has been gray screened, so he can't even give that call out. Pain. Dude lose way more than they bargained for. And Woody's got an op early on.
Yeah. He was saving hard. He floated some cash from the pistol round, came in with 3k in the second, and he gets his hands on an AWP, some armor, and a utility as well. But his ult may not even be required. Turtle finding a kill around that smoke. Nizen was trying to hunt for a little bit of information and gets gunned down quickly in this first gun round. So let's see how Pain adapts, being that extra man down, especially losing one of their extremities players. It can sometimes feel as though you can only go one direction, but Nighty spamming through that tarp hangs around a little too long.
Big Zara is a menace on ramp, always has been. And as Marios just smokes himself off, they hope to buy some more time. Marios will have no place to make. Cowboys with the bomb lies behind the smoke. The rest of the Pain side will be trying to move in. Marios spam was almost there. In through the smoke, but unfortunately, because Zara is just able to continue his reign of chaos right on that A site. Ponter, again, with a slowdown, he'll have a window to actually strike in, but as the smoke clears, Marios is the one to strike first. Locks taken down. Marios has got two and gets away safely. Ponter now involved, and because Zara's got to go for the ace clutch. Starts off nicely. Bomb in tow as well. And they could certainly think about the rotate backwards, but they're not giving him duels over here, and now time's run down a bit too low. Turtle spotted out, but Big Uzera can't get 4. Can I even blame him?
Well, you can try, but 3 kills from Big Uzera in a situation where it didn't look likely that they were going to concede much more territory. 90 was that first to fall, but even though Big Uzera just keeps pressing the issue, jumps on top of default, you know, hounding these players around the top of the smokes, Pain are a little bit slow to get that bomb transitioned over. And with Marios retaking that short position, it just proved too much of a hurdle to climb.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
They needed to get that bomb planted while those smokes were up if they wanted a chance.
It does feel like if Cowies was just in a position to continue pressuring as well, right? Marios doesn't get away with 2 frags. Surely you're able to get that back with from a 5v3 into a 3v2 and then immediately another frag. That's very well played from Odic.
Yeah, Cowies just didn't want to take that challenge because he has the bomb and he didn't have a player that could trade him on short, so
yeah,
didn't want to make a
bomb
bad situation
management.
worse.
Well, Woody's actually going to have a very good timing over here. I say that, I'm lying. Big Uzera catches the 1 second window that it felt like he had, and now Turtle's left a little bit wanting on this bomb site, now being played with as well, spotting a leg, and now with the other side, Mac 10 in his head. Big Uzera forces the CTs back. That's a crucial kill.
Yeah, the worst part is Woody saw him, but he couldn't do a damn thing about it. Just caught the tail end of Big Uzera, and all he saw was his teammate dying in the kill feed. That's going to be disappointing. Had he been there a fraction of a second earlier, that's a free kill. But it was an instant save call here from Odik, and they're not going to really be given a whole lot of respect on this save call. Weapons that could have been retrieved on that B bomb site, but they just immediately started hounding them down with these Tech 9s, the SMG as well. Not even trying to push right into Kawes and really buy some extra space here for him and Marios, but they're all gonna fall. They're all gonna get brutalized. They get absolutely rolled. Pain didn't even protect the bomb. They didn't care.
It's like The Walking Dead out here. You just got zombies rushing at you with Tech 9s.
That's a scary horde.
Terrifying. Oh, you're right. Woody did get the call over to Bonter, but you have to win the duel. It's not easy to do with the AK there. Man. Marios feels like he's the only one consistently getting action in the early stages of a hey, let's see whether he can parlay that into more later on. This round should be a gimme, but Kawes is, well, he's a good man with a spray down. Let's just put it that way.
Woody tried to help. He tried to protect that Deagle, but he got clotheslined, lined up.
It's like the worst version of the I protect, I attack me. You don't do either of those, but you do try.
It was get down, Mr. President, but that bullet was high caliber.
How come we don't get Collat's there, yeah?
Wait, why don't we get Collat's what?
I just realized, when everyone says taking a bullet for someone else, CS logic, that's just bad lineups.
Yeah, it's poor spacing.
Yeah. Fight back, you fool.
But the players that fall on the server, they come back. They're expendable.
Odik might not feel that way if it keeps on going on.
Yeah, they need to do their best to protect their money when they make these big investments. Well, that kind of sucked there for 90.
Yeah, not quite the tech you want to see.
Yeah, I tried to fast descend the ladder and then just fell off it. Huh?
Ah, come on, guys. That's not how you do it. Gotta grab onto it at the bottom.
Did Nadi have a kit? I
think he was just looking for the frag. Just in case, you know? Catch someone off. Maybe get a rifle on a straggler and run away with it.
It looked like he was trying to retrieve something, though. It wasn't look like he was trying to go for a kill. I mean, he wasn't even trying to aim at anybody that would push him.
mean, I think he just failed the movement. That's all, and he got confused.
That would be even worse, actually.
Unfortunately, the truth isn't always pretty, and Odik outside of that one round haven't been either. But this is a chance for them to turn their appearance around. Could be a real glow-up round for them. 90 hoping to get slightly more aggressive. The flashbang dissuades, but there's no further attempts made. Made all the way through. 90 actually takes a fair bit of damage to the spam from Lux, and has to be careful not to just get accidentally beheaded.
Setting up for that flash, but there's still a smoke that's down, so even though Woody tries his best to force a fight, not a damn thing he can see. Pressure being mounted over on B as well. Turtle ran down by Kawes. First it was Nizen to try and take that attention away, but they've still found the territory they need to take over this B bomb site. Bomb making its way over, but this slight angle from Woody doing a lot of damage onto Nizen. Still not enough to thin the herd. Pain are still very spread, even holding for the extremities. Lux never moved a muscle. So they're down to 3 here on Odik. This will probably be another save.
It was very nice pathing from Cowboys over there as the B-side default player spotted the first and heard the Molotov damage. He just tries to back away and watch out for the cross out from Shelf, and Cowboys comes in from the side, snipes his head off.
Incredibly difficult to hold to that B bomb site if they're going to disrespect your Molotovs like that. Even though they're going to take some damage, it can be very awkward, as is that. Punter rounding that corner right into a Big Uzera with his gun drawn. Big Uzera, I mean, sure, those are kills on the hunt, but those are rifles that Odik wanted to try and hold on to. He's up to 11 and 3. He's found many a multi-kill. Even in the round that they lost to Odik, he's been able to have and put his stamp on this map.
Turtle wasn't ready at all for the duel. And look, theoretically, he's got every advantage there. Guy's literally burning. Small miscall, I do believe, from Woody over there as well. I don't know if he had quite the right read on the smoke timer. Like you mentioned, the flash doesn't actually do much, as the smoke still had about 2.5 seconds left on it. If it comes a little while later, you never know. Woody could have found the first kill on the ramp.
Yeah, it feels like sometimes it's a small margin, but it's also something that can maybe be attributed to the fact that we've made the transition from CSGO to CS2. You know, those smokes last a little bit longer in CS2, but they're also breakable, you know, so that's the way that they've tried to balance that piece of utility, but that's an internal timer that people have been using for many years. It will take some calibration.
It's been long enough.
It has been long enough to...
Listen, I am not with this Cobia.
No. It has been long enough that you wouldn't fully excuse it, but
yeah.
Listen, when you're playing a game for a decade...
True, and look, it's all obviously it's a very high-stakes game.
Yeah.
Over here, you know you're the underdogs. You know every single piece of utility is going to be crucial. You know anything could be a play that you make that just genuinely changes the course of a series, maybe for a bit of momentum for your team. Yeah, it's a rough time. Turtle, though, MP9, not much to do with it. Big Uzera just runs him over. My God. How do you stop this Bane assault? Cowards as well in middle is just having a ball.
I don't know that there's anything that you can do to stop Pain right now. They are riding an absolute high. Sure, that one round that fell apart, that's not great. That was Marios with some heroics on the A bomb site. But you just look at where Pain have been finding these entries and how cleanly they've been doing it. These are untraded kills. They can't even isolate the one man in middle. And sure, it wasn't the most pristine buy from Odik, but unable to do really any damage. Money's looking good here for Pain, even if Odik do start clapping back.
Oh, okay, that's finally something going their way. Because all the information in the world given over as he travels through the entirety of a Molotov. And then head chopped off. Woody, open middle. They've been dry facing these angles many times over, and he's finally hit a punish. Re-peek back, though. Might be a bit much.
You're going to hear that rotate from a player on the bomb site at A, falling back from what was ultimately a forward position. So now that they're down this man, Pain will have to make use of what little information they do have, and they are creeping their way into that A bomb site, where there are currently no defenders. They coupled up to re-clear mid, and Lux has good enough timing, but he's very suspicious the fact that it's been quiet all this time.
Perfect time on the Molotov as well. Dissuades the second player from peeking in. Marios can do nothing about this, so he's got a molly of his own to try and prevent the bomb from being planted. But honestly, it's not even on Lux's back yet. He can just go for a deeper plant and be happy with it. Is there a spam? Is there a nade? Is it too late? No, it's not. Lux is down, leaves NQZ alone. A man very seldom called on this game, and feels like he might not have been able to get his warm-up in when he's finally called to task. Can't land the shot.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there for Odik and Pain alike. You know, the timings didn't feel like they matched up to what their opponent was doing, but the way that Odik reacted once they got back into the bomb site, even though they missed that timing on A. They were still able to establish this boost. 90 taking a lot of that distraction away, and then you're absolutely right. The Molotov to delay the plant, and even the HE that followed up and found them into that 3 versus 1. It's well coordinated with their util. Nice that they're playing together as well. And able to leverage some of that low HP that Matteo's had, him playing position and serving as that utility thrower.
Matteo's out in the open. Big Uzera this time will not make the same mistake. Avoids the flames, and as he refaces 90, we'll find out why it's still pretty hard to take that duel. He is him. Woody gets a chance. Gets involved. Back to a 3v3. And Ponter's actually in a very good position. The Flames cover out his presence very well. And despite the strong openers Big Zara gave them, it is still a 2v3.
Yeah, NQC was also very distracted by the fact that they knew that Woody was close, so not expecting Ponter to have made that move around the back of that Molotov. Wouldn't have even been pre-aiming that position. Big Zara does make a step, and he's being very loud about his retreat from that A bomb site, but trying to bait them forward. Hey guys, we're backing away. JK. Still coming A. And Audic have not turned the other cheek. They've not made this knee-jerk decision to run back into that B bomb site. They want to keep numbers together.
Ponder has to be careful. It's a bit of a free-fire angle. Biguzera shows him why. You got to be careful. But Woody around the corner, unexpected still. 1v1 Turtle. What's the play for him? No kit. Is there one dropped on the ground? Will it be necessary? Cow is spotting it out, but he moves away. The timing doesn't work in his favor.
Yeah, started to worry about a player jumping up from headshot, but Turtle just creeping around the back of that smoke. Even though this was an exposed plant to the spam at elevator, Turtle obviously doesn't have perfect echolocation in this position. Doesn't want to take that risk, allow Cowways all the information, because that really worked to serve in Turtle's favor towards the end. And a minor mistake here from Big Uzera. I think he just barely saw the edge of the barrel there from Woody up close, but even though it does go traded, having that extra man could have made a world of a difference. Because Era hasn't made many mistakes this game. And hard to even call that one a mistake. So these are chances that Audic are getting, and they are not squandering them. Still half the score of what Pain have already been able to put together here on this T side. And done so largely by fighting these players off of the bomb site before Pain have really made their final decision. It's far more reserved from Pain alike. Not going for any of these crazy aggro lines. Say that, because they're now creeping a smoke inside of short. And he won't go unsupported. Luck's behind him as well.
Mighty's been contesting this a couple of times over. Mattio's found success here before, though. Nade exchange. Damage is not great. Mighty and Mattio's now double up. Big Uzera only good for the one. Luck's behind a wall. Will be covered off for most of that damage. And now Nizen has to respond. There's a couple of players nearby. They start to plant. Ponter will push through the smoke to meet his demise. And a nice setup from Audic. Felt like they had all the rotates in place on time, but that little pressure to speed up might have come back to get them.
And that creep through the smoke might have just been the undoing of this round as well here for Audic. They have no util. Should they have a kit on Turtle, but no smoke to cover, no flash to set up. And Turtle being that one that pushes up close. Sure, he's on short, but he has to transition back onto that bomb. Woody trying his best to cover from both positions, but he misses his shot. And now Turtle knows he doesn't have coverage. There's no one that can protect him any longer. That was a must hit from Woody in that position. And unable to deliver on the goods. This is another round that falls the way of Pain.
I will say, despite the scoreline, despite what maybe some of this indicates, where it feels like, honestly, Pain, even in the rounds that they've been losing, they very often have advantages. I like Odic's adjustments as we've gone on in the game. They're getting better and better at making the right read, having the players in the right place, but unfortunately, it's just that one last spot of gotta hit the shots that we are missing out on.
Yeah, I mean, I think our predictions in general so far this tournament have only been getting better and better as well. And if you want, you can make use of your own great predictive abilities by scanning that QR code underneath the stream. It's 1xBet's mobile app, and you can make some good predictions. You can do it very conveniently from your phone as well. Make sure that you're having fun while enjoying these games as well alongside us. Now, this wasn't really much of an investment round here for Odic, so they just got steamrolled on that B-bomb site. But if they can hold on to this AWP, that would be quite nice. And that's the largest piece of weaponry they came into this round with, courtesy of Woody saving that previous round. They'd like to be able to save it again. It's the final segment of this half. And Pain have already put their foot down. An 8th round locked in. Listen, I saw a couple Novas being bought. Yeah. They didn't do much of anything. So,
Terrorists win.
Well, another day, another disappointment in the Nova. Odic will at least have a bye as we head into the last round of the half, but with Big Zero on 17 kills at the end of it, that is, well, that might actually go up. In all fairness, we might actually see him hit 20 or so. So I'm gonna hold my thoughts on that. But that is really unreal. Genuinely, it's terrifying.
Yeah, very few fragging in-game leaders can do it as well as Big Uzera, but he just keeps on performing. They find a kill over at B, but Punter answers right back. But as he's throwing util, as he retreats, Big Uzera finds great damage.
He also spotted Woody, so he trucks out that nade for default, gets a little bit more in for Woody as well. Why not?
I think Azera was going to whisk away another kill before they start to reinvestigate this A play, but Lux holds onto his spot, and this time there are no shenanigans by Matios. Right now, Odic's defense is getting ping-ponged between the two bomb sites.
Yeah, they're really spread apart as well. I think we hadn't realized the fact that Odic were going for those fast rotates in the previous round, and this is their response.
And this is the thing, you know, as Odic are pinging, Pain are ponging. They're zigging when they're zagging.
I'm just going to wait to see how far you're going to go with this one. But Woody, with the Molotov, with the quick shot out, makes this a little bit more doable. Flashbang to delay as well. There's a molly to force him away, but as he's completely blinded up, more flashes to come through. NQZ forcing off the Opper. He knows where he'd like to play. He'll play there himself. Lux has been left for the Opper to try and watch the flank, but no one's going to be coming in from there. Ponter starts off strong. Nades following through the CTs, now with an advantage found, but NQZ is going to be able to force them off the side of the building. Ponter out of the server and off this floor. NQZ is going to be able to find another frag here. I say another, I'm crediting him with the first one. 90 all alone in the 1v2, does bring it back, and Lux is low. Flash goes by. Lux has got no reason to peek. There's plenty of time to play around with the 90. With that, the kit might have already lost a round, but Lux doesn't know that. He's going to be able to swing forward. Lux finishes the round out, getting a lot of good plays without actually finding frags in this one.
No, he'll still finish it off with a kill on that AWP. Oh my god, oh my goodness. Ponter. 3v3. Sure, that Molotov was putting you under pressure, but I'm sure he could have jumped back into spawn. He jumped off the building.
I think it was a 3v2, by the way.
Oh yeah, it
got
was
the first
a 3v2.
kill.
Yeah, it was a 3v2. They got the kill on the boost.
Yeah, Ponter is the one who finds the frag. Like, you know what? I've heard trading's really important part of Counter-Strike. Let's trade.
You know, he was 17 HP, but when there's an AWP in play, That matters. You're an extra body. Ugh, that is a bit of a shame. That could have maybe been a 4th round together here for Audic at the turn of the half, but Pain 9-3. And so this defense feels like all they really need is the pistol to finish off their map pick. See how they do. Lux with the dualies in at white, and Nizen will serve as a mere distraction, that first point of contact, and even prepared for that boost up. Molotov down, that's where Lux takes contact, and he's ripping heads.
The dualies looking like they are built for this position, because honestly, they are. Lux looks for the third as he does continue swinging forward. Nizen's able to get just the one. He can have the leftovers, the scraps. Marios does the same, but one of them wins a round, and that is Lux and Pain side.
I mean, those first 2 guys didn't even stand a chance. Genuinely, first 2 bullets out of Lux's gun, and those guns fire fast. You know, you don't have much time to react. Third kill's a little egregious, but it was a tight angle being held, and hard for Punter to even really spot Lux being that aggressor. It's a nice little 1-2 combo.
Yeah. Cows in the meanwhile. Very confident, and why wouldn't he be? He's been the lieutenant to Big Gazera so far in this map. A lot of those mid lurks giving him a lot of success.
And listen, Big Uzera might be the gift that keeps on giving for the Pain Gaming side, but, you know, there's also giving stuff. It's 1xBet with the sticker hunt that they're doing alongside IM Chengdu. When you place bets on IM Chengdu, the finals are what's coming up very soon for that tournament. You may be in for a chance to win some cool little prizes. So check out that link below to get involved before it's too late. Maybe they can give you a prize as well.
I was about to transition into talking about sticker hunt myself. Now I'm sad. But you guys don't have to be.
You guys have to wait your turn.
Nice, though. He's got his turn coming up right here and now. He knows it. Spots out the legs. Molly out. Smoke out. Wants nothing to do with this. He's got the MP9. Sure. But you know what's a lot easier to get kills with is when Glocks are coming in through the smoke. Adios has got a flashbang. Nizen still playing from behind it. The T's are moving fast. And freebie after freebie. That's how it's done.
And Big Uzera wanted to be involved. You saw him chasing after it, but Nizen had to stake his claim on that final frag. He didn't hit it. Big Uzera would have. Listen, you might be in-game leading. You might get a load of kills. You might win a load of rounds for us, but I still want to feel good about my stat sheet too. Alright, final real chance for Audic here. Full gun round. Sure, they won't have the AWP of Woody, but they're just going to have to work around the rifling core. Marios has been hitting and giving them quite a few chances, but it's Woody that starts. Caught a whiff of Big Uzera before that smoke fully built itself up. So the in-game leaders go in an opening bout. Audic with an advantage. Good call to reset here on the side of Audic. They're still flurrying a bunch of utility over at A, but a fresh smoke that greets them at B as well. Turtle's going to still want to take the space.
Nizen, again, great position to try and catch them as they move out of the smoke, but Turtle just shuts them down. Pain will concede. I have to consider it's going for the save over here, but Cow is still exploring. Now he takes him down. Pain will not have the strongest buy in the next one. Have to keep that in mind as much as you might feel like, but they're dominating. Well, yeah, but the second half, right?
Anything can happen.
Audic do extend their time on Vertigo.
Yeah, a must win, and some good kills being found. A nice decision as well being made there by Turtle, just making sure to keep that pressure applied. Once that smoke is down, the SMG tried to play a little closer to that wood wall, and in that transition gets caught off guard by Turtle's unrelenting pace. A nice kill by Lux, but he will be hounded down. No weapon saved here for Pain, and no big chance to invest here either. They should save.
You'd hope so. I would like to see NQC pull out the op. He's not really had the best of times on the T side. I don't blame him for that. He had all his kills stolen away from him. That damn big Zera. Taking my frags. But as we start to prepare for what is likely to soon be an Anubis, unless Odik is able to give us a big extension, you want to see everyone get some action.
Yeah, the last thing I want to see is Odik fall flat. You know, I want them to put up a fight, especially when we're thinking about going into Anubis, which could be even shaky territory for them against Pain. So important that they come in with a confident stride here against those pistols, expressing as much, not fearful of these fights.
Pistols are going to go hunting Remo, and as the smoke dissipates, Knight is collected, looks for more, and I don't blame him. He's got a lot to fight with, and very little to fight up against. 5th round on the board for Odik, and now comes out another gun round for Pain. They are hoping to stop this momentum immediately. For Pain, it's all about establishing boundaries, making sure Odik still feels like they got stomped. They still feel hopeless.
And it feels like a lot of that will be predicated on that AWP when it comes out. Them going for the save call there on Pain does allow them that option, and so NQZ having that up and taking an aggressive line to open up. Sure, a smoke that blossoms over in the entrance to B, but NQZ was still holding to see if a player journeyed over the top of it. Turtle being very loud about the way that he's rotating around that entrance. Aggression into middle. Big Uzera just run over.
Ponder's got the kill immediately. Now NQZ, you said that he would be incredibly influential, and well, I think you might have understated that. He's the sole defender of B from the middle offense that could come through. Lux will have nothing to offer either, and as they're rerouting back into CT, Lux needs to get involved. Ponder taken down, that's important. That makes NQZ's job that much more single-minded. He starts to second guess himself, but the kill is found, the bomb is dropped, and now NQZ waits for their ascent into the site. 2 more flashes left, and they're not deploying them. Not yet. Marios now chucks it out, but what is this angle from Nizen? Never going to be expected. Does Turtle even try to go for this one? He needs his teammates to try and force out the CTs, but NQZ keeps finding more and more success. Finally taken down, and Nizen not expected, but as Marios turns away, he's got the bomb. Turtle found out, but he can't get the frag. Cowards will have 2 weakened players around the corner. Gets the first, tries to transfer, will be able to do so. 12 now for the Pain side.
Yeah, really nicely handled, and honestly getting caught like a deer in headlights were the side of Odik. It really felt like Turtle had to be the one that pressed the issue. He wanted his teammates to distract just simply because he didn't want to make that turbulent venture by himself, but he had a lot of importance placed on him. His teammates just kept getting picked apart by that AWP of NQZ, and even though they are suspicious of the fact that there's no way NQZ would be playing there if they didn't have a player, you know, push down that B ramp to secure his territory. When he offered up a little bit too much skin with Turtle creeping up, they do let their guard down a little bit, and Cowboys had all the information that both these players were weakened. It's well handled, well built from Pain, even though Big Uzera was lost at the very start of that round, and maybe there is maybe also just a bit of false hope here for Odik. Cows getting dinked through that tarp, but they can't line up the trade, and Cows is out. So an opening exchange here for Pain that allows them to fully make use of this 5-on-4.
Odik does have a pretty sizable utility advantage though. So Pain doesn't feel like they can just sit back and chill out in the bomb site. They still want to make a play. This 5v4 isn't good enough for them, and they know it. Lux forced forward, and the spam is not quite good enough. Marios had a chance to equalize, not able to do so. So as some of that utility has been used, now for Pain, a boost being assembled as well, but Lux fails it. They can't get it done. Mario's even just straight up spamming them out. Cowes hits the deck.
Gowers has to be so annoyed with that. Mess up the boost, and he's the one that suffers. But he was that low HP player, so willing to make that sacrifice. Oh, big Usera.
Wow.
Making the FAMAS look clean, and he clotheslines another 2-tap on that FAMAS. Woody, the in-game leader, last man standing, open hand, 15 seconds, and sure he's got bomb on back, but there are 3 facing CTs ready to greet him. A dominant display here from Pain on their map pick to kick off these playoffs. They have come in with a purpose.
The purpose is to destroy, honestly. Big Azar ending up on 21 kills, but it didn't feel like the CT side was what really necessarily did it justice. This was some very, very impressive T-side calling, very impressive T-side playing. Just the way he's able to consistently lead on the front lines, get double kills, triple kills on the entries. There's no question about him being the MVP, obviously he is, but Audic, I think the rounds were a little deceiving. They had a few good runs. They had a few good chances. Unfortunately, like I said before, it took them a while to get warmed up into the server itself.
There were a few moments where they did look a little panicked, perhaps, on their CT side about which bomb site they were going to hit, what move they want to make, and some of the moves that they did go for just unfortunately ended up empty-handed. You know, some the ways that they went for double clears in mid, they were playing together on that A bomb site. They did want to prioritize taking sections away from Pain before they actually moved onto the bomb site itself, but very frequently when they did that, they just didn't get the kills that they were looking for. They didn't find any of the information that they were hunting for, and then they felt comfortable, and then Pain pounced. It felt like Pain had a very good timing on catching Audic, just lackadaisically like, okay, let's think of our next plan, guys, and then Pain revealed their own plans.
Well, listen, we're going to have to try and make sure that that comfort isn't going to be there on Anubis, that Woody and company can actually start to reset out from this one. But in order to do so, they've got to get a discussion going on. We're going to let them have that one. Be back for a small break. It'll be time for Anubis very soon.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
Welcome back to the RDS LATAM Series number 3. Quarterfinals continue. Pain looking untouchable so far. Audec, however, now move on to their own map pick of Anubis. I'm tea time with Michael UB Cassidy. Michael, how's Anubis looking?
Yeah, probably not too hot. I mean, with the form that Pain are currently in, it does look like they're not exactly painting the best picture here for Audec. I think the good news for them is that, like we were saying earlier on, watching that Vertigo, it did look as though Audec had some nice ideas when they were coming into those mid-rounds, even though they were losing players sometimes in the opening phases. They clearly weren't deterred from their philosophies of how they wanted to approach that map. It just didn't pan out. It didn't work out. The timings felt off versus Pain on that particular outing, and you can only hope that those ideas carry forward into an Anubis and their timings get better on this map as well, than picking it into the series.
Well, listen, we're going to have to wait to find out about that one, but I will say, are there any shining lights from Audec where you're looking back to that and thinking, well, listen, if maybe I get 5% more from that, then, 5% less from Pain. What are you outlining for Audec? Because for me personally, I do think Mattias and Nighty had some good moments, right? Like, those two guys do seem to be the pillars of the team. Woody as well, some decent reads here and there. I would like to see just a little bit more firepower from them, and maybe we can dance.
I think regardless of who it is, I think the anchor players really need to just be able to hold their spots or at least come away with one kill. I think we saw too many times Turtle get overrun on that B bomb site on Vertigo. I think when it came to really down to it, they were sometimes losing Nighty or Mattios in the opening phase, and if that is going to be the way that the rounds start, then that's what the anchors are supposed to be able to sort of thrive in that environment. You have information to play off of, you find a trade, you keep yourself alive as long as possible. We can't have these just vanilla-looking duels from the Pain perspective happen on bombsite executions. Unfortunately, Anubis isn't one of those maps where anchors are typically left completely alone. There's often a little bit of reinforcements from camera, or there's somebody floating into dark on the B bomb site, for example. So there shouldn't be many scenarios where it's just all on one guy, but it is still as important that they keep at least one of those guys alive so that the rotates can be effective.
Now, at the same time, where you're talking about the effectiveness of the anchor players, it does also feel like a lot of the time Cows in middle on Vertigo was able to abuse that so often, making the rotates so much more difficult as well. So if we can maybe try and clean that up a bit more, because Anubis is more, I think Anubis is much more focused, much more well made for the CTs to be able to defend middle effectively, especially the rotation pathways. So that's something where if that's the game plan for Pain, we're not going to be able to see that exploited in the same way. So again, like you're saying, a lot more pressure on the anchors because of that as well. So we're going to keep an eye out for that one. I also want to see aggression from the CTs, and plenty of it, though. Whenever Audec was on the CT side, on ramp, on B stairs, it didn't feel like we were actually ever seeing them go take the initiative, except for maybe one round where a flashbang was slightly misthrown. There was already a smoke up. I never felt like there's a play being made unless it's maybe one solitary guy peeking out from Tarp, and Anubis isn't going to let that one fly. So definitely looking forward to seeing that change out. But from Pain, honestly, I kind of just want more of the same.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it will fall once again onto Bigazera's shoulders. This is a guy that calls kind of around himself to a certain degree. If he finds an area of the map is very important, he's going to very frequently put himself in that spot and has succeeded many a time over for Pain. So you're maybe putting some importance on Cowways on that mid control. I actually am expecting that Biguzera will be the one that kind of takes up that responsibility, because from that position, he loves thriving in that kind of environment. There are some in-game leaders that call around themselves, but not to the aggressive level that I think Biguzera does for himself. So it's what makes him such an exciting player to watch. It's what makes him as a leader quite interesting as well. And if Big Uzera has a little bit of a shy performance or can't find those impact kills, then that's probably the way in for Audek. If they can shut him down, then I feel like they're gonna have a much better time on this map.
Look, Big Azera as an IGL is what Yekindar thought he would be. I'm gonna be real with you, right? Aggressive rifling, finding important entries, important picks that's gonna let you make a call for the rest of your team. It was one of the reasons why I was so skeptical when I found out that he was actually moving into IGLing. I didn't feel like he had it in him, but honestly, I've never been happier to be wrong about something in Counter-Strike. He has been so much fun, and it does feel like he is really elevating the Brazilian scene. I know a lot of experts, even heading into the major, which, look, guys, I get it. We talk about the major a lot, but it's for a reason. A lot of the analysts that were talking about this were saying that, hey, Pain were the ones defining the metagame. Honestly, up until that top 16 stage, Pain felt like they were ahead of the metagame compared to everyone else. They felt like their players maybe couldn't keep up at times, but yeah, that's obviously going to keep on changing, that's going to keep on bettering. So Pain, very exciting. Audek, unfortunately, might be the recipients of that excitement. You don't want to be just a small little speed bump, though. You want to at least be a pretty substantial obstacle in this one. And if there's any place to do it, it's got to be Anubis. It's a map where Pain have occasionally had the question marks.
Yeah, I think as well, it's really good for the Pain roster that none of the stars that came in to this Pain organization when they saw that Big Uzera was going to be that in-game leader, I think really challenged him to get the sort of superstardom on this roster. Some teams you might think with the caliber of players or up and coming stars, you want to put them in all the best spots, you want to have them all succeed in these highly supported positions. But it didn't feel like as though Pain had many of those struggles. Even in the early days when they were implementing these players into the team, they all understood what Big Uzera was aiming for, and they all seemed to be very supportive of it. And especially with the success that they had at the major, it only further cements that it works, and that so long as they are able to keep that mantra and maintain it, they can actually still progress within the South American region, hell, even go international with it as well.
I am also going to be looking a bit towards Woody, Michael, because, you've praised him a fair bit for his defensive hopping, and that's always something that I wonder about when a player like a Big Azera is able to get this involved with the rifle, where he's getting as aggressive as he was, where, it didn't necessarily even feel like he was pulling the most utility in towards him, so you're not getting all these flashbangs flying through or anything like it. Woody should be the person who's able to get a few reads on him. Woody should be the person who's able to take point and find those skills in that defensive positioning that, he does like to go for. So if NQZ continues to have a slightly quieter game, he didn't really underperform or anything. He just wasn't the best player on the server in the previous one, which I can't blame him too much for. But if that continues to be the case, Woody could be a difference maker. And unfortunately, so far we haven't seen that hopping from him. But on Anubis, that's going to be important.
Yeah, no, it certainly will be. If we really want to hammer it down, I mean, it again just comes back to the calling for both of these teams. Like Woody, if he's unable to find those timings or he's unable to punish some of those peaks, it probably will affect his calling. And I think it's something that was even sort of transferred into some of his previous teams. He has not really been, I think he maybe had a bit of pressure to be like an aggressive AWPer, but that was never really his style. He liked being, this late round AWPing player that punished rotations, that had a good read on how the macro was developing from that position. And, I think with Audek, he's actually kind of forcing himself to get into those more power play positions as of this roster, because it is that much more important for making everybody else a little bit more comfortable. So it will come down to him, I think, as well. Even on the rifle, I feel like he positions himself quite well on Anubis particularly. So I just hope that he's able to have a solid performance. Hell, I just hope Audek are actually able to show up on this map, because I don't want them to go down with a whimper in the playoffs.
Look, Michael, here's the thing, right? I'm looking over towards Woody right now. I've heard this said so much about players who I feel like are on the younger side, that, hey, this guy has a particular style of AWPing, this guy has a particular style of this, that. I always expect him to be able to make that change. Unfortunately, I never realized how old Woody actually is. Woody's 28 years old. He's been around for quite a while, and I always knew it. But in my head, I'm thinking, yeah, this guy's probably been playing on teams since he was 15 or something. So yeah, maybe it is just another one of those trends in the Brazilian scene of slightly older AWPers who aren't able to change that style, or maybe they're using their style as a crutch to try and make up for it. AWPing IGL has always been very popular in Brazil for obvious reasons. The Godfather himself has set the trend, so can't really blame them for that one. But in that case, I'm also just looking out towards who else is going to be stepping up, and I'd love a performance from Ponter. It felt like we had a very good showing from Ponter yesterday versus Team Solid. He was really, up in arms. He was really hitting all of his shots. He really felt like he was completely in sync with the server and what's going on. He could be the difference maker for me, even if, I'll be honest, for me on this team, it is almost always a Nighty and Mattias show.
Yeah, I just don't know that Ponter really will accept that responsibility. That is typically not his role, not his position, not the sort of frags that you expect him to come in and find. And when he has those performances, that is great, but that is not the stability through which Audich have sort of built themselves up to be in. It is, like you said, Nighty, Mattias, hell, Woody, as I think very important factors for this Audich squad, and them starting on this CT side. Of course, this being their pick, and this being one of the few maps in the pool where T side is favored, Pain opting to start on the attack. Let's see if Audich can rev up the engine here on that CT side. Double dualies for Woody and Nighty alike, and Nighty already jump spotting out towards B main, but not spotting much of anything. Pain were grouped up, but they were hidden.
Full creep through from Big Azara. Nighty won't be anywhere nearby. Woody has to be the one to intercept this completely. Flash has to be dodged. Woody has to face through. Second flash catches him out. These flashes are fantastic, but Nighty still has a chance. Only good for the one. Still sets Mattias up for potential success if he can just find this one kill onto the pillar. Blair Lux is evasive, but not enough. NQZ to trade. Swings right back out, and the double peaks from the Glocks are overrunning. The trades are good from the Pain side, and now Ponter left alone. I called upon him, and I'm hoping to receive as he circles around, but Kawes has the better of him.
That is mighty unfortunate. That's a solid anti-strat from Pain Gaming. That's, I think, from my recollection of watching Audich on this map, it's a pistol I've seen them run before, and I think Pain have done much the same research. The flashes were great. They come out clearing for both positions. Sure, that first player sends it out and is maybe not fully in full anticipation of jail, but once they see that, they know that other player is round the corner on that pillar, and those dualies only get one each, and that will simply not enough. Audich needed a multi-frag from one of those forward-playing players. And now on USPs, Nighty with a Zeus, but not sure how he's going to make use of it, in all honesty. He went for a B-sided stack. I mean, that... It's like, how is he going to make use of this weapon? He's going to shoot them. But where? When? I need context.
Actually, the funny thing about the Zeus is, Michael, it doesn't matter where you shoot that. I couldn't even finish that sentence. Still, Kawes met by a lot of damage. He's being very careful for good reason. Doesn't want to lose out the AK. All 5 players kept alive for the Pain Gaming side.
Smooth sailings. But now Woody on that AWP. It is a glass cannon AWP. So unlikely to go for a middle peak. That is very frequently early naded. Hell, even an early brick start could be pre-naded. So likely to go for something over at B. And from Dark, he'll try and take that deep line in the canals. But it's a fast play from NQZ. A flash that forces Ponter away, but he got that Molotov down, so they're deterred as well.
Do like this from Woody. Thing is, he's going to be given a chance a little bit late, and that is a collision course with Nighty. Nice in, good for the one, and he's looking for more. Nighty can't hide away. Was hoping to be overlooked, but it's not going to happen. Turtle now called to order, but the gavel will not strike. Mattias forced away. Audich will have to save.
Oh, that's an awkward way to lose the round. Woody's just thinking, Nighty, get out of the way. I need to move. And he gets shot in the back. Nighty trying to slot himself into an uncleared angle, but Nizen wasn't going to let that one fall away from him. I think he realized as well that Woody lingered a little too long. He pieced it all together. These two remaining players of Audich still floating around. just to see if anybody over pushes on the side of Pain, but this is a certain save. A lovely triple kill from that new addition to this Pain Gaming roster. I think you and I have both already come to accept him on the squad because it doesn't feel like he seems out of place. Seems
I don't want you to speak for me. I don't accept this guy. I will embrace him. Nysin is the truth. I love Nassim. He was such a fun player to watch out for as well, and I was really heartbroken when I saw that, you know, the loan has not been extended. There's not been no buyout agreement, anything like it, but man, Nysin is the best Nassim at home situation I've ever seen. Mom was right. We do have Nassim at home.
I guess so. He pulled from the academy. The slot so well. Must feel good. Well, I feel better if they put themselves into a semi-final. That's what they can do up against Odic here. Starting off well on Odic's pick, but in with another buy. Are Odic on this CT effort. They've come in with a couple of FAMASs, which isn't ideal, and they are definitely light on utility after that initial exchange.
To try and force 90 away, and immediate nade as well, just to continue the pressure on, making sure 90 can't be deep inside dark. 90, though, Molly timing for himself is also really good, but he's just being abused on this bomb site utility from all across the shop. The kitchen sink's already sitting right next to him. Lux now starts to move forward. I'm going to pepper up a little bit more. 90's just not being given a chance to find fights, and when he does, he finally makes use of it. A big double. But taken down by his teammate, no less. Ponter, visible. NQZ spots him out, but he's all alone. Big Azara's not giving him any help on the peak. He just can't from the position. Now with time ticking down low, it's all about damage for Big Azara. If you can find another kill, that would go a long way, but no one's giving up the duel. Trying to swing out. Good for the first. Time ticking out. 15 seconds. Will spot Turtle, but can't get the duel win.
That's a massive round from 90. They wanted to go for more of a mid-centric, A-side focused lean on the defense. 90 was alone on that bomb side. He had a lot of util left on the site itself for him. He threw double nades. He threw that Molotov down the B main. He was trying to puff out his chest and effectively send Pain the other direction by showing far more presence and far more utility than any one man is supposed to have. And Pain still pressed forward, and even in that scenario where 90 had already done his job, he still came in with some big kills when it came to Pain actually pushing into the site proper. Really, really well handled by 90. Still an expensive round for Odic, but it is their first they get on the defense. A little bit of an awkward exchange there. 90 just face checking, seeing Lux cowering around the other side of that smoke, and could have ripped his head, but deciding not to venture much further. Nice smoke that allows him to retake control towards the bottom side of dark as well as mid. Because there doesn't really have a gap to play off of, but he still sits in this cubby.
There's no flashes either for him to try and make a play in, so he'll have to go full manual, but with the smoke dissipating, that is going to be the plan. Bonter backs off. He doesn't want to stay here for too much longer, but even, honestly, because there's got a lot of options. These two players, are they going to move back and check it? They're not aware. Big Uzera picks up the first, and now he just backs off to safety. In pursuit, in fact, 90, though, gets out. Big Uzera continues contending, and 90 felt like he had to take the fight. Honestly, he might have been right, but he doesn't win it.
And that's the round. Just like that, Big Uzera just destroys any prospect of them recovering this round. I actually don't know what happened, because I only remember 2 kills. We saw 2 kills.
Turtle
Oh,
disconnected,
Turtle had a
unfortunately.
disconnect.
We just got that news.
Yeah, I thought that. I wondered if that was the case. That is extremely unfortunate.
Yeah. Bane, in the meanwhile, also choose not to hunt as aggressively as we saw them start out on Vertical. They were looking for every single scrap they could find. Man. Really playing with fire out there, Big Sarah.
Yeah, the good news for him is that that position doesn't cast this massive shadow in the canals, for example. Because that could have given away the entire play. Even though there was a smoke in front of him, and that dynamically does affect the shadows. Could have revealed him before he showed himself inside that window, because for all Audic knew is that mid was clear the last they checked it. They weren't expecting Big Uzera to hide in the smoke. Well, Turtle's now back with us. An unfortunate turn of events in that last round, but it was more than likely with the way and how rapid those opening kills came out for Big Uzera in mid. And it probably would have lended itself to a save. You know, losing one weapon isn't a massive deal, but it could have given them a fighting chance. There's no doubt about that. AWP for Woody and pressuring into A main. They would have heard Nizen cross, but he'll be a difficult man to flush out.
All is exchanged, but Woody's the one with the bullet behind it as well. Because Sarah walking into the spinning deagle. I know what that means. Marius about to get 1, maybe 2. No, not the second. And Woody, unfortunately, is the receiving end for Cowiz his multi-kill instead. Well, only 90 left, and he's just going to pick up the AK and run.
I'm somehow not surprised you bear on to that superstition of the spinning deeg, but it did get his 1.
Superstition? Are you kidding me? That is fact. Scientifically proven.
It's like back in the day, everyone buying Blaze Deegs because they see Nico highlights and they think, yeah, that's me. For real, for real. Just ain't got the right skin for it.
Oh, listen. I don't know about skins, but you could get the right gaming PC with the stick around event from the 1xBet guys that we've got trying to support the scene, trying to support the RES tournament series. You can check out the event going on by checking the link in the description below. You can win awesome prizes by placing a bet on IM Chengdu 2024. Only the grand finals left, so you want to get that bet. Now's the time.
Now's the time?
Hey! We are not giving any advice on what to bet on. I feel like I should clarify.
Yeah,
just in
no,
case.
I'll have no idea. Listen, I had VP and Astralis players in my fantasy team, and it did not work out. We don't talk about it. Unfortunately, not punching any monitors here as of yet, but Audic, with the way that things have been going so far in this series, who's to say that peripherals couldn't be punted? A shot, or at least a phasing shot from NQZ that keeps Turtle at least a little bit humble. He didn't have backup, he didn't have support. 90's still sitting inside of the smoke, inside of Dark, and he's actually caught his kill and escaped, but Big Uzera tracks him. There was a Molotov that landed at his feet as well, and it just feels like they're getting chewed to bits. It's still back and forth trades, but Marius now segmented by a smoke. Good news is that Pain haven't gotten that bomb down as of yet.
Marius, finds Cowiz as well. This is looking better and better, but NQC, what? Ooh. I swore he would have seen him, but still, Woody, the beneficiary of perhaps an overlooked foot, will be able to take him down. Audic, get on the board in a very chaotic round, but still the 2v2 is where they succeed and excel. Nicely done.
Yeah, it was a very chaotic side take. Even though Turtle was kind of left to his own devices at the back of the site. Nighty was playing on timing inside of Dark, and just because he was able to sort of take attention away, it was a lot more successful than I initially thought the defense was going to pan out for Odik. Really nice job from Matios as well.
Oh, that is clean. I think Woody was watching out for the boost up, and he spots Big Uzera on the jump instead. That's why you've got to be careful around these super fast hoppers. NQZ now trying to be one of those himself. 90 has been a thorn in their side, but with the AWP hard scope forward, this time he doesn't stand a chance.
Wow, soundbait there from Nizen, but unable to capitalize on the kill. Still, it's a full execute over towards this B bomb site. Turtle sitting inside of the smoke. Now is spamming the edges of it, but he's very suspicious of this play, and Turtle will finally start revealing his hand, starts running at Kawes, and he gets his aim back in time. Down to 9 HP. They're down a man here on Odik.
Utility's not great either, so with Matius only having a smoke and Ponter being re-smoked off, this is going to be a safe call. I can't believe Turtle gets a headshot there, to be honest. Felt like he was a stray bullet away from death.
Yeah, it also felt very odd. Just the whole scenario. You know, Turtle's waiting to make this play. Kawes just intermittently checking the edge of that smoke. So ready for Turtle to make that move, and then as soon as Turtle makes that step, Kawes snaps his aim back over. Gets a handle back on it. That was fast.
That was snappy.
I mean, that's a hairline angle. Didn't think Woody had the speed for that, I'll be quite honest with you.
Put some respect on his name.
He's been hitting some snappy shots throughout this entire LATAM series.
Always a man to have some golden moments. Are they boosting up now? Is that the plan? Is that how you try and respond? Well, Woody knows lightning doesn't strike twice, and he doesn't want to either.
It's not tempt fate.
Backs himself off to a much more defensive position. Plus Ponder over as well. Woody continues to be a menace in middle. Now, NQC will still be looking to try and refrag out. He's got the tag, but not the bag. Ponder backs off, and Turtle, he's trying to find the AK, but can't pick it up in time. You've heard of sticky fingers. This guy's got a clean hand, and he doesn't like it.
That's just a massive fumble from Turtle, because he must have had an M4. I think he dropped it behind himself so he could get his hands on that AK without, you know, throwing the M4 in front, you know, kind of giving away his position. And he ends up empty-handed. He had no gun. Oh, he had an MP9. Even still, that would have given a fighting chance. I'll call with a USP in hand. 3-on-3, and they're out of position. There was nobody actually home here for Odik. They've got some cash in reserve. Max loss bonus. Gonna be tempted in by this.
It might be a mistake to actually go for it, though. Bigazera's position is fantastic. 90 has got nothing to offer. And Odik at this point, even looking for exit, seems like asking for a bit much. When Bigazera and company might even think about going for the hunt. No, they decide against it. Woody's... Okay. Felt like he was thinking about going for the ninja for a little while, but no, we'll decide against it.
That could have been a world. They vacated pretty quickly, but I think he realized he maybe missed the window.
We're seeing Odik very often end up without utility to go for these retakes, but despite that, they're not going aggressive early on. It does feel like on Anubis, it's a trade-off. Are you going to go aggro, or are you going to have a retake utility left? Can't be neither.
Ooh, those are very one-sided odds for our playoffs. Odik have a mountain to climb, and Woody's familiar with this terrain. NQZ already dropped, that's the AWP of Pain dispatched of, but Big Uzera takes up the mantle himself. Oh.
Neutral damage is looking very good as well. Woody again well positioned, but Big Uzera is ready. Almost runs back into the fire. Thinks a better fit.
Had to catch himself.
Yeah, but,
In his excitement, like, I got my kill. Already tanked a couple apples. Well placed from Odic. Those frag grenades are mighty juicy and does weaken them up for a potential site finish. 4-on-4 after the ops struck first. 45 seconds. Pain are starting to reconvene in mid. Lux still hanging around inside of A, which will likely lean them this direction, and it would be the right call. Marius left on an island. They've heavily reinforced the B side of the map here on Odic.
Marius is one who is known to perform in these islands. While he goes by, Lux will not be singed by. He'll have this easy. Marius never going to be expecting it, and with the missed shot out from Ponter, the bomb site's given up. Time might be ticking down low, but Odic have no options, nothing to do to try and punish them for it. Another fantastic round from Payne.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, Turtle just barely getting a handle back on his rifle. Back on his vision. They're still floating around looking for exits, but yeah, they are going to try and save once again. I mean, yeah, as much as Marios has been great in some of those more awkward positions, you're absolutely right. You know, getting that Molotov down inside of A main. Had he put it towards camera, he actually maybe could have stood a chance. But that A main position is just so large that a single Molotov isn't going to flush out all the nooks and crannies. He's just hoping that nobody had already pushed up close in that cubby. And overexposed himself. Just breaks apart. You can understand the line of thinking. You know, he had a teammate coming up from CT to actually watch camera for him. But in that vein, then he maybe should have been more focused on A main as well. He wanted to take that contact so that his teammate would have an easier time, but that's just not how the dominoes fall.
Very unfortunate that we won't see an AWP out from Woody. He has looked electric on it. One of the few real consistent moments. Big Uzera is expecting this burst through while fully blind. Does get one. The trade is fine. He's happy with it. Because Lux elsewhere has found 90. Six out of their 8 round losses for Odic have been saves. They have let the bomb go off. They have tried to prioritize economy. They have tried to fight for a future, but that future is quickly dwindling. There are 2 rounds left in this half. They need to make a play. They need to find a round win. And Woody's hoping that his flashbangs might be all they need. That being said, though, Turtle will have to make a big play forward to try and make this work. Smokes all around, flashes forward. Turtle will not push, and Woody's got nothing to do but delay. Look at the timer, though. Plenty of time remaining. Bomb being planted. Woody trying to push, thinking about it, but nothing to be found except death for Ponter. Both players on the bomb site, but Odic, as much as they hate that statistic I just said, they feel like they've got no choice but to save, but now nothing to save for Woody. 1 on 4, MP9 is only friend. Good for a frag, but not good for much else.
Best he can hope for is to whisk away one of these rifles and even save, and Nizen will allow him at least his AK. That's open access, and Lux is even moving in to try and hunt him down. He tries to chase him through the canals, but Woody decapitates another. Sure, he gets 3 kills, but this is a lost effort. Pain up to 9 once again. This is the scoreline they came out of their T side of Vertigo with. 9-3 was the turn of the half, and Odic will be lucky if they get that third engaged as well, because Pain are just picking them to pieces. That is only the 3rd round that Pain have found an opening kill. Of the 11 we've seen so far, Odic have found an opening kill in 8 of them. And they've only got 2 rounds to their name. 6 of those came off of Woody. You know, I was saying he was a passive AWPer, but he, again, like you said, he's been electric. He's been hitting some marvelous shots to give them a chance. And he'll break the ice once again in the final round of this half.
Always the man to break the ice, but he needs his teammates to close. And with Ponter gunning it back to camera, Payne realized they've got a window. Ponter's caught in no man's land. Oh my god. 90's not going to check this. There's no way. He does! 90 might have given them a chance. So back to a 4 vs 3 before the bomb's even planted. And now 90 reroutes. He wants to try and go back to his teammates. He knows that his position is given up, and NQZ will be worried about this throughout the entirety of this round. It's effectively going to be a 2-on-4 on the site itself. Re-smoke back out to camera is good, but they've got a nade to pop it open. Marios takes that as his cue to start pushing forward, but it's actually a lot of team damage with it. Woody goes forward. Marios, the one to find the first kill. A nice and good for 1. Woody can't trade fast enough, and NQZ nearby needs to get involved. He can't hit the shot. Odic finally close with the 3rd.
Yeah, I said they'd be lucky if they pulled it together, but more of the same is what's happening here for Odic. A nice opener kill there from Woody, and even though they lose that player on the A-bomb site, if not for the fact that, like you said, 90 turning around and making sure that all of his angles are covered, he hard clears Kawes, he reroutes, and those difficulties that you were highlighting coming back onto this retake, the post plants were very difficult to maintain there for Pain. They were still concerned. You know, there was that extra fearful, that phantom player that never appeared in that A main flank. So really, really well done from 90. I think really giving them that extra chance in that retake attempt. But they're going to need a lot of performance here on this T side. Once again, a 9-3 half. Odic on the back foot, but already landing a very solid shot onto Big Uzera. Lux has responded in kind, however.
Shots through the smoke, but Big Uzera is the one who actually ends up falling. Bomb can be planted. Odic have accelerated pass as well. 90 peeking in. Kawes has the shadow advantage. About to be given another one of those, but can't find the frag clean. Still, 2 is more than good enough for the CTs to start pushing forward from Dark. They've gone back because of the CT plan, but is there a kit? No, there isn't. So you will have to try and take these fights at some point or the other. NQZ out in the open. All right.
No kit, no smoke, no problem. NQZ just finding and rattling heads. I think there was a bit of a scramble even from the rest of the Pain members, expecting that one of their members might have had a kit. I saw them jumping over their teammates' bodies, maybe just as well clearing in for Temple all simultaneously. But then once they start committing, NQZ just puts it to rest. That ain't good. That ain't nice. Once again, trailing in this map. And they have to go for a force buy T side. Sure, they got the bomb down, but look how assertive Pain are feeling. They're already putting a little pressure, showing a bit of skin inside of A main.
Lux is playing on the jiggle. If 90 wants to move past this one, there's a timing he could catch, but the problem is going to be Nizen from behind. Molly's very far in. 90 finds Luxon because he'd pushed into Dark itself. Nizen can't assist him. A smoke defensively from the CT player. He spots out 90, but he's actually finding the kill on the healthier man. In the meanwhile, the MP9 taking a lot of damage. It's Big Uzera caught out from the side.
And Nizen gave up the space. Big Uzera tried to take his place with that MP9. But pressed up against that wall, that's where they spammed. Man advantage here for Odic on this force buy. And with Nizen so low, a lot of the responsibilities will fall onto NQZ to get the action rolling. And that will be the call to save. Molotov in NQZ's position, and that ain't good. No kit. Odic, they can, I mean, Pain will concede the round. Odic bouncing back straight after losing the pistol coming into this half. You imagine coming into this playoffs, Odic fully understanding the opponent that they're up against, but even still, they are sick and tired of losing rounds. And if you're at home, they're sick of losing bets. You could have a little bit of an esports era with our partners over at 1xBet. Place the correct score on a bet, and get a free bet even if you lose. So check out that in the description. Make sure to help support us in the tournament by going and showing some love to our partners over at 1xBet. Now, I thought the pistol round might be the spark for Odic, but winning the Force Spy can be just as tantalizing, just as important. Sure, Pain are that much closer to the finish line by getting up to double digits, but they can reset the Pain economy right here and now, offer themselves a chance to close that gap. But look at what Pain are doing. They're the ones closing a gap.
The smoke on A main is also really well timed. If they want to try and go through it, it'll take them a couple extra seconds. And although there's a man watching out the back, Woody is the one doing all the damage. Big Uzera on the scout trying to play this close range. He's got the movement down, but he can't get the shot. Big Uzera taken apart. Lux 1v2. Listen, they know what the call is. Run away. But can they even do that with the bomb blinking in front of their very faces? No, not at all. A flash play, perhaps. But look at what Lux is up to. He's circling back and Woody's expecting it.
But when that smoke fades, surely Woody goes to link up with his teammate to make sure it's not a free one-for-one duel if Lux had hung around inside of A main. So while he was anticipating this reroute from Lux, he goes to make sure that there is security in retrieving that package. Lux is not going to make that big rotate to B. It'd be a very dangerous journey for Odic to make themselves. They continue pressing forward.
He was only going back to check for the mid lurk or the potential off it, but now with time low and Lux still having a Molotov, if he gets this one kill! If he'd only gotten the one kill, a molly on the side itself could have been the plant denial he needed. Can't get it done though.
I think in a perfect world, if he knew he had all that extra time, you know, his internal timer was ticking away, especially once they started to see that util come out. You know, he might have wanted to put himself actually on the bomb site itself, but behind that little rock or cake is what, you know, the call out would be. Could have made a bit of a difference. They didn't have the resources to.
What is cake?
It's the circular object in the middle of the bomb site on A.
Okay.
You're kind of, you know, I guess, you know, it's like the fish. It's the bomb site itself is designed like a fish, but
yeah.
I guess it's
okay,
like
I can see the cake in all fairness, but listen, I can also see a lot of cheerleaders, and Marios has found himself a cheerleader and 3 more after that.
You really tried to make a whole musical out of it.
That's a lot of quick kills.
But Marios made a meal of it. Yeah, that's great. A proper meal. Like, oh,
bro, that's
3
actually
kills.
Kind of insane.
Yeah.
I appreciate a man committed to his fray. Odic, however, now within 4 round distance. Another Molotov from Lux, but this time he's there to back it up. The Farmers is what gives him the multi.
Meanwhile, Big Gazera got his kill peeking in from that mid window. Gets his hands on AWP, and Marios tried to lock Big Gazera in position, but he's plastered against the wall. That ult recovered off of the in-game leader of Odic. And now Turtle left to his own devices. 1 on 5. Sure, he finds Kawes on the flank, but he knew there was more where that came from, and now isn't even offering him up another chance to find more frags. But he denies. 11-6. Pain bouncing right back, and it didn't even feel like they allowed Odic to set up properly. This wanted a bit of free dart control. And then Lux had to go and punch him out.
It's very clean, honestly. Previous time they tried that, it didn't feel like it was completely ready for it, but this time, nothing to worry about.
It's a bit of a desk slammer as well from Woody. Would have been holding in for that dark presence, and when his teammates start dying, you know, he's maybe even expecting a swing out from dark, and they get swung from window instead. Because they're just very hazard prone, but took the right gamble.
But his KD might be slightly inflated because of all the saving he did, but he is the highest KD on the server right now, by the way. He's 14-7. Tying for the top of the scoreboard as well.
I mean, he has 7 opening kills.
I don't blame him for the saving.
Yeah. Now, prior to that round, Audic have as many opening kills as Pain have rounds. Yeah, Audic are the ones that trail, and here they go again. This time it's Woody and Turtle that spring into action, but Big Uzera just runs through the mid-smoke.
Comp right there. Woody was obviously talking about something at that point while he was scoped all the way through. And he didn't overhear the call of his incoming death.
That is heartbreaking. 5-on-3 for just a moment, and Big Uzera calls the bluff. You don't have anyone holding mid if you've got 2 outside of B like that. And he brings it back to equal numbers, 3-on-3. This is the right decision. You know, start slow walking in through middle. This is a pressure point on the map. But you're going against Big Uzera around the corner, and he seems to have a pretty good read, jiggle peeking, catching just a glimpse of those Audic members, and gets a Molotov down as well. By the time that extinguishes, they'll have less than 20 seconds to move into this A-bomb site.
Cowith has a smoke as well if he wants to try and buy some time, but that'll be revealing his position out. It's a little bit late, but Big Uzera's come through. Cowith has got the company necessary. Now with a nade as well at Turtle's face, it dissuades him from the peak. Cowith won't be waiting for company to come over. Not again, not twice over. The K providing cover, and Cowith is going to be hiding away. Now NQZ's up. Not the best weapon to come in with, but as he aggresses forward, he was hoping Cowith could at least get the trade. Audic, though, heart might have been broken at the start of the round, but now heads are being chopped off, and that's much more deadly. 90, alone. Such a player on the CT side of Dark, but he can't get it done here and now versus Cowith. Triple kill for him, double from Big Uzera earlier on, and they get it all done all together.
Oh, another 1 versus 2 from Cowith. I mean, he delivered earlier on Vertigo as well, albeit the players were very heavily wounded, but Cowith plays this perfectly. Just constantly jiggling, keeping them inside of the site. They never have a chance to reposition. If they dealt with Cowith quickly, then there really was a fighting chance. But he was unrelenting. He couldn't stop facing. He couldn't stop doing damage, and they could do very little to counteract him. I mean, between Big Uzera and Cowith, they just destroy Audic in this position. And now they're 1 shy of locking themselves into the semifinals and sending Audic packing.
Muddy on the ground as they were hoping to accelerate. Nizin has got Lux to back him up as well, and what a backup it is! Massive triple. And Lux wants to keep it going. A nade sent forward, intercepted by Matios, but at least he can get some firepower out. Still, second nade will catch him and take him down. Woody, all that is left between Pain and an easy semifinal berth.
We knew it was going to be a hard battle. We knew it was going to be difficult, but this is a sign of pure domination. Pain being able to close out Audic's pick 13-5. Or, sorry, Pain being able to close out their own pick 13-5, but here against Audic now on Anubis, where, you know, we've seen some good reads, some good openers, some nice attempts being made here by this Audic squad. They just didn't have enough in the tank. And unless they want to continue, Woody has to call the perfect 1 versus 4 for himself, and he's just greeted by smokes, by grenades. They are not believing in the fact that he would rotate round, and Lux will finish what he started. A nice 3-piece on the B bomb site, and he finishes it off with 4. Pain lock in into those semifinals.
And listen, I don't think there was very much doubt in our minds that they were likely the ones to do it, but what a fashion to do it in as well. My heart bleeds for Woody, my heart bleeds for Matios and 90, but it does feel like we're just not getting all 5 players on the server. Ponter and Turtle were never a factor. I hate to say it, but they just weren't, Michael.
Yeah, and I felt it did feel as though, even though Woody was finding so many of these openers, so many chances for 90 as well on the opening exchanges, they just never able to hold on to them, either because Ponter's found or Turtle's a trade, or, I think there were a few nice moments from Turtle on the B side when we saw him in more anchoring positions, especially when 90 still maintained control of Dark, but that was very dependent on 90 to have that performance in the first place, and there were struggles across the map for Odik in taking territory and retaining it for the later parts of the round. So, yeah, I mean, as much as I just don't think I'd be able to tie it down to one player in particular. We saw spots, we saw moments from a lot of the players on the roster, and sure, maybe Ponter and Turtle didn't have those moments as frequently as some of the others, but this did feel like a systematic failing here for Odik, and honestly just a clear sign of a difference between where Pain currently are and where Odik are in their cycle.
And where Pain currently are in the semi-finals, and where we might be criticizing a little bit of, hey, a couple of players felt absent from the Odyx side. It did feel like everyone on Pain was on, but it still wasn't their best version, right? We still didn't have NQZ popping off. Okay, I'm not saying he was bad. He just wasn't his best. And that's just what makes Pain even scarier. The fact that, hey, right now, this is a Pain that might have been slightly flawed, that was, losing out those opening duels. That's not an everyday Pain. So even on a slightly off day for them, they're still looking this good.
Yeah, the thing is, I think the way that Pain operates, it's kind of difficult for NQZ to be involved when all the riflers are kind of fighting forward. If I had to make a European comparison between Pain and somebody, I'd actually liken them very similarly to Amcal, who have a very passive late round AWPer that can hit some very flashy shots, but often isn't a part of that initial sort of pack presence, and so it doesn't get as many of the kills that are a little so to speak easier, a bit more understood based on like map layouts or timings. We saw NQZ with a nice, very quick kill into Dark that one round, but aside from that, it's like, when is he called to question when the game is as dominant as it is?
And look, Pain, at the end of the day, are looking like the strongest forerunners for the entire tournament. They're looking like they're the favorites, and Odyx just happen to be another pebble in their path. We've got one more series for you guys today. It'll be Imperial going up against Red Canids. Red Canids have had a miracle run to get it this far in the playoffs. Now, let's see whether that miracle can continue. It'll unfortunately be after an extended break, though. We've got about an hour and 10 before that one will start, so you guys have plenty of time to get prepped up and ready for that fantastic series. We're going to be back after that hour. See you guys then.
The world is changing quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series 3. We're heading into the final quarterfinal. Hey, final quarterfinal, that's kind of bad. But hey, I'm tea time and I'm kind of bad too. That's why I've got Michael Yumi Cassidy with me to be good all the time. Michael, how are you feeling? It better be good.
I'm supposed to save you from that? I don't know how to save you from that. But yeah, we're in our last game of the quarterfinals. We have to find out who's going to join the likes of Pain in that semifinals. Imperial versus the Red Canids as a bit of a head-to-head, but man, the Imperial side have looked hot on form. These guys look very well drilled, even though when we came into the group stage of this event, you know, they lost a map and where they really felt like they shouldn't have against an academy squad, which is definitely not the best look for the Imperial troops. But when you've got players like Phelps, like Henny popping off, and then you've got No Way as that new addition joining them on the server, Red Cannons are going to have a big hill to climb.
Look, I'm with you. Imperial has been looking hot to trot, okay? But I raise you their series up against Adalia Amigos, which might be one of the worst performances from Imperial I've actually seen. And look, they did qualify through to the quarterfinals over there, but what we saw was some very poor calling coming through. And Red Cannons on the other side, they've got a secret buff, Michael, as we're going to show up their rosters as well. You know what their buff is, Michael? They've got 2 callers on the same team. They've got to be good now.
Well, you're trying to make it a positive that they're playing with their coach? I don't know if I can really back that one.
Let's go, Reggie.
I mean, they've definitely had a greater performance out of Riggy as time has gone on. Of course, they have seemingly no 5th planned in the foreseeable future, at least as far as this event is concerned. So they're having to make do with Riggy. But I think the real highlight on this team, and no surprise, it's the first Chilean to ever make a Counter-Strike major, Davidus, doing his best work to keep Red Canids very operable on in the games that we've seen so far. I think without him having his level of impact and stardom, this team probably doesn't make it into the playoffs in the first place. So if there's going to be performances against Imperial, if we see a couple of those moments of worry on the Imperial side where they don't make the decision that they feel like they're lining up for before it's far too late, you need Davidus to throw in some chaos.
All right, so what you're saying is we've got some strong additions. David is looking very good, and we've got extra calling. What can possibly take them down over here? Let's take a look at Imperial and see what we have to work with as well. Because look, all jokes aside, this is a star-studded roster. Dissenti and No Way have been the revelations of the year, and if not for Big Azera stealing all the spotlight by, well, being Big Azera, these guys would be getting all the love in the world.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the tenure of players like Vinny, Henny, Phelps, you look at some of their team history. I mean, Vinny not so much so as Phelps and Henny, but these guys have been on pretty much every well-known Brazilian organization throughout their entire history playing Counter-Strike. I mean, over 10 years of experience for players like Phelps, like Henny as well. I mean, even dating back to 1.6 as far as Henny's concerned. And, you know, them being able to link up back together on this roster was always a really big question mark, because Vinny came into the Imperial project as sort of like the rookie almost, but he's taken over the reins. He's now fleshing out and building his own roster around him. And so he went with players that he's familiar with from previous times that they've encountered each other on their professional journeys. And man, did he pick a great time to do it, because it feels like Phelps and Henny have both hit a bit of a resurgence, even just in their form independently, because we've seen them try and trod the waters outside of each other, but when they've linked up, it feels like they're kind of an unstoppable, aggressive duo.
And listen, maybe Helps is what we need to start calling this power duo, because every time they're actually coming into a team, it feels like they just elevate them. They're always the helps you need. But the question is, what map will they be helping out on? Let's take a look at the veto as well, Michael. I'll be honest, I may have stolen a glance accidentally, so I'll let you take this one over.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I'm expecting something like a Mirage or an Anubis, really, in the first round from Imperial, and they'll snap right into that. I'm a little... I don't know how confident I am in the Red Cannon's Vertigo as a pick, but it's something a little abnormal from the traditional first-round picking territories, and so maybe just trying to throw off Imperial in the preparation that they come into it. But Imperial are going to have Anubis and Mirage within this entire best of 3, if that third map is even deemed necessary. And I think if it goes all 3 maps, Imperial are probably going to be able to take this one, but there is some real potential for the Red Cannons. I think I've seen some relatively solid work from them on Anubis. I feel like their ideas are quite good, but again, some of the mid to late rounding can be a bit of a problem, but that was also a problem for Imperial when we saw them against Adali Amigos.
And look, this is the place where I'm going to quickly bring up Red Cannons and the Vertigo pick as well. Again, they did play up against Anubis. Anubis got up against Imperial last time with this one as well, and they had a pretty decent time. They were able to get 10 rounds even with Rigi playing. That was with Venom Zera having an incredible performance. The rest of his team was slightly underperforming, so I could see where they may be getting some of that confidence in from. It's a repeat, but look, let's wait and see when Imperial will be caught off by it. I am slightly surprised that we see the Anubis instead of the Mirage, to be honest. I really thought they would want to lean into the firepower aspect when you're playing up against a coach, when you're playing up against a team that on paper, like, you should be outgunning them at the very least in pretty much every twist and turn. If Red Cannons are able to take this win away, it's not going to be on the basis of their firepower being better. It's going to be on the basis of some good reads, some good anti-shredding, maybe a couple of good fortuitous occasions as well, but in this miracle run, we're not going to look at them and say, yeah, you can hold it up head-to-head. So I'm surprised, to be honest, a little bit about Mirage not being brought in. I would have really liked to see that, personally.
Especially because considering we've seen No Way have an absolute pop-off on Mirage many a time over already for the side of Imperial. So that could have been another way in which they sort of alleviate some of that pressure off the sort of big 3 on this Imperial roster and focus more on some of those young bucks that have been performing very well for the side of Imperial. I do agree, but also Anubis feels like you can... I like Anubis more as a map, just because I think if you're a team that is practicing a lot, it feels as though you can maybe get a couple more boosts, a couple cute plays that are going to catch your opponents off guard. It's a far less explored map. It's not been in the pool for as long. That's definitely a part of the reason. But even though there are loads of gimmicks on Anubis, it's actually difficult for any team that goes up against you on this map to know which one you're going to pull out at any given point. So it's a nice map to have these nice quick openers that are a little unusual, that can often win you rounds.
And also, let's be honest, No Way is just incredible. He's had very good showings on Anubis as well. Arguably, he was the reason why they were able to beat Adalia Amigos last time they played on Anubis. And I'll be honest, Michael, as much as we might say the big 3, they're the big 3 for name value. Absolutely, you're right about that. But right now, No Way is standing head and shoulders above everyone else in this tournament so far. He is by far the best player on this team. And that's insane to me to say when you've got Phelps, when you've got Henny. No Way is my guy. I'm backing him up. To be honest, he might be the best player in the tournament, to be honest, with Dikazara being the primary contender on that one.
Well, it's actually funny. I mean, if we look at the stats from this tournament alone, it's No Way and Davidus as the positions 1 and 2 statistically. 155 to a 153 rating if we're going to compare them head-to-head. But Davidus had to play more maps and is able to maintain that form as well. We're going to need to see best look from this Chilean player here on the Red Cannon side, because he has to be able to compensate. He has to be able to make up for the fact that Rigi is in the server, and sure, he's not going to be as much of a liability. He's definitely been putting in some work in the deathmatch as well. But if Davidus doesn't show up, then the Red Cannons could have a very quick exit to the playoffs. Rigi even starting off the affair with a challenge from Dark. I love to see him fighting first. Imperial, a man down.
Now, in the meanwhile, Red Cannons are going to continue forward, and although Decenti finds a respawn, this is going to be unexpected. Venom Zera finds Decenti second as well. Very clean on the taps, and Mr. Venom is really showing off right now.
Yeah, clogging their arteries, doing a great job just stuffing them before they even get set up for what was tailored to be an A-side execute. Oh, leaving Phelps by his lonesome, getting shot in the rear end, but now has information on Riggy and knows that he's closely being restricted. It's the coach of Red Canids that comes in with the start and the finish, but it's Venom Zero that fills in the middle.
And of course, Venom Zero is one of the players who it feels like he's been a little forgotten. It did in the beginning when he was coming up. I thought that he had some hubbub about him. I felt like, you know what, especially on Paqueta, he was one of the players that I was really enjoying back when he was in the Godsend Academy days. A couple of people talking about him, but he's never really felt like he's picked up his stride and been able to take it forward from that. Now on Red Canids, David is next to him. He's got to get it done. Force buy out from Imperials. They're trying to fight back, but they're fighting down instead. Down to nothing. No, wait, only one left.
There's a lot of different players on this Red Cannon squad that can have these pop-offs. You know, I am focusing on Davidus because he's by far and away been their best player. But lots of them have had their own individual peaks on separate rosters. Hardzao was definitely a player that we looked at very heavily on Pain before that roster started getting sort of picked apart. And yeah, they're on the same side of the bracket as Pain. Red Canids are able to link up and play against them. Hardzao against Big Uzera, I'd be here for it.
Yeah.
Hardzao was with Pain for very close to 4 years. So there's a lot of history between those two players. I imagine quite a lot of love as well.
Yeah, I'm sure Hardzao is rooting hard for Pain as they were in the major, but still, with this miracle run having started off so strong, it would be incredible to see them make it all the way to the semifinals and maybe beyond.
Yeah, but hard to really test that when they've got Imperial to beat first. This is a good way to start, though, if you're Riggy. You know, I think we're fixating on him a little bit just because, well, the coach typically doesn't do too hot when they have to stand in for a squad.
Mm-hmm.
But he's gotten off to the right foot. 5-0. Got 2 kills in the pistol and found 3 versus the Imperial Force.
If he wants to farm with some equals over here as well, I'd like that. Unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to do so when you've got the Senti on the other side.
Yeah, he would also have liked to have farmed up some ecos, but that's how he gets punished. Now, this would be disappointing if they did so well against the anti-force buy, but lose more versus the lacking armor Deagle investment from Imperial instead.
Imperial have got a lot of free ground back in middle as well, so if Davidus isn't able to find the kills on the camera players, this could end up being a lost A side. This is not a round without danger. And Davidus finds the first one for free. Venom Zeros covering off his side, and yeah, no real worries. So just a small needle that you could try to thread, but as anyone who's tried it, it is actually quite hard.
And I have good eyesight for that one.
Now on to the gun rounds. Enough talk of needles and haystacks and this and that. Imperial want to try and poke some holes in Red Canids with bullets, not needles.
They will try. As one of the more exciting teams to watch within the South American region, one of the top teams at the moment, that is a certainty. They're getting pushed straight into, I mean, an aggressive portion there from Red Canids. They go for double flashes. They actually blind up a lot of that Imperial side, but Phelps and Vinny get a handle back on it, so that aggression amounts to nothing for the Red Canids. Davideus doing some damage in through mid, but it's not a kill. They really desperately could use a numbers thinning here on the side of Imperial, because they've got a lot of time to work off of. They've still got the whole map, a lot of the clock to wear out. Red Canids aren't going to sit still.
Davidus is going to be focused in on the A main presence soon. There's no one to come in from camera. Possibility for a big play, absolutely. Davidus grenade as well. If he deployed that, a deep grenade would have done wonders. But now Flash's dodge, Hardzao takes contact, nade's been missed, but Hardzao's used the cover of the nade debris to actually get an advantage. Now you're back into a 2 versus 3. Still 2 on the bomb side on either side, and Davidus is watching out for No Way. Beautiful flash to let him in, and he has doubled up for his troubles.
That lurk was a little late, but that flash more than makes up for it. Henny setting up No Way perfectly, and it's Nithon with his AWP that saw 0 action, zilch on that B site. And now thinking about saving as well. That was such a great hold from Davideus and Hardzao. From a 5-on-3, they brought it to a 2-on-3, effectively, for Imperial to recover, but sometimes all you need is good communication and a well-placed flash, and that's how Imperial break in. I love that they risk going for that play as well by throwing the flash. They're giving them a heads up to a certain degree that No Way is coming from that direction, but the timing on the peak, the timing on the flash was beautiful. But a really good effort from the Red Cannons A side to hold.
I can't blame Hardzao for that one at all. Double up and have hold out for the Red Kids.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Ooh. All right, Henny. Nithon's aggressiveness will be giving him a quick frag. Henny responded upon. If Vinny wants to reface, he might need Phelps to give him something extra, but flashbang is what forces Nithon away. Phelps still watching out, and a Molotov to make sure there will be no one coming in for a backstabbing up. Unlikely, but still something you have to be worried about. Flash through, Riggy is blind, and he's burning as well. 30 HP is all that he's got, and Hardzao, as he refaces back out with the up, he flicks away, can't hit the shot, the secondary, unable to perform, and Riggy again flashed up. He's been assaulted by utility, and that leaves the B side empty. Imperial to find the second.
This was a really nice attempt there from Nithon to put pressure on the A side, but the start of this round, Henny hard clearing for that angle that Davideus comes into, that's a read. I mean, that's purely based off of some of the previous games the Red Cannons have played out. Davideus loves taking that challenge in through mid, fighting for that left side, just in case players are caught with util out or trying to line up nades to disrupt smokes. Understood that Davideus would like to take that fight and punishes him immediately, but it was that counter read from Nithon that Henny would reroute. It's all for naught. Once again, these are just very well placed pieces of utility here from Imperial, and once again, these flashes are gonna find frags. That's honestly, at the start of this game, to have such a high conversion rate on flash into kill, Imperial are looking well drilled.
It's becoming increasingly important to have those flashes be effective, as well as more and more teams are prioritizing grenades, especially at a map like Anubis, where there's so much potential of blowing open smokes for information. Yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah, it has to be a very real team discussion at some point or another, now that grenades are droppable, but also HEs are higher value, how many players we're going to invest in that utility,
yeah,
how they're going to cycle them. I think many of the pro teams that we would have followed will have had that team talk. Also, I might have cursed Riggy. I was like, yeah, 5-0, he's feeling good. And he's been bullied by utility, by quick headshots.
Oh!
As will the AWP that they had carried over. No Way just dismissing any chance of taking over that B bomb side. They tried to work off a small timing and just waltz on out. No Way denies them. Yeah, cool AWP you had there, boys.
Maybe don't peek me with it. Clean 3 for Imperial, and they're hoping to start to extend this into a bit of a lead now. Red Canids will be able to respond now with a full buy of their own. They are comfortable in that regard, so the loss of the op will not defer Nighthawk away from rebuying into it. Helps though. He's hoping to target and exploit out Riggy, and I don't blame him for it. It's such a crucial position that the coach is trying to hold, but Riggy intercepts him and takes him down. Vinny now nearby, a Molotov to try and clear Riggy out, but instead of moving back, he moves forward. The gap in the smoke, but as it dissipates, Vinny on the other side will have the better of him. Two players still on the B-bomb site. They have it reinforced.
Holding deep with that AWP and caught on a reload is Davideus, but there goes Nithon, springing the trap first. Flash straight through that smoke inside of Temple. David taking a lot of damage, but nobody's just holding, waiting for Nithon to creep on out, but he misses his shot. Held for such a long time, and Nithon with a nice little bob and weave, bouncing up and down on that peak. It's only Vinny that remains here on this B-bomb site. Bomb at the feet of the Red Canids. And he's found his kill, however, and they just start spraying through that smoke. Even though they weren't on the money, Vinny was low. And a last man standing, a 1-on-3, and simply not enough time to route this way. They've already cut off any sort of approach from B main.
Seems like priority has to be damage at this point for Henny.
Yeah,
To be honest,
they'll have a buy, regardless of what happens, so...
I'm surprised he's not going for this one. Maybe hoping to get a backstab in from a slightly more unexpected angle as they are moving back to clear out Temple. No one will really be exposed to him. Not yet. Hardzao gave him an opportunity, but he'll win out the duel at the end of the day. Imperial have every member taken down and 3 players taken forward for Red Canids. They will not concede the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I said Henny was going to have a buy regardless, and it's true, but once the time ran out, peeking is not worth it for him anymore. He would save more value than he had in reserve. Means that he could have floated that cash going into the following round. He still had a lot of utility on him.
It's right at the last second as well. If Hardzao had actually killed him faster, it would have been worse for him.
Yeah, it definitely would have. So,
fun fact about Riggy that I've been saving for a tech timeout, Michael.
Sure.
Riggy's never really had a career as a player. So the fact that he's come through and is doing so, pretty respectively so far in this tournament is even more impressive. If you go back to Riggy's old teams, the only real organization that he played was SWS Gaming. It's a very small org. Even on Instagram, this is how I judge orgs, right? In Brazil, on Instagram, they've got barely 4,500 followers. Brazilians are very passionate about following their orgs on social media. So immediately after that, he's been a career coach for the past 4 years now, since 2020. Makes it even more impressive if he's able to come back onto the server and maybe even show a lifetime performance.
Yeah, played for like a year and a half and then decided, yeah, you know what? I'm going to sit behind the players instead.
I don't have the hands for this.
And now he's back in the server, and he's been throwing hands, to be honest. He has been leveling up as the tournament has progressed, as he's gotten more officials under his belt. I won't pretend I've not had that fantasy, being like, yeah, I'm a caster, I could be a player. Catch me in the server 2035.
How about that? And he's watching up at the Riggy peak. Always like the right side peek forward, but you do need a dedicated defender. Shout out Phelps. That'll be his role. That's all where the smoke's supposed to go. I can assure you about that one.
No, you're right. This is good space, though, for Riggy. Clears out B main, starts peeking over to see if anyone's head rears towards the top side of middle. So his team should be understanding what's likely coming their way. They've got 3 clustered up close A main.
Davidus has been spotted out. Benhamzara and Hardzao have got a great setup between the two of them, but Davidus has actually backed off, finds Vinny, looks for more, it delivers. Hardzao now nearby. These two are a dynamic duo on this A site.
That's what you want. That is exactly what the doctor ordered here for the Red Canids. David showing up, but then also having Hardzao as that right-hand man on the bomb side. Both of them finding the kills they need to stop Imperial in their tracks. And what sold them even further on that, the idea of just remaining in their setup, you know, as the time starts running low, as they realize that there's this potential gap that could be exploited, had they smoked off camera and started wrapping Temple, things could have gone very awkward for Red Cannons very quickly. Riggy says it's all good. I have B main and there's no one home.
David is expecting the boost up. Descenti, however, still gets the better of him. He's felt to try and make a play, and he has done so. Venom Zero down and out. Now Hard Zao looking for responses in middle. His only response is to attempt to rotate back to A. It feels like the timing he will be catching might be a bit too slow. They're already in, but assistance from Riggy is spammed. A stray few bullets and they'll catch them out. Now Hard Zao, maybe a chance given up to level down Vinny back to a 3v3. No rifles will be available for him to snipe out, not easily. Henny, though, I think he's been spotted on Hard Zao. And as Henny peeks forward, he will be going into his death. Vinny will not be allowed to recover the AK without damage dealt, and Hard Zao's here to finish. Now still a lurker to commit. Vicenti's the one with 2 frags so far, looks to maybe double it up. Molly makes things easier, but the flash is fantastic. Knighton now has to deal with an AK as he's dropping out of heaven. Bells to take him apart.
I just love that they utilized that same flash again. A similar position, this time in an after plant, and just because Descenti was previously known about, courtesy of the fact he'd found those prior frags, still setting up for that play so they could guarantee the one, and Phelps could play out the clutch. Really marvelous job. Found the perfect timing to catch Knighton on the transition into the bomb site. And back down to a scrambled buy. Really, I am surprised they have fully invested here, but not a lot of reserve cash and a number of players. It would have been awkward. They wouldn't have been able to get a premium buyout in the following round either. But they're really relying on saving these weapons. Knighton starting on that B bomb site, but Hard Zao with his M4 on A. Wonder how long it'll take for Imperial to clock that. In general, what we've seen from the Red Cannons is pretty vacant mid-control.
Last time Phelps was able to cheap off the smoke. This time he's got a flashbang to help him out. He's getting everything he needs as far as utility is concerned. And now tries to do some cheating over here as well, but the smoke didn't bloom. Actually, that was a flashbang. I'm just bad at reading util.
Yeah, I mean, the flashes for both teams were great, but more weapons on the side of Imperial, more players. And so even though it ends up in a bit of a zebra crossing of frags back and forth, Red Cannons just didn't have the stopping power to contend. Santi finding another onto Riggy, rerouting, maybe trying to catch one player off guard, but Nathan, his objective was always going to be safe if they attack that A site. Unless it came down to a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2 where Red Cannons had the man advantage. Wasn't any possibility of him going for this. Imperial tied things up. Back to an equal scoreline, 5-5 a pop. But it does feel as though they've taken the initiative. You know, they're the ones driving a lot of the aggression. The Red Cannons are getting caught continually by the util that Imperial are throwing down. And I don't know that there's a real proper solution. The best that I can think of, and the best that I think most teams would start to gravitate towards, are actually disrupting the utility throwing in the mid-round. But you have to find the right timing, and Imperial have been playing a relatively slow game. That's a big risk to take.
If you want to take the risk, you need to do it in the next round, though.
Yeah.
Only one gun round remaining, theoretically. Actually, not theoretically, literally only one gun round. Doesn't matter what you do here, even if you win. Imperial are completely safe about this call, though. Running away from the A stack that also has the op behind it. A lot of teams do like to put the op in an island and let the 4 USPs fight elsewhere, but that makes it very unlikely for you to actually hold on to the op in the next round. So Python's just off the company instead.
Oh dear. Oh, dear.
Wow.
That's not how I thought that duel was going to go at all. Vicente found great timing, but Davidu's just checking it in case to make sure his teammates could journey. And now they got their hands on an AK. Nython and David are going to go save, and these USPs are going to try and safeguard them. They wouldn't be able to afford an AWP in the following round. They won't be able to afford perfect utility. So by saving these weapons, it allows more on their belts and more in their hands too.
Not to mention, David also on the AK is a force. So and that one bullet headshot could go a long way. We've seen the defenses he's been putting up when he has to pull together a multi-kill on the ace site. Yeah, he's a dangerous man with the AK. Poor Descenti. He's also just had a couple of really good plays out from the mid lurk. It just, sucks to be you, man. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, Davideus is our leader statistically for headshots per round. So, AK in hand, the headshot machine. Let's see if David delivers. This final round of the half, Imperial could squeak their way up to 7, and to be honest, with the sort of map balance, you're expecting them to accomplish that, but I like this aggressive line here from Nython. Nothing over towards the canals, but they did hear steps. Phelps tried to challenge into it, but Nython punishes and gets out of there without receiving a lick of damage.
This is such a good way to punish Phelps' slowness. In the meanwhile, though, Henny's found Riggy and takes him down, so mid being completely empty and open is about to be changed. Nython will be reinforcing it, leaves Venom Zera behind on A, very lonely.
Descenti's a likely casualty here, as his teammates start to rendezvous in through mid. This could be challenging, but they smoke off camera, and that is very well placed. They were ready to double challenge once Nython shot. Venom was likely to swing and cover his fullback. Now they're left in the dark. They can be split.
And the issue is that David Oss has been trying to get information back out towards A. He'll have it so he can try and regroup back into dark. He'll have his favorite duo partner in Hardzao next to him, but this has to be such a magical hold for it to work out. Imperial are faking out for the double dip, but it's a Molotov that's perfectly timed in place, and Hardzao could have been the one deploying it, so it's even a bit of a bait setup. There's no reason for David Oss to reveal, and as he does, he gets frags on frags. Now another shot through. AK looking good in his hands. But Henny's found the space to get a bomb blunt in at the very least. Venom Zera hot on his heels. The Wicks go back out for Vinny. Will take him down, but Nython's there to catch him on the backswing.
Yeah, Henny wasn't sure where that last man was coming from, and he read it well. Brought it down to a one-on-one, but a must-hit shot for Nython, and it's as close as it can be coming out of that first half. The Red Cannons having some very successful rounds out of players like Davideus, Hardzao as well, but Nython definitely deserving his credit for that final round of the half. And considering this is a T-sided map, that probably, statistically isn't really what Imperial were aiming for, but there were some challenges along this stretch. They had to worry about some inconsistent buys. They were struggling to lock down or even read some of the positions that the Red Cannons went for, and sure, we're praising them for all their util that they're throwing, but they can't land perfect flashes every single time. It has been a hard one to anticipate. Now we move into the pistol round of this second half. See if the Red Cannons can leverage an advantage in their own right. This being the pick of Imperial, this could be quite the upset if they pull through. Right.
They're not checking for this one. No flashes whatsoever. The driest peaks you've ever seen. And in fact, Imperial barely saw them.
Yeah, all right. Simple as that, really. Wish all rounds were built this quickly. Now you are thinking pistols, saving? Come on now, a little boring. But Riggy was left in charge of holding onto that bomb. I'm actually kind of surprised they don't threaten the defuse here.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised with that kill for sure, but I'm actually quite surprised that some of the people over here don't have the 1xBet mobile app yet. There are boys helping us put this tournament together, all that good stuff as well from them. So go ahead, scroll down a little bit, scan that QR code, check out the description, go to the App Store if you need to just get that app. It's got stats, it's got facts, it's got bets. And if that's what you're into, you know you want to be into it.
Yeah, you know where to go. It's easy. Scan them, bag them, and we move on. As the Red Cannons did in this pistol round. Very simple state of affairs, and even tracked down quite a few of those players that attempted to save as well on the Imperial side. No one carrying over their weapons, their armor, which is part of what they were hoping for. But there is no plans to invest in this second round for Imperial. Now, this is a somewhat familiar stack on the A-bomb side. Phelps, head rattled through the edge of that pillar, but this time there's a little bit more success from the boost. Venom Zero also struggling, and Phelps won his duel isolated versus Nython. I don't know how Phelps got away with that one, but it must have been akin to Davideus versus Decenti in mid. Just quick headshots. A lot of damage from USPs, all things considered.
Twice that's happened. Imperial did a little bit of damage in the first half as well, when they were on the unkevlar Deagles, not quite USPs, but still. Red Cannons really keeping this contentious. This is getting increasingly spicy, especially when you consider this is going to be a round without the AWP for Henny. Decenti trying to accelerate. First kill found, second as well. Thank you very much. Why not Collectory?
You guys got comfortable. You thought it was going to be easy, but now that they're on rifles, Imperial asserting themselves. Everyone taking fights. Double challenges. They had a planned push through canals as well, and Phelps even finds his frag. Or actually, it was Henny that converted on it, but Phelps was the one taking a lot of the risk. And Hardzao also hounded down by Vinny at the end. Not a single player lost here for Imperial in their first investment. And because of the fact they lost so many weapons to the USPs, their economy is not in a great place.
Just getting a little bit worried about that one now.
No loss bonus, no residual cash, 1 AK and pistols are all that's surrounded.
Looks like a bad force buy. Because it is.
That's because it is.
I am a little surprised that we don't have the AK in the hands of David Oyes, but now maybe it can be transferred over. Knighton will have his turn with it. Made slightly late, so they're not going to be able to get the trade onto Venom.
It'll be a game of pass the parcel. One player will fight with that rifle, and should that player also die or fall to low HP, I imagine next in line would have been Hardzao or Davideus. But this will be difficult. I was just standing out in the open, an off angle for Henny, and he finds two. Nython does trade, but this angle from Phelps is so tricky.
Nython's gonna check it. No, he's looking elsewhere. Reggie's not in position to try and get the trade either. Phelps so aware of this possibility. The swing out will be met by a large amount of firepower. None of it actually hitting Riggy. Nice repositioning in the front. Phelps will still find the drop down and the second regardless. Imperial collect on the double round in a row.
And even though it was hard to see inside of the water, Phelps getting his hands on that AK. So thank you very much. So the force buy for the Red Cannons doesn't pan out. Don't get a plant in. Don't do too much damage, all things considered. And now this will be a chance for Imperial to squeak their way into the lead again.
I like the cinematic end.
Yeah, they're nice.
Okay, that's not gonna work, buddy.
Wow, Phelps is really walking this. They're on pistols. Why on earth are you closing the gap like this? Why are you taking the risk? But Phelps still alive and still fighting. He just continues to take these challenges, and No Way switches to his USP too. There's 4 bullets left in that gun. No Way also dropped. They didn't want to allow them any space, any comfort whatsoever.
It's a confidence builder for Phelps. It's also maybe a fun time for No Way. But it's a heart attack for Vinny. My God, guys, stop peeking.
Yeah, talk about stressful. Guys, we're against Glocks. Why have we done this?
It's all good though. They keep enough players alive to not be too worried about it. Molotov has been missed. Descenti can try and fight back. They will be nading open the smoke and realizing the molly didn't quite land. And in the meanwhile, push through is going to be good. David Hoyce takes Descenti down. Hearts out. Doesn't realize it, but he's got Phelps right next to him. How does he possibly get to know that now? No Way called upon needs to... Not No Way, rather. Vinny called upon needs to commit on this A site, but he just can't find track.
Oh, and David in a perfect position to punish rotates. He caught them blissfully unaware. He transited through that smoke, and he'll hit every headshot. It's 4 from David. He started his campaign in through mid, and he would not be deterred. He created a sphere of safety. Hell, he just wins the round single-handedly.
It's rounds like that end up being turning points in games. Imperial in the previous one commit very hard. They lose 2 rifles, maybe 2 rifles more than they should have, to be honest. But now, Vinny not finding his frag. David always takes complete control, pushing through the mid smoke because his teammates are feeling pressured. Rather, Vinny's teammates are feeling pressured. And yeah, it just gets prettier and prettier. Now, Phelps hoping that he can share in that beauty. Venom Zera will be his beginning.
I don't know that that's well programmed from the Red Cannons. Venom Zero challenging around that smoke independently when Imperial have made their mark. I mean, they smoke off those stairs. It's supposed to dissuade you from going for a fight like that, but it's still going to be watched for. No one was there to support. No backup. Now, this is a double up setup here for Imperial. Vinny holding his second over towards this A site. They're going to slow creep into it. Easy pickings.
But he has struggled a little bit on this A side in maps of 4 that we've seen from him. But so far, he's had a good run of 4. But now, with the gap in the smoke, there was maybe a world where he picks up another instead. Descenti called upon. Then the smoke's been blown open. Beautifully done. But Vinny's still on the site, not able to find that second shot. Phelps back into the smoke he goes. He's using their lurk smoke against it. But look at David Hoyce. Oh, my goodness. Finds a head, second as well, and Henny left to try and pick up the pieces. USP to do it all. What a round. It's individual play on individual play.
Oh, it felt like David had earned the round, really. I mean, just great understanding of the possibility. Good presence of mind. Great crosshair placement. Again, having a lights out performance here for the Red Cannons against Imperial. Just you see how quick he rattles these heads, and if not for the fact that Henny pulls off this 1-on-2, could have been a totally different story. It is more of a collective effort here for the Imperial side, but quick execute here for the Red Cannons, but they're caught by flashes themselves on their entry. Riggy answering back, but Phelps doubles up as well, and it's only Davideus, and the Galil will simply not suit his needs. Imperial at 11.
And finally, Red Cannons are going to have themselves pushed into a corner that they might not be able to fight back out of. This round, it's an eco. Look, it's fine. You still have one more gun round in you, but facing down map point is a very different circumstance. David Hoyce, he's picked up the AK. He's saying he's going for it. 1 attempt at least. He'll give them 1 shot. And listen, he's on 23 kills right now. He is dominating the server. If there's anyone who's going to do it, it should be him, and that's the start you need. Taking down your enemy's top performer immediately.
Will they not have a read? Phelps. I mean, the player that's been aggressive through the canals so many times over. That's one of the typical B players. Him being gunned down in mid so rapidly. What are the Red Cannons going to respond with? How are they going to anticipate this? That smoke has not hit once again inside of A main, but Henny's still picking them apart with this AWP. David might have started the round, but he needed to finish it too. That AWP is in no man's land, and it's being commanded by Henny.
Ollie out, Henny's still fighting up against the Eagles. Knighton can't finish him off. AK can't be recovered either, so what was a opportunity given up to them has been squandered, unfortunately. Hards out. Is looking for a miracle. A deagle shot from Knighton. A pre-fire to take Vinny down. Maybe Henny as well. Well, Henny's the first casualty, but the trade is good. No Way's been doubling up with him ever since Henny got onto that lower HP. Hards out with the M4 at the ready, but not ready for No Way himself. 12 for Imperial have been found.
Yeah, listen, they took a bit of a risk, but they knew that they were going to still have enough money with the loss bonus, and you know, the fact they get that extra cash flowing in is great to see. And you can even get some cash back, even if you lose your bets, if you sign up with 1xBet and join the Esports Era event, where even if you place the correct score, but you lose, you get a free bet. So check out that link in the description underneath this game.
All right.
But don't spend too long there, because this game may just finish right before your eyes. Imperial looking to assert themselves again. Phelps aggro through that window, but Nithorn was ready.
Takes them apart. You're not going to lose that one twice. Not on the same map.
How many kills Davis had through smokes? I'm concerned for Descenti's safety here.
Yeah, Descenti's really playing with fire there. No Way and Phelps have been fiends about pushing through that smoke. You can see how long Knighton is just taking to only focus in on it, zoomed in onto the possibility of a push forward, and I don't blame him for it at all, to be honest. Ollie out deep to try and clear out the way for a push. Hards out, caught out. Fantastic response from Imperial. And now it's all Vinny all day long. First found, Riggy spotted, Riggy down. Nighton finally responds.
Both players weakened, but the AWP of Henny is that first defender. Got teammates rendezvousing in through mid, but scoped in the whole way. Nithon tried to clear out that heaven position, and it will be all for naught. Sure, David might have had a pop-off map, but Imperial coming in with some great executes and some great recovered rounds by some of their stars. They never let Red Cannons set up comfortably on that T side.
And it's only a game of small margins. I mean, you look back to one of those important rounds in the game. Funnily enough, it's with the Glocks on Imperial getting so much damage out. Means that you had to go for a force buy soon after. David Hoyce and company losing all that momentum early in. It's these small errors that Imperial always seems to punish you on. It's these small things that help them get the confidence to go for those aggressive plays. Imperial look good, but honestly, Red Cannons were in contention all throughout.
Yeah, I think, you know, moving into that second half, it was when those USBs were stacked on that A bomb site where they just couldn't buy back. Yeah, that's the round that you're talking about, where, you know, suddenly your economy is all shaken up, and, you know, those margins, yeah, they matter a lot, actually, because of how close this game was, even with the great performance that players, even Riggy, I think, did a good job in his spots, even though he was in one of the high traffic areas on that B bomb site, was never a slouch, was never easy kills, really, to be found in that spot. But it still felt as though it was going to be an uphill battle, and Imperial delivering and not, honestly, not waiting out the entirety of the clock was a great thing to see. They were a lot more focused on what they wanted to do at the early stages of rounds.
Well, listen, that was Imperial's map pick, and that looked very contentious. Now we're going to be heading into Vertigo. Good territory for Red Cannons. Let's find out what exactly it holds, though, after a break.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
respect. From 1xBet, 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 respect. Respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect. From 1xBet, respect.
Welcome back to the RAS LATAM series number 3. I'm talking about Michael, Yumi, Cassidy. Imperial up one map on their own map pick. Now it's time to see what Red Canids has in store on Vertigo. Michael, I enjoyed their performance on Anubis. I'm excited for Vertigo now.
Yeah, definitely a nice contentious map. At the very least, it didn't feel as though the Red Canids shied away from taking duels. I think they were definitely caught off guard, unfortunately, quite a few times by just how aggressive Imperial were willing to get, especially when we saw them switch into that second half. But I think their defensive efforts look quite good. The little 1-2 punch we sometimes saw from Hardzao and Davideus felt like they were playing very well together, and the communications were very well kept. But I think quite a few of those rounds actually were just kind of broken apart by some of the great utility usage that Imperial threw at them. You know, great flashes, great smokes. I felt like the executes were on point. The Red Canids have to show much the same themselves now moving into their map pick.
Especially if we still see that incredibly optimized flashbang usage from Imperial. They were so good at capitalizing on their flashes consistently, even going into the very late round circumstances, always aware of what utility they have left, and that's something that comes with experience. Imperial really showed that off over there, even when it felt like the Red Canids had found themselves in a very good position. They were still being outgunned because of those extra flashes that Imperial would just have in their back pocket at the end of a round. So yeah, let's see whether it'll be more of the same or we see the change-ups to come in. Red Canids start things off with a double set of util. Riggy and Hardzao to be the ones wielding it.
Now, they did have a flash on No Way, but he's dropped that somewhere in their transit. He wanted to try and challenge early towards a ramp, but now the Red Canids starting to show their hand. A nade in towards those sandbags, and they've got 2 smokes that they can deploy on the site. They're committing, and they're willing to take these challenges. That flash lined up. Phelps had the angle to peek, but Red Canids are slow on their approach.
They've got the double re-smokes out as well. David finds the first one, and with that, Nighton is added to the fray. Vinny looking to fight back, but no heads to be found. And look at the jump up from Venom Zera. He's feeling good. On top of the world, you might even say.
Oh, once again, this pistol feels fairly rudimentary there from the Red Canids. A nicely timed flashbang as well as they start to make their approach. All works out here for the Red Canids, who I thought had maybe slowed down too much. Imperial had the rotates ready and rearing to go. They heard no steps retreating. There wasn't a timing where Red Canids could have, like, beat them back to B. They just kept fighting forward, and we're waiting for everyone to recover from the earlier flash play that Imperial had lined up for themselves.
Oh. All right. I'm a fan.
We see the different approaches. Bringing the coach. Flash. Okay, I'm just gonna run and fall down. David stands and delivers, but he does get taken down in the end. Vinny slid down the ladder and managed to catch him. Ricky's trying to protect that weapon as best he can. And even make sure that Hardzao can maybe get his hands on the rifle instead.
Well, Vinny did what he could. Just wasn't enough.
Alright, 1 kill in 2 rounds. See if Imperial change that too now that they're on rifles. Off to a pretty flying start for the Red Canids. Not being contested as of yet, but they can never be comfortable. I think they did feel a little bit of that comfort when they started moving into that T side on Anubis, only to get a Phelps rushing into their faces. Henny trying to be aggressive, but he takes a lot of damage to the Molotov. They've got a double setup here for the Imperial in mid. So it'll be a bit of a rude awakening if the Red Cannons try to slide Riggy in.
Seems unlikely for Riggy to go for that sort of play, though, to be fair. Any?
Playing with fire, any?
Yeah. Oh, that doesn't work, does it?
Nope. No.
Not even with an AWP, right?
With an AWP, yes.
Okay. Well, you learn something new every day, and No Way's learned that his position's been given up. Fortunately for him, Riggy and Davidos are the only ones with nades. Davidos doesn't really want to deploy it, not yet at least. Maybe later on when there's someone to scale up, but Vinny's there to provide cover fire. David peeks forward, good for the one, but now comes a swing. No Way is not going to concede any territory whatsoever.
Now, they didn't know for certain whether No Way was there, but they know now. Waited for the perfect time to strike, his teammates taking all the attention away. They split here on the side of Red Cannons, and they find a couple of kills right back. Venom and Riggy both collecting on one themselves, but a double swing. And even though Henny is dinged, Vicente closes. First round for Imperial, but only 2 survivors. Not quite as dominant as we saw the start of Anubis be, so money will be somewhat of an issue here for the CTs. You want to always keep 3 or more alive. Otherwise, it feels like you're always coming in with weaker and weaker buys. Slightly less utility. Maybe you're in a compromise on head armor. These are things that can add up. More importantly, if you lose a round, very little in reserve. Riggy Molotovs his teammates off from him. You're supposed to be hitting those. I'll forgive you if you miss your spray.
Yeah.
Not your nades.
This is a little bit less dangerous than it looks. The animation does extend quite far forward. Descenti's danger has been mitigated as well. So Phelps is the one who has to come through and compensate. Flashbang, rather smoke, turned away from. Vinny's now come through and given a little bit more backup to the situation. They brought it back to a 3 versus 3. Imperial also positioned Phelps very aggressively. If this boost comes through, he's going to be in a prime position to actually take it down. Head spotted, Knighton eliminated.
In all honesty, I'm surprised they don't cancel there. Once they lose those players and that smoke is fresh, Red Cannons could have called it quits, but they tried to keep on trucking forward. Still Phelps and Vinny on this bomb site. Venom trying his best to creep on up, but they go for a double challenge, and Vinny just doesn't let go of W as soon as Phelps takes that contact. Just runs them down, and adds insult to injury. A little BM from Vinny. Feeling himself and the squad on this recovery.
Yeah, I think the tack from Red Cannons is also just to discuss that very same fact. Hey, we should really be exploring other avenues of the map at the same time, you know, in that situation, but maybe just trying to congregate, trying to push the advantage.
And it's as well, they tried to spam all the close ranged angles, all the transit paths for Phelps to actually get to close wood like that. So that's why they thought they could take that risk. I understand, but even still, Imperial were very comfortable sitting 2B and having a very hazardous, you know, lazy glance at the A bomb site from time to time. So when you have time on the clock, nice to make use of it.
Oh. Thought for a second that that was just a double nade kill, but instead, Descenti's the one to finish it off with the AK.
Control smoke.
Very clean from Imperial. Not letting things go out towards Glocks at all. Wow.
I don't get it. Why do we just give away free damage like that? The ladder is right there.
Maybe they need to make a slide instead.
Whee! If they did that, people would just have fun with the slide and not play the game, so...
Well, Red Cannons They would like to slide into another round win over here, maybe into a bomb site or two. Partner odds are looking quite lopsided, and honestly, for good reason. There's Henny creeping forward. He'll be able to get the advantage because of it. Now backs off and fades away. Very worried about that refrag. Very worried about any re-engaging with a flashbang, anything like it. Vinny definitely had it in mind, but instead he's trying to cheat past the smoke and move back in for a re-peek from ramp, potentially with a flashbang to help.
Ooh, Molotov extinguishing that smoke, and that may disincentivize Vinny from actually clearing things out at ramp, but they do hazard that glance. Now Imperial are starting to worry about the possibility of them rerouting back to this B bomb site. Phelps recommitting himself to the site itself. And now Descenti will have to try and provide support. A smoke at the mouth of B. And there are nades that they can line up. Catches great timing. That's a lot of damage before Red Cannons actually start to make their move. They're weakened, they're wounded, and Phelps is playing around this box perfectly. Descenti taking cover behind the generators, but he's been dealt with, and Davidius and Hardzao both combined, but no way is there to clean things up. Back to a 2-on-2, and these smokes are going to last a little while longer. No way, still trying to keep pressure up. But Venom is phasing straight through that smoke, but the flash actually, hitting him inside of it, and it reveals his position, it reveals his intention. 15 seconds, Nithon to clutch, and just no health to do it with.
Yeah, he's just going to try and stick the bomb plant over here. No, not even that. Just looking to fight back. He's hunting for a way to save, and with the time running out, he's lost the round already. He is going to die after the clock has expired. That is the worst case scenario for Red Canids. And I've got to say, Michael, Phelps does everything right. Both times they're trying to commit on towards that B-bomb side over there. It's a great idea from Red Canids. They almost catch the timing. They're not able to accelerate on time. The problem is, and afterwards, they're trying to lurk through the smoke. They don't actually fully execute out with all the flashes and everything. They're not able to overrun Phelps before he gets in position. So all those slow rotations that trickle through because of the time that he buys, that's beautiful stuff. And now Red Canids, heading into the 7th round, are going to be on Tech 9s as they try and close distance. They get a freebie. Nathan, the one to find the frag.
Yeah, did Noe not hear him? Yeah, Nathan was running the entire way, but he got behind him as Noe was trying to turn from that flash. His teammates were setting up. And he gets his hands on a rifle at the very start of this round. They came in on a lackluster buy, but suddenly strengthened their distance battles. Could be made a lot easier, and as soon as they get that kill, once again, rerouting to B, they'll see if they can find greater success this time over. This time, though, they won't have any util.
Phelps? Oh, I thought he's a little bit lucky to get away over there. Descenti has his life taken for Phelps' sins. Now, 5-on-3, and Vinny's the one to start bringing it back, but Phelps is missing everything.
And Venom is hitting everything with this recovered M4 as well. 3 kills found off of that rifle that Nithon found for him. And Venom Zero will just get every single one of them. They creep, they crawl out into his crosshairs. And that recovered M4 turns the tide. The Red Canids steal around.
To be honest, Venom is the one who did most of the damage onto the first as well. So he would have, he gets like 450 plus damage in that round, I swear. Nuts. No one on Imperial able to trace him out. These were all dry peaks. They weren't the hardest deals in the world, but Venom Zara's agility just buys him that extra second, that extra space.
And it shatters the Imperial funds.
Destroys
Vinny
him.
buys a FAMAS, and that's all they've really got.
And considering the fact that Nithon's the one who lost all of his money in the previous round, you'd expect this to be going the other way.
Yeah. It's a great time to win one of these miracle rounds for the Red Canids. Could massively shift the tone here in this first half. Ooh, there was a timing there for Noe. Player turned their back. They didn't see that Noe caught that info.
I like the fact that Vinny has opted into maintaining this for so long. The boost becomes more and more likely to find effectiveness the longer it goes. But no, I'm lying through my teeth. Venom is honed in. He watches out for that very boost, checking every nook and corner. Now Henny, sure he might have stealing back to Bombas, but all he's looking to do is maybe save, and he won't even be allowed that. Venom Zera is in their faces. He is in their homes. He is in their nightmares.
He is really heated up, hasn't he? After single-handedly winning the round before when they were on pistols, brimming with confidence, willing to challenge, and not letting a single angle go uncleared. Really great stuff from Venom. Singing praises of Hard Zhao and David on that first map, but now Venom takes charge. And if this is made into a significant triple threat, Imperial are going to have a real tough time here on Vertigo. So clean, so smooth. He looked for both boosts.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if Hard Zhao starts activating now.
Yep. Riggy just along for the ride.
Belt is attempting to go for one of those plays he likes so much, but Riggy, he's just a coach. He's a manager.
He has been a manager before as well. That is, it's so true. He's not just along for the ride. I take it all back. He's here to fight just the same. David taking a lot of damage through that smoke, but that was the real opportunity that has been squandered. That could have been a 3-on-4 that could have made the Red Canids really think and bleed out this round, but since they have this numbers advantage, best to use it. I heard a story that Venom only likes playing CT sides. And so that's why he has performed so well with this recovered M4.
Well, all he needs was a M4A4 Howl. That's all any of us ever needed. And all Lanta needed was his players to start performing the way they have so far. Henny adjusting to try and play with the wisps of the smoke, only to find it re-smoked up. Nade overhead, peek forward, Nathan's gone, second spotted, but he can't quite get the immediate quick scope response in. Henny buying a ticket to a retake, but I don't know if they can actually get on this train. They've run away, asked for it to be refunded.
He's still hovering to see if they give him one more fight. Because they have a kit, they have a Molotov, there could have been a world, but without that peak, not a chance. They'll move to save. The Red Canids swiftly moving into the lead, and a lot of it based off of the fact that they're getting multi-kills across the board, whether it has been Venom or this time Riggy on his mid-hold. They are finding openers, and they are closing these rounds. And as a young guy coming into an organization of the prestige and ambitions of Imperial, that one round where he gets run down by Nithon and Venom Zera, in short, when there's audibles being given up, you know, to have made that timing, he couldn't have stopped running. For his weapon to now be used against him, and so effortlessly by Venom, will be so important that Noe's not kicking himself about it, because you could see how you might attribute part of the reason this game has turned so close on you.
Every single time he has to hear that damned M4A4, he's thinking about it. David, in the meanwhile, Not one to be left behind in the conversation, looking to instigate, met only by flames and flashes.
This is far more pressure mounting on B than has happened in any round prior.
Generally, they've
Spamming
been
walls.
quite quiet about it, yeah.
Yeah, they are making their intentions fully known to Imperial, but they're not over-rotating as of yet. Flash lined up, Senti playing close, and on the retreat, actually catching David just before he commits to the jump up. I think he thought the Senti had already crossed and gone back behind cover. That's why he tried to take that timing. He wasn't healthy for that duel.
The Senti's gonna have another opportunity ahead to find one, maybe two, the boost up, but Knighton gets a refrag. 3 versus 4, Red Canids have plenty of time to reset back in, but it all comes down to Vinny. And he doesn't know what's about to hit them. No, never mind.
Venom's up
Actually,
short.
both players not having information benefits Vinny. He'll be able to have that guaranteed advantage of Venom. Felt like Vinny even figured out that there was that possibility. He just can't do anything about it. Bomb recovered, Venom alone.
Uh-oh. Good shot there from Henny, but No Way will start to peek out from headshot. Vinny did figure it out. You know, he's thinking, why on earth would he have his knife drawn, fully unexpecting, jump spotting for ramp? Someone else must have crept through that short side smoke. He turned around just in the nick of time, but by then it was already too late. Venom had him locked in. And finally, they get rid of those M4s that the Red Canids had in their possession. They get a round right back. It's based off of this great aggression from Descenti. Sure, he gets traded at the end, but Imperial restrict all further movements once they realized that the Red Canids wanted to target B.
It is getting a little bit predictable, but you can only predict that he's going to shoot you down, unfortunately. They've been waiting for him to go for that boost up towards B again and again, but now trying to get him before he's able to attempt it. Vinny good for one. Refaces aggressively. Nothing's there to punish. This is a scary round state for Imperial. They are all spread apart. They are very heavily reliant, rather, on No Way staying alive, holding his nerve, and not being located. It's between No Way and Phelps. Realistically, we're not going to see Henny to engage in this round. Not unless Nathan peaks before his teammates have been given an opportunity to fight. Phelps is alone. On the bright side, he's got no Molotovs to deal with on the remaining players that are going to be coming up, and a smoke will give up their chances, or rather their intentions. A flash on Phelps. He's pushing through. He wants to aggress. Out he goes. David is blind, but Hartzau's here to trade, and No Way's been found. It's only Henny. The man who was not supposed to get engaged, the man who was relying on his anchor players to come through, and he revealed his position with the smoke earlier on. They know what's coming in, but Nathan is getting aggressive. 3 kills for the man in middle.
There was barely any time left on that clock, but they waited for Nithon to take that contact. They knew that he was known about, and for him to be involved with the rest of the players had to be the one that hounded down that information, especially because they saw that nameplate. They knew it was Henny on that AWP. But a really solid job. Let's see, good intentions there from Phelps. Maybe a bit ambitious, but he felt like he had the backup, some support behind him. It's looking like a round restart for one reason or another. Venom Zero dropped, so we will have a...
Off of the server, not the building, guys.
Yeah,
Just making a clarification.
This will be a tech timeout. Somebody fell off the map at the start of the round. That would be outrageous. But... yeah, I mean, that round looked like that could have gotten full in any number of ways, but there had to be some patience expressed. You know, having Phelps as that anchor on the B-bomb site, you know, ideally, it's Descenti, I think, more often than not. I mean, Phelps has had some great rounds already from that spot, but it doesn't feel like it leans into his strengths. Phelps, a very aggressive player, likes dictating the flow of combat instead of having the aggression run into him. So unideal, but the round started with an aggressive Imperial force over towards B, and the Red Cannons have done a really good job of actually stopping a lot of the intentions, whether it's been the mid play that they went for, Riggy got that double kill, or whether they've tried to take over those B steps. Has frequently been at the cost of a player.
Costs suck, Michael. They really do. But sometimes you can get things for free. And you know what? You could get a free bet if you lose on a correct score bet at our partners over at 1xBet. So you don't have to face the cost of that at all. So yeah, if you're into that, you can check the link in the description.
That sounds swell.
Oh, of course, that is called the Esports Era promotion. Forgot to mention that one. I don't want you to go over to the 1xBet side and get lost in all the fantastic sauce they've got and not know the promotion. I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
you have
So,
to
Esports
join
Era.
the event, right? So
Yeah. Actually, these odds have gotten a lot better for Red Connect.
They really
were
have.
They were like 785 or something last we saw.
I mean, I think that's for the series, right? You know, the fact
Yes,
that
yes, yes.
they're clamoring back into this map. 1xBet are like, ooh, wait a second, they could go third. They're looking pretty nice.
How'd they happen?
I just, you know, I'm just thinking about some of the previous run-ins they've had with Imperial as well. You know, this is a team that have never beat Imperial in a best of 3. They've not even forced it to a third map in the rounds that they've played prior.
Damn.
So getting past that milestone would mean a lot. It wouldn't mean tons if they still ended up losing. But maybe some added confidence for some of these players that, listen, the Red Cannons have been a bit of a sleeper team within the South American region. They've got some solid names, albeit right now maybe it's not the best time to look at them when Riggy is standing in for what is a slot on the roster when he's the coach. But you see some of the rounds that these guys can concoct. They've had good ideas. They have some great shooters. Honestly,
and
some of the best of Brazil, really.
And chill.
And Chile. Yeah, or
Chile.
some of the
Thank
best
you,
of
thank
South
you.
America. I forget. You know, or Latin America, if we're going to expand.
Is there a difference between Latin America and South America?
I'm
Like in terms of expansion, wouldn't Latin America be smaller?
I'm geographically challenged.
So Latin America is the collective of the Americas where the Romance languages are predominantly spoken. Right. So it is commonly used to describe South America, Central America, Mexico, and the islands of the Caribbean. So actually, it's a lot bigger.
Okay.
Mexico is North America, right?
Yes,
Yes, it is. It's the south of North America. There you go.
that is true.
I mean, shout out Wikipedia. Honestly, they're the best.
How dare you call me out for my geography, only for me to learn something.
You were right in all fairness. You did say.
Yeah, I was right, but when you asked, I wasn't that confident. My memory betrays me at the best of times.
Yeah. Well, it's all good.
Especially random trivia. I've been angling for, I've been playing some trivia games recently, and I realized I know a lot of music. I love music, but I don't know all the names of artists and the years that they were released, and even some of the song titles.
So here's the funny thing. We play a lot of board games over here in like South Asia and Pakistan as well. And in these trivia games, we always just skip the music parts because none of us know the music to the West. It's just like, oh, what did the Beatles do when they woke up on a Friday morning on Tuesday? It's like, oh, I don't.
That question
I don't
hurt my
know.
brain.
We don't need to hurt our brains anymore about my trivia or your geography. We need to hurt our brains about Imperial's solution to the problems that they face of money. Only 2 M4s, 2 MP9s, and a Deagle, while Red Canids are stomping through with the fullest buy you've ever seen.
Yeah, Imperial burdened by a budget buy. And now it might come time for a 7-5 for the Red Canids. Venom creeping in from short, and No Way went for the challenge. The Deeg, not good enough for the job. And Venom, this man has been electric on these plays towards the A bomb site. He took control one time by just simply jumping at the side of Imperial. No one could track him down. They find themselves a 5-on-3, courtesy of him.
Phelps fights back, but he is maintaining the boost. The Molotov dissipates it. Descenti, good for one. They're regrouping, they're regaining ground, and advantage has been found. Imperial, against all odds, are going to have to deal with only Riggy and Venom. I say only, but Venom's still a dangerous man. Riggy creeps through. Phelps on the other side, taken down by Venom. Riggy is still focused in on the possibility of a second player coming in from CT. Descenti will have the timing, but Venom is still hidden away. The peek from Vinny takes his head clean off, and now it's the coach called in to the locker room. Put your shoes on, get kicking! Or get kicked. Vinny punches his teeth in, and there you have it. 6-6, Imperial steal it right back.
Damn, I mean, with the great start that Venom had to that round, it looked like it was a done deal. A 5-on-3 squandered and actually counteracted by the aggression that Imperial forced them into. A nice call from Vinny and the squad, making use of some of those lower tier weapons by just running them down, and the Red Canids caught sleeping. So 6-6 at the half. It's about as much as they could have hoped for given their economy and some of the rounds that they lost. But some great confidence builders from the Red Canids on their run to make that T-side compelling. But a small moment, a little demoralizing blow at the end of that half. You hope doesn't affect them transiting to CT. Riggy looking to challenge and actually found by the spam. I thought he might have just taken a headshot and... you know, still been fine, but the extra stopping power of that P250, enough to fully kill him.
No one's ever prepared for the P250 wallbang.
No. I don't think that was on my bingo card. Dualies and multi-kills, though. That one is frequently pressed in.
You are asking for a lot, but with David nearby, Nathan will at least have a man playing distraction. You might realize it though. Henny declared the close angle, will be given an opportunity, but can't actually land the shot. Nathan frags him out, back to a 4v4, and Hardzau will be called in. He's had a struggle fest so far, but the flash is good. His spray on the USB is not the best, but still gets the frag together. Venom Zera now taken down. Hardzau will be fighting up against the 3T players coming up. Descenti is a madman, an absolute monster, and Nighthawk's multi-kill comes in. Bingo, bingo, bingo.
Oh my goodness. Nathan, he stops them in their tracks. Everybody's swinging towards that B bomb site. They didn't want to let Imperial in, and all of his teammates fall, but everyone in Imperial thought they could take down Nathan. They thought they could trade him out. But he didn't have one pistol, he had both. A 4K from Nathan when the round looked like it was going to be done. That's mad. David went for the same play and he got instantly deleted. And Nathan just sweeps him up.
Gotta remind them who's the boss around here. Venom, meanwhile, wants to pick up steam and make sure that he can carry that momentum forward into the second half from his earlier performances. And an easy triple to collect on is one way to do it. No, I say triple. Might not be done yet. Palmer's been dropped. David, good for another. And then the meanwhile, No Way is gunning it.
Yeah, that's a little rat play from No Way. Got himself up short. His teammates are all dying behind him, but he got his one. So it did a little bit of damage to that CT economy. Not anything massive enough to have made any significant mark. Into the gun round, and Red Canids won't have the same level of firepower in their hands. Ricky getting the smoke down towards that deep heart position. It'll help disrupt some of the control here for Imperial, but this is something that Phelps loves to do on T-sides. I was challenging around the edge of these smokes, was catching players, and he now has info that one was close by in towards those sandbags. Meanwhile, David's found his kill, but in fact, he's doubled up over on that B side of the map, so Phelps needs to press forward. He has to find an advantage back, and he does catch Nithon. These players are so heavily tagged on Imperial. Vinny down on 6 HP.
It's going quite far forward. Phelps can continue to contest. So David's doubled is countered out by one of Phelps' own. And listen, that was the power matchup on Anubis as well. Phelps hasn't quite been pumping iron the same way on this map so far.
In fairness, neither has David.
True. Riggy. Smoke will actually maybe even have saved him.
More signs of intent here from Imperial, starting to throw smokes over and flash players in, but not much progress being made on the bomb site itself. Still clearing the flank with the bomb. With 20 seconds, he needs to get a move on. These smokes are not going to last forever. They're boosting. Oh, it's a headshot.
I like the idea, but Henny's the one who's actually come through. He needs to transfer the bomb over and fast. 10 seconds. The clock is running down and out with Phelps to play cover. He's not good for the frag, but he buys time, buys space, and Hardzao on 1 HP is begging for a chance.
That is great work from Henny. I wasn't sure if he was going to make it in time, but with those smokes fading, he actually finds his impact because the Red Canids are trying to punish them on their cross. The fact that they went for that late venture and just ripping heads. Lovely stuff from the AWP of Imperial, but he gets it done on a rifle instead. Started off as a 5-on-3, and that advantage is dismissed. This could be the start of where the Red Canids start getting rattled and rolled. Riggy exposed, and this time he doesn't fall foul to that spam. Instead gets the better end of it, and David closing in on that gap. Sure, it's not Descenti that's finished off, but a freshly faced Vinny instead. This is weird. Phelps is holding for that angle, but didn't quite go high enough, and now knows about the boost.
He's not maintained a spam out either, anything like it. They try and catch the player swinging back. Perhaps worried about Venom coming in from the side, and rightfully so. Venom's been a monster. It's like if David and Goliath decided to team up instead of fighting. Hardzao. Recovery on the CT side has been good for him. Still some work for him to potentially do, but Imperial have found themselves a man under. Bomb being planted, no nades over here to try and take it down. Phelps is playing those aggressive off angles he is known for. And as Henny finds the wallbang kill, Riggy is taken down. Phelps needed to find the frag. Nearby, Descenti all alone. 1-on-3, Hardzao found first. There's going to be a double swing planned out. It's slightly slow on the peak from David, but he is not punished for it.
Yeah, just committed to the crouch pre-fire spray as he rounded that corner. It had to be lightning quick there from Descenti if he wanted a chance. He didn't have the health to trade. Well managed towards the end, even though, once again, it's Henny that serves as a little bit of a recovery system for Imperial when it comes to getting that bomb down, and even though they're down in the numbers, mustering up some critical frags to make it competitive. This was a nice call from the Red Canids. Riggy taking that attention while David had already found his way underneath those steps at B. And he was far closer than Imperial anticipated. David might have had a shyer performance on that T side. A lot of the work being done by players like Venom and Nithon alike. David did have his fair share, but he was outrageous on Anubis. And we have not seen that same form as of yet rear its head. But on the CT side, like you said, with the recovery for Hardzao, Both those players really did impress on the defense.
Much faster play being planned out for Descenti, but Ricky's been given the time and space to set up this boost up. Nighton maintains aggressiveness. Nate as well is looking good.
Yeah, I mean, he's even selling the fact that they wouldn't have that boost constructed, so I'm a little surprised they break it down after that little bout of aggression. They didn't feel comfortable. The player could have made their way up of short while they were falling back. They would have been very exposed, so they play further back on the bomb site. Venom does have this nice off angle, boosted up.
Had one godlike Vinny Deagle round already in the group stage. Maybe another one to come through. Descenti, strong start to it. And the double peaks are too much. Nighton taken down. Riggy inside the smokes with the Farmers has been pushed away and Hardzout doesn't know it, but he's got a man coming in from behind. The knife reveals the fact that they're both here. David is not happy about it. Hardzout gone out and they have no reason to contend with David now. Phelps goes into the smoke and it's David to recover despite almost leaving the plot behind.
What is going on? This round was hectic. Again, great flashes from Imperial. I mean, the off angle that the Red Cannons had built up, you know, they had players in the correct positions. They had enough utility around those pistols to actually get themselves into an after plant. And by playing forward, there was certainly a chance. Like you said, the knife revealing that there were two players inside of spawn, but they just couldn't hold on to their numbers. They were still losing out on these long-range fights, as you'd expect, versus rifles. Things got very awkward. Very awkward indeed. It was David that knifed Hearts out. So
yeah. I'm quite surprised that they actually faced out from sandbags into David like that. But hey, he's happy with it.
Yeah. That could have gone very weird. But they wanted to get their hands on some of those rifles as well.
Oh god, Phelps isn't ready at all. Venom's era. The off angle is massive. Feel like they might have come into a dead end and David might be caught out by a play. He likes to make Descenti to his own flames.
I don't know how that quite happened.
Neither do I. The Molotov isn't supposed to spread on the other side, even if the animation does.
Yeah.
Must have been slightly off-placed. Off.
I wouldn't put that on him.
I mean, I'm with you. He would have died anyway, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Well, David has called over Hardzout as well. And Imperial, barely any flashes left and really no one to throw them. David will see them coming from any angle he wants to take in over here, so it has to be the dry duels. You won't have utility to bail yourself out. David's even trying to bait them in.
They're saving.
They are doing so. They have to.
They saw that clock, 22 seconds. And they didn't feel comfortable to take these fights, so holding on to what little they have. A decent hold. But losing Phelps so quickly, having Descenti denying himself somehow with the Molotov. Yeah, there are better ways that a round can start.
Huh.
I don't know where that lineup is, actually.
That's a lurk smoke? No, that's a fast
Sandbags
smoke for sandbags. Okay. Descenti has the timing, but David has the aim.
I won't lie, I'm a little perplexed by what that sandbag smoke is supposed to accomplish. It's cute it lands there. But also, why? These are questions that David won't have for himself. Still commanding all this presence at B. He's waiting for this molly. Oh, he was waiting for the smoke to fade before deploying that Molotov. And in doing so, Vinny has enough time to react and pop his head. Molotov did do some damage, but playing close, Hardzow tried to catch them off guard, but Riggy's the last man to defend the bomb site. Has a teammate on tow as well, fighting from that high ground. But now they're clustered up close towards those generators. They're waiting for the flash, but Phelps and Vinny ready for that play. Nathan, all that remains, and better off saving. He should have called it sooner. Phelps hounds him down. Imperial run through B after getting past David.
I know what that smoke's supposed to do. It's supposed to confuse Red Canids.
Ah.
Make them think it's going to be an A-side hit. Make it so David wants to maintain that aggressive angle, be ready to come in with a flank at any point. Smokes it down. He gets phased by 3 people. Perfect counter-strat.
Yes. No one would throw a smoke that niche if they didn't plan on hitting this bomb site.
It's true.
Yeah, it's strange. It's weird. But they still come away with the round. Oh, different angle from Hardzow in middle, but that's a lovely consolation. Henny just straight through the smoke, finding Venom instead.
I need me the pats on the back that Henny's getting right now. Vinny in the meanwhile playing with fire. David's had reinforcements come through. Both him and Hardzow have been the main men, and David keeps it going. Feels like he wants to use every single one of these bullets on the spam, and look, for good reason. He's getting damage every time he shoots. His accuracy has been unreal.
Ain't just him.
Now Hardzow's doing it too.
Oh,
okay.
That boost is great to punish that.
They don't have any Molotovs. They've got a smoke and 2 flashes on the Imperial side. Nade is good. Finny almost taken down. If it had gone just a little bit awry, then they might have been even happier. But the time is ticking down low, and there's plenty of information out that Nathan's giving to the CT side. Red Canids are postured appropriately, but Riggy's second-guessing himself. Smoke now goes back out to the generator. They will be playing together. David just goes for the initial peek. Flash isn't there, but David's been blocked by his own teammate. He's back in the fray, and he is happy to fight. Why not? 15 seconds is all they have. 12 for Red Canids. They are knocking out on the 3rd map.
I mean, David is just fighting like a man possessed. Fantastic wall bangs. His fighting mechanics look great as well. These little crouches he's doing as he's sliding out to take these fights. He's dodging bullets. You know, he wasn't a healthy player. That's why Riggy tried to double up with him on default. It's also why David started peeking out further and further forward. Is that he was trying to sell the idea that he was, you know, puffing out his chest, trying to be this active man, create space for that rotate. And he just ends up winning all the fights anyway. So Riggy's just there left on cleanup duty to save him at the end of the round. Practically no way Imperial could have stolen that back after David found his triple. Red Canids find themselves at 12, and a lot of it, you know, has been great patience, but some massive performances from their core. Hardzow was a little, you know, sleepy, you know, didn't get as much impact when he was on that T side. The T side didn't have loads of things to really harp on about, aside from Venom and the space he gave them, some of the rounds we attributed to him. On the CT effort, it's been largely David that has stepped up to the fray, and Imperial have no answer.
Well, say my name, and David's name is being said all across the server right now. Closer to the smoke is Vinny. He knows that David's been aggressive so far. He's hoping that he can get the better off him, but with this way the spams have been going, the flash overhead, David even looks into it, realizes what's coming in, and they're still fighting back. Hardzow there to cover up always, making sure that David can't have the rug pulled out from underneath him without someone getting punched for doing so. Now Noe and Henny, 2v4, everyone to play up against, only one player not on the side, and he is flanking Venom. Zera's here to close. 13 for the Red Canids.
Yeah, their map pick in the series, and I mean, just flow state stuff for David. I mean, he's been one of the top performers for this entire tournament, And once again, he's showing us what he's made of. This Vertigo was, again, another great performance from him, but mainly on that CT effort. If not for some of the heroics that Venom offered up, hell, his consistency throughout this map as well, to be praised. But sometimes it is just David, and I think the Red Cannons are fine with that.
I would love to see a stat which tells me how many of the round wins that Red Cannons had came off the back of one player getting at least a triple kill. Because it felt like so many, be it Venom Zera on the T side, be it David over here on CT, be it even the pistol round where Nathan comes out with a massive quad kill on the dualies as well. They had so many big moments, some of them bailout moments, don't get me wrong, but that's exactly what you need when you're playing up against a team that's slightly better than you on the server on paper. You need one man to come through and be the star, and then maybe a couple of other pieces around him to have their own iconic moment after moment. Red Cannons look good. They look great. This didn't look like a fluke at all. This looks like they're here to party, and they're here to make that third map competitive as well, Michael.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last time they played against each other on this map as well, it was very tightly fought. We saw AYA or Adali Amigos actually test Imperial previously on Vertigo. I think there's been some signs of weakness to a certain degree as well in Imperial's decision-making and their inability to actually trade some of these players that are finding multi-frags. These were symptoms that were expressed on both games, but the Red Cannons, I mean, they flow with it. They find some great fights, and their players are looking informed for what is going to be, I imagine, an aim display in our final map in the series of Mirage.
And considering the frankers we have on the server, what a map that's going to be, let's find out after a small break. I need to take a breath. I'm sure you do too, but when we're back, it'll all be action, action, action.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Welcome back to the RES LATAM Series number 3. I'm T-Tom with Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we are heading into a third map decider between Red Canids and Imperial, and I'll be honest with you guys, Red Canids could have taken this 2-0.
Yeah, they absolutely could have. I mean, with the performance that we're getting out from David in particular, back-to-back maps where we go, 22 rounds at a maximum on either of them, and he's getting 24 kills on both times he's encountered Imperial. He remains our statistical leader so far this tournament, and he may as well be the one that we look forward to on Mirage as well. If his form is looking good, if his aim is looking sharp, as it has these past two maps, Imperial are in for a bit of a world of hurt because they haven't been able to rely on players like No Way in the same way that they would in the group stage.
At the same time, though, listen, I'm also very curious to see about how Imperial does with Phelps. Phelps was having a great map on Anubis, cooled down a lot more in Vertigo. Mirage does seem to be much more his territory. Similarly with Nova, Mirage does seem to be much more his territory as well. Right now, in an ideal world, we get the No Way, we get Phelps, we get Henny all activated, and on the other side, we've got Hardzal, Venom Zera, and we've got David Us. That would be the dream scenario. Just a full slugfest coming through, and the rifling core out on Red Canids are so strong. Nathan can have his good moments with the AWP as well, and Ricky's honestly been pretty all right. So yeah, this is going to be a very tasty map 3 potentially, and honestly, when you consider the odds in the beginning of what map 2 were, it was about 785 to 103, I believe, between Imperial
Something
and
like
Red
that.
Canids. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's absurd. I mean, the first time that they've even gotten as far as the third map in a best of 3 so far on the Red Cannon side, every time they've encountered Imperial, it's ended 2-0 in favor of that big green logo. So for them, they've overcome a hurdle, and now it's about actually seeing if they can put it further than that and make it through into the semifinals against all of the odds, against the fact that Imperial are one of our teams that we were looking forward to post-major, to see how well they formed out. They may even be the best team in Brazil at the moment. Who's to say? It is definitely a close contest between them and Pain, but it is a close contest right now between Imperial and the Red Cannons all the same.
Venom Zera's going for the knife round clutch.
Can't waste time. Imperial will have the side selection, and to be honest, the way they play out a lot of their CT rounds, I wouldn't be surprised for a CT start. I think most teams would opt that direction. Imperial will follow suit. But the way that Imperial like to drive initiative on their CT side, especially when you have players like Phelps and No Way that can command so much respect in middle. Imperial are hoping for a good start on this decider map. The Red Cannons have tested them further than they would have anticipated. Our final map to find our last spot out of these quarterfinals. It's Imperial versus Red Cannons on Mirage.
And Red Cannons have a straightforward game plan. Smokes back out towards the A site. It'll be top connector and CT. No Way moves past it immediately. Flashbang keeps them away from the duel, but Nightsun's about to find out the hard way what No Way's like on Mirage. Nightsun and Venom will still keep it even, but Phelps' rotation is going to be crucial. Only good for the one. Descenti provides that follow-up. Venom had a chance to try and reclaim things, make it a 1v1, have the time to reposition, but won't be able to do so.
Yeah, nice double kills from both of those newer additions on the Imperial side, but Descenti and No Way stopping them in their tracks. This might have been a simple game plan from the Red Cannons, but they try and read ahead of it and catch players in the back, overexposing themselves or unexpected of players trailing through smokes. A nice round to pull together if you're Imperial. Look like, I mean, if Red Cannons found themselves in a post plant and they tried to play back for the retake, Imperial didn't have any util, they didn't have kits. They all had armor. They wanted to fight. as they do in this round too. MP9's out for 3 of the members. Henny on a USP.
Phelps knows what's coming over his way as well. Now USP pulled out for himself. A fair bit of damage dealt to No Way, but they're content with losing the MP9. It's really not that big of a deal. Henny even recovers it, and Henny went into that one with the USP. So now you can have a bonus buy. I don't like this that much, I'll be honest. It does feel like you are really putting yourself in a situation where you're more likely to lose out on money than not. But yeah, let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, especially when you've bought into this AWP, the guns that surround it or can attempt to protect it are all SMGs. Really hoping for a lot. You see how much those odds have closed in. 137 to 294 now. And that's all leveraged on this map now.
Very important first kill coming out for Henny. Riggy's taken down, but the re-peek back is punished. No way here to reclaim the AWP.
Sandy's trying to make his way over and get that M4 as well, because they don't want to just get rid of one of their premium rifles already, but it's being protected. Nathan already showing some presence, so it's only an AWP and 3 MP9s on the defense here for Imperial.
Phelps is in a tricky position, though. He is the kind of player that you expect to see maybe go for a cheeky jump out as well. Descenti watching out for the potential push through. Nathan will be very careful not to go too far forward, but as the smoke dissipates, he's not checked the corner, and Phelps now strikes. Venom's era, position known. Phelps is inside the smoke, and as he tries to fade away, Venom's not able to trace it down. Phelps escapes, but David's been given up one. And the 4 versus 2 refacing into David is a big mistake. He's got enough space to actually try and isolate the one player on this A site, which is Phelps. The problem is his HP, so he'll need to hit the cleanest shot. And look, he's good for those normally, but the pre-fire had to be there.
Yeah, he had to read it perfectly, and that's a difficult angle to clear. Venom making a step as well towards the underpass, and that will be his call to save. A bit tenuous. Definitely a chance for Red Cannons to get on the board rather quickly, but they do still fall to these majority SMGs and, in a certain sense, hand deliver some rifles over to that Imperial side. It's a good opening frag from Henny, but with him dropping so quickly, things got weird. A lot of duels that could have fallen the other way, but I have to say, Nathan sort of creeping out of that con smoke, as soon as it fades, his attention not being drawn over to the potential of someone in jungle or even playing the other side of that smoke in connector is an oversight. You know, that's something that he should be anticipating, especially when he sees nothing on the A-bomb site itself.
And Stairs is a pretty safe angle to be flying in from, right? The only real threat you have is towards jungle, so even more surprising in that regards. Venom's era has been given an AK-47 after his heroics on the T side of Vertigo. They are putting their faith in him. Not that they haven't done so on Anubis either.
I told you, if it's no M4, Venom don't want it.
He has bought the AK, so, you know. Well, maybe he won't be able to perform with it. Is it all just superstition? Then he's hoping it is. Descenti finds David early on. Vinny's still fighting back from the bomb site. Descenti doesn't realize it, but Nighton's found the little blind spot in. Vinny's still trying to navigate around the smokes and the T-side players, both hard out. That fighting up against a player with barely any ammo still loses. Unfortunately, the Glock just wasn't good enough, and all 5 players actually kept alive for Imperial.
Yeah, it's a mega surprise. I mean, players were caught off guard. There were pistols in their face, but fortunately for some of those players that got pushed in, you know, Descenti down to 2 HP, but swinging in from short, I think Phelps was able to cover his teammates. Things got a little hectic for Imperial, even though they had all these rifles, and it was majority pistols they had to worry about. Not enough to finish off a single kill. Oh, that's a little awkward. Vinny spotted inside the apartments, dropping down. Does take a bullet for his troubles, but could have been worse. No way, not sticking around. They love getting aggressive in middle. but they'll allow Red Cannons to take control, but there is an air of doubt. Gonna try and face check it, and Henny's ult is already posted.
Double scope this. Come on, Henny. More worried about the rotate back from underpass, and Venom is the reason why he was worried. Fortunately, nobody was nearby. Unfortunately, there's nothing he can do to Venom himself.
Good, nice, quick reactions. Red Cannons take that mid control, and it comes on an equal exchange, and they can work with that. You see how split the CT defense is. Vinny left to his own devices over on that B side, but Descenti now gravitating over, just making sure that they can't boost window, flank him out via the market. Vinny will have some sense of a quick supportive structure. Red Cannons are just slowly creeping themselves out of the B apartments, and Vinny's missed the timing. He'll catch Riggy, but who's catching who? A quick headshot delivered by the coach of Red Cannons. This will be their first round pulled together. Imperial, call the save.
I don't know if people would remember this, but for a while when Kirby was playing on FaZe as a stand-in, or maybe he was actually signed, I'm not sure, but he was playing on FaZe for a little while, and he had all of his positions switched out. So he's playing B-side, Anchor, and Mirage. And one of the reasons why you could see that he was incredibly uncomfortable in a position like that and who really didn't belong in that team was because he kept cycling from angle to angle in a place where every other top B-side Anchor would just lie in wait. Now, Vinny's a player who knows this. Don't get me wrong. But when he keeps changing positions, there's always a timing that can be caught. That's exactly what happens there. Meanwhile, Imperial losing more members, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and you know, for Vinny, it was just a gamble for him. You know, they found those kills in mid. He's expecting if they're gonna go B, they'll come up short first, or there'll be at least one part of the prong that goes short. But the Red Cannons grouped themselves up, and they all went through the apartments, and they never saw anybody until Vinny gets caught repositioning. So yeah, he gambled, and he gambled incorrectly, and that will happen sometimes. You have to take a risk when you're down in numbers. Very vacant A bomb site. We're actually playing on the bomb site itself, but they try and run out through that palace smoke, and Descenti feasts on them as they decide to emerge out the smoke. That's a risk. Maybe didn't need to be hazarded, and Descenti doesn't even need to see players. They're just continually blowing open this smoke, everyone dying either through util or just as it blooms. The Red Cannons hardly shoot back.
I think every single kill on the kill feed there was through a smoke. Even though, you know, there's blown open, whatever it is, that's fine, but that's just one of those rounds where you feel kind of bad for Red Cannons.
Yeah, I think the first kill from Descenti was while he finished it off when he was flashed, and then the second one was through a smoke, so it's all through utility. It's all pretty well placed. It just didn't matter. Okay, never mind. Not through a flash.
Whatever, it's okay. 4 out of 5 is still pretty astounding.
It's a little absurd.
Red Cannons worked hard for that round. Imperial answer back by just killing them through smokes. Wow, off shot from Henny. Looks like that was right on the money, but Riggy able to keep himself alive. I think that might have clipped the wall.
This is a curious setup. No way inside of the underpass, but he's made his presence known. I mean, he threw a deep smoke. Thought about putting the Molotov behind it, but Venom's gonna wait this smoke out. He's concerned that they're lining up for a play, so he doesn't stick around for that fade. In fact, no, he's not gonna even vacate. Just stays in the underpass. I mean, he can get shot in the toes, but Venom vacated, so this will be an uncleared position that will be very difficult for the Red Cannons to bypass.
Riggy's not going to find anything on this lurk. He's...
Oh,
I'm lying! When would I learn to just tell the truth? Henny, in the meanwhile, is the truth. Shot found on David Descenti, who has nothing to offer but 1 kill and 1 kill only. And he's left in the back of the bomb site. Still kicking. Need to buy time and space for Vinny to rotate in. Vinny will be given a free passageway through Murder Hole if he can just get that one frag. Turns it back to a 2 versus 2. Deep flash out. That's call for Henny to make a play, but Hardzao able to recover from the flash just enough. Henny spots out the shadow, gets the frag. Venom Zera has the advantage of position, but it all comes out to when Henny can tap the bomb and see if he can go for a peek. Venom Zera. Oh, there's so many places where he could be playing, and with Henny actually scoped in, Venom's got this one for free.
He saw his back. And, Henny might try and retreat into ramp, and he falls right into the trap. Venom saw he wasn't on that defuse, and that was all he needed to know. A great reposition from him who was last spotted Palace. That's why Henny was so convinced. But that pendulum could have swung any direction had Riggy not found his kill onto No Way. This round could have fizzled up very rapidly.
To be honest, that kill is sort of everything, because No Way in that situation is the insurance policy. When you die on Sandwich, No Way is supposed to be the one who rotates quickly and makes sure they can't get the bomb plant down easily.
It's also the fact that Riggy not only got that one kill, but then sectioned off the rotates for Imperial. Gave the
It's
extra
a butterfly
room.
effect.
Yeah.
And Riggy's a butterfly.
Extra room for all the repositions they could ask for. And Ricky's even started this round off right, as does Hardzao, just tapping away past that smoke. Imperial's defense crumble at the execute of Red Canids. This round is gone in a flash.
Why do we even smoke Palace? If you're all just gonna shoot through it, get kills, why even smoke it?
In fairness, this time I don't think it was a Palace smoke, it was a top con smoke, but it's...
Well, point is, why are you smoking the vision off from that angle in general? You know?
To funnel them into one fight in particular.
Listen. Red Canids, if they felt bitter about the fact that they lost the previous one, well, you can feel happy about this one. Some good responses, but really, like you said, Riggy starting off so strong in the round, the instant entry as well, and that helps them get the third and potentially even fourth round with the way the money is looking for Imperial. Wow.
That is lightning quick from Riggy.
Nuts.
The coach. Who would have believed it?
Our friends at 1xBet certainly seem to be believing in the Red Canids right now. Well, it's looking quite good for them. Boost up, and Vinny wants to play spoiler. Vinny has been spoiled. He's rotten. He's in shot. He's left out in the open. And everyone knows what happens to good meat when it's left out in the open overnight. It is ruined.
And listen, we're not expecting much out of Phelps here, so while we've got this in the interim, a 4-on-1, another round likely here for the Red Canids, go and make sure to check out the mobile app from 1xBet. There's a QR code underneath the stream. You just scan that, sign up, and you're betting quick and easy. They've got stats and all sorts of facts as well that could benefit you and inform your decision. Check them out on that 1xBet mobile app. Do it through your phone.
I will give a small disclaimer. There isn't a QR code, but you can just scroll down and tap on the big pattern. So it's almost the same thing. The QR code pops up when we have
on stream, yes.
Yes, on screen, yes. Yeah. I did get confused by that earlier on when I was going back and checking, so... But the point is, there's a lot of ways to access it, so might as well, guys. Go on, download it, tell them we sent you. There you go.
Yeah,
we
right
got
there.
the QR
Scan
code
it
out.
quickly.
Before it goes away, don't leave me.
Fly, you fools.
Imperial might have their lead leave them now on the verge of being equalized upon, and Red Canids, if you close here, then a 6 is pretty likely around the corner. And look, you're doing all of this without David looking too hot, without Nathan really being a factor. You're bringing it back.
Yeah. They're managing off of some pretty bare bones executes, some quick entries, this is how you want your strats to really pan out. If you get entry so consistently, then may as well roll with it. It has helped them quite a bit in this engagement. Quite a few of our quarterfinals. Yes, I do think these were some of the best, the best teams probably we could have gotten out of the group stage. But not all of these quarterfinals were going to be fair. You saw Fluxo toppled by Galores. That was an underdog story. And right now, the Red Canids showing a very good fight against Imperial. Used to say another upset couldn't strike our quarterfinals.
Hell, who knows? Imperial might actually win this. In all seriousness, though, things are getting scary. Venom's out. No one in short. He's got a lot of information out of here as well, but the ladder room being broken means he has to consider the idea of any late ladder presence to come out as well. To maybe have been boosted up early on into the round. B-side finish being planned. They'll have to deal with Phelps and Vinny here. Knighton, this is a chance, but with the op revealed scoping into short, they might be worried about the connector pop through that could be coming out, but Vinny now reinforces this site. It's between the crossfire of Vinny and Phelps. Phelps looks away from any flashes that could come through. Venom's already found one. No Way is down, and Venom is selling this fake further and further ahead, cutting off rotates as well. Descenti and Vinny, though, they get the crucial frags, and now Vinny's Molotov will prevent any of the T side from dropping down.
Oh, it looks like Hardzau's out of the round as well, so it was only those two players that remained. Oh, that is such a shame. I'd already taken damage, and I don't know if this is like the tab out issue or just a simple crash, but you can see he's still connected, still inputs registered, and he can't do a damn thing about it. That is really, really unfortunate. As he's hoping for is to be able to save this weapon, but Phelps is encroaching. As far as he's aware, Hardzau is still active, and that is just simply not the case. Imperial stopped that B-side assault, but Hardzau wasn't a factor, unfortunate for the Red Canids. This is... Right now, this is what's... there have been several instances of this happening at the moment with our game. It is a shame, but we have to try our best to remain as competitively integral as we can when rounds are active and do a damn thing about it. It's a hardline rule.
It is just the unfortunate reality of playing on computers.
A million things that can go wrong.
Yeah. And for Red Canids, right now, they're hoping something goes wrong with the Imperial defense. They're hoping they can be given a bone to chew on. Right back. They cannot let that get to them. It can be hard as the underdogs to try and recover from a small mental glitch like it. And with this much mid-control, they're hoping that this can be the wind right back in their sails.
Opening kill for Vinny over on that B-bomb site. Catching Nython probing in from short. And that may be a sign of intentions. And he's still just scoped up on the top side of Con. This has been a problem for them previously. Venom tried to sell the fake, but they're wrapping in from behind. David there to recover. Make sure that this didn't go from bad to worse. Still that man down. They do lose Venom, but Riggy takes up that mantle that Nathan tried to instigate, tried to find that split timing over on B, and Vinny sussed out at the back at bench. But 30 seconds, and that bomb dropped in no man's land. David trying to play close and whittle down the numbers before it gets too dangerous, and he finds the Senti through that smoke, but Henny trades immediately. That could have spiraled out of control. That could have been a pop-off round for David. He finds 4, but they're also trapped at that scoreline as well.
That's really scary coming through. Fortunately, Henny doesn't miss out the shot over there, but I have to say, Nathan is just not doing it. I know he's got a lot of pressure on him as the opening IGL, right? It's a lot of different roles to try and get. Vinny, what a shot. That is sexy. There's nothing else to say about it. But Nathan has continually been a casualty. Very often in mid, short in a way that reveals a lot of the game plan as well. Red commits, in fact, might even be getting fortunate with that kill from Phelps, but now David starts off strong with a kill to lead in, and he's into the defenses, only to be met by fire. Opened up, no way through the smokes again. The nades popping them open again and again and again.
Let's add one more again. They did it once more. Those smokes provide no safety. And Hardzao will fall all the same, just like his squad before him. You know, David found the entry. He sent it through those smokes. But as soon as he did that, 2 of his teammates fall right behind the util they sent out to that bomb site themselves. And you just imagine David kicking himself. I mean, could have won the round that had just gone by. And then makes this blunder, only for his teammates to get picked to pieces.
Credit out to Imperial, but they've been doing such a good job of holding on to the grenades to try and fight back into A-side executes. It's been very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, so long as there's nobody sending it down middle, you know, they're playing very heavy con and that mid window. They're all setting up for each other to blow open those smokes. It's all very well communicated. An interesting protocol.
As long as you're not being shot through the smoke, they're fine with it. Ricky is being given a lot of these power spots, and he is leading into middle, taking the deep peek. That's always a little bit scary.
Oh. Nathan known about inside of that window, but Phelps gets caught looking the wrong direction. Venom catching him, jumping onto that bench. Nathan caught in transit, and once again, unable to find impact in the server. Trapped at that solitary frag. Man advantage here for Imperial, and Vinny's position going to be very hard for David. I mean, they're encroaching from all sides, but this is David we're talking about. This man has been popping heads. But finally, Vinny puts an end to him. They should be able to get this plant in for free. Vinny still serving as a massive nuisance.
Still the smoke and the kit available. If you can get some quick frags, there's a world, but no, Vinny is crushing your world. 4 kills for the Glock. It turns out it's not just the dualies that can get it done. Imperial continue their campaign forward. Now 9-4. They want to close and fast.
It has been a solid fight for the Red Canids. It'd be a shame for it to disappear in this final map. They've had moments. They started off with Riggy on fire, but once he started to simmer down, that's when David started to get more activations as well. It feels as though they can't find a trifecta. They can't have that triple threat engaged all at the same time.
Oh! Huh.
It's a duo at best for the Red Canids. I think that's been the story for most of their tournament run.
Venom had a chance there, not a very easy one, I won't lie to you. Oh, the timing for Descenti is magical.
Yeah, you give Venom a morsel, and he starts trailing after you. You wanted to make it a whole damn meal, but not favoring the chances here for Hardzao. Drops his USP. That's all the info Descenti needs. There's a bomb site open for business. Only USPs to worry about that remain. That's proving not to be a worry at all.
Well, we really need to see Nathan activated. I know it's easy to bag on the guy who's going 1 and 12, especially when there's a 3 and 12 person next to him as well. The problem is it's just your opper. And on the CT side, look, he's not going to afford it in the next round regardless. But in general, on the CT side, if Red Canids gets a round win or two and he's able to pick up the AWP, if you can't have him engaged in these crucial fights where Imperial can get aggressive, where Imperial can get these super aggro lurks that Phelps likes to go for as well, you're not winning the CT side.
And you didn't think you had to worry about Nithon. Such a consistent member of the squad. Hell, Hard's out as well. Don't think they've had crazy shy performances like it. And, you know, at one point, these odds were close. But now that Imperial have this massive lead, a 1.02 to 11. So in favor of Imperial, and you can certainly understand why. This was a nice idea from the Red Canids, but Nathan gets picked through the mid-smoke. Just the pre-fire, the spam from Vinny connecting. His struggles continue.
Phelps will find Venom as well, so advantage maintained. Bombs out in the middle of nowhere, but fortunately, Vinny's quite an adventurer. He goes back there, meets Kari as the cowardly dog, and then picks it up.
This is a save. There is no shot. They challenge for this. With Hardzal getting that kill. He may still fancy a little gander, but bomb planted. No kits on either of these two remaining CTs. Yeah, they pull the plug. An 11th round here for Imperial, and it was nothing special. Some spam from Vinny. Phelps getting aggressive off of short, and Phelps has been consistent.
Yeah.
Had a great map on Anubis. He's been hitting some great shots all series long. And you give him some freedom, you allow him to sort of penalize you on some of these timings.
Terrorists win.
And he won't let those opportunities pass him by. They weren't forcing uncomfortable duels at all. They're on the side of Imperial, just allowed to work. This has to be the final stand here for the Red Canids. This first buy. Around those saved weapons. They have to find something from it. David instigating first, but immediately traded. The damage is good from Riggy. Both those players are heavily weakened towards those top mid boxes, but they came in with little utility. There is no HE to finish off those kills. Venom, oh, he thought he finished off the frag entirely, but no way. Still finished off in the end. They found an advantage out of this opening round of chaos. But Nathan, the game he's had, I thought he was going to get caught.
Yeah, for Nathan so far, it has been unfortunately a case of what can go wrong will go wrong, but finally something going right for Red Canids. It's going to be their first round after 6 in a row from Imperial. But that's not secure yet. You still have to close. And with Venom's position somewhat suspected, Nighton will still have to hold down the line with the M4A1 long range. Venom pushed away, Molotov to do so. Now tagged up, but what a shot to hit. Decenty. Not expecting it at all.
And that should be Imperial pulling the plug. 20 HP remaining on both these players. They don't want anything to do with this. They're happy to concede. Well, happy may be the wrong word, but
content.
They'll allow it. Nice play to try and get David activated, but Venom maintaining that advantage. And bringing some great support. You know, without that extra damage, there's certainly a world where this could have still fallen the way of Imperial.
Yeah. Definitely some big time sprays and praise and nades and pretty much everything else being chucked out from short via Riggy. Still won't be any AWPs being pulled out by the Red Canids. Vinny and company will continue to contest in middle with the advantage of that sniper, but it's an advantage that'll go by unused. No one to actually compete with it at all. I might not be correct about that one. Ricky playing a very dangerous game, and he's actually got the angle because the small flap up above. Henny couldn't see him. Phelps now traces him out. Instead, it's Vinny to fall. David turning back for the flashbang. He's got two. Still fighting Phelps. The consistent threat will finally take him down. We're back to a 3-on-3, and Nighton has got nowhere to back off to. On the plan, the boost out. The top mid player of Henny will just be backing up. No way! Takes him down, but they should have an idea of the boost because No Way's the one to get the frag. They knew Phelps was here nearby as well. They're going back to check for it, but Phelps is catching Hearts out instead. Venom Zera will be forced to commit into a double push. Phelps has done it all this round.
Yeah, a massive 4K from Phelps. If not for his antics, then things could have gone very out of control. David was doing a lot. A couple of kills found. I mean, his mechanics on point. But you need Nighton. You needed him to do something in that position. He is playing with significantly lowered confidence. You can understand with the game that he's had why he would be deterred from some of the challenges, but played scared, didn't play round that smoke proper, in a position where his barrel is spotted outside of the connector. He doesn't have a fair fight. The chances here for the Red Canids, they are fizzling up. Imperial could just put an end to all that suffering right here and now. It's a lackluster buy, but Nighton has his hands on an AWP. There has to be a way that he finds his impact. Venom will be the one that strikes first. Vinny faded on that smoke.
Phelps is just watching out for the rotate back into jungle. If David wants to go for this, it's going to be precarious. He's content with holding on to connector, though. Oh, Hearts out. But he had a chance. Molotov goes out. It is going to spread into him. David comes in on the distraction of the Molotov damage, funnily enough. Will burn to death. It is Molotov of Phelps' design from earlier on, but with Imperial now left on just 30 seconds, this might be a worthwhile call to maybe initiate a save again.
David gets a double kill. Not traded properly. No space. Save. Venom gets a double kill. Not traded. No space. Save. Now, these are the two people that are fighting the hardest right now here on the Red Canids. It has been so quiet from the rest of the Red this squad, and it's been a great effort from them throughout the entire series for this Mirage to have been just falling the way that it is.
I really feel like I want to say they've been playing 4v5, but it's more like 2 plus 0.5 plus 0.5.
It's like 2.5 men versus all of Imperial.
Yeah. Charlie Sheen can't do that much.
And this ain't no sitcom. The good guy makes it out okay most of the time. They have more episodes to film. Your chances on the big screen could just be gone in an instant. A flash.
Those flashes will be crucial. As we witness the half-fight, Phelps has been taken down. Another kill found. Descenti can't get the double kill. And look, there's a fair bit of damage being dealt by the T side, but for them to actually find this, it has to be a quick frag on a Knights. And David catches them off, not looking, not checking. Henny somehow found a kill even as he tries to recover. Knighton gets a second.
And Hardzow able to find some impact as well as they're scaling into that bomb site. That wasn't a pristine buy from Imperial. Phelps was still on a pistol. The rest were on rifles, however. This attack could have still panned out, but I didn't even realize that that's how Hardzow got his opening kill. But all they need to do is slow them down, get their one, and then you can rely on players like David and Venom. Venom's that first port of call on that A bomb site. He's been good for at least his single duel, if not multiple. That is the way back in.
The smoke flash will not blind Riggy. Position is excellent. And he finds the main instigator for Imperial.
Imperial need to be careful. So close to the finish. Can't lose focus. The Red Canids have a bit of bark, a bit of fight to them. Venom, a lovely off angle, but no way trades it. He takes a lot of damage for his troubles, and there's David on that rotate. A double kill from David once again. And Descenti, this is a long save, but he's going for it.
Great job. David just starts gunning it on the rotate before the commitment to the side has actually taken place. After they find the frag onto Phelps and there's no one behind him, they know that he's generally the underpass player unless he's trying to lurk in to a solo angle, so they're very content in reinforcing. David and Venom on a site seems to be a pretty much guaranteed lock-in to victory with the way they've been playing.
All about whether or not they can get there in time.
Yeah. Red Canids have the highest and second highest fragger in the server right now, by the way.
Tied with Phelps, but it is true. Oh, Descenti's dead. Made one step, and Riggy was coming in from behind. A double kill from the coach. Started this game off very hot. A little cold in the middle, but finding a little bit of form with some good positioning. The thing that's always hammered home about being a professional Counter-Strike player. If you're not presenting your A game, if your aim is off, win on position.
Exhibit A right here.
Well, they gotta outposition him 4 more times.
Reggie, gotta be careful in his process of trying to find position. He's instead found death and given away his M4 as well. Vinny's putting some pressure on into connector, and Phelps is taking that time to actually leap into jungle. Gonna play Tarzan out here as David is caught between angles. That's very nicely done. Descenti finds him in through the smoke on the spam and the P250. Venom now the last heavy hitter on the server for the Red Canid side. Will be left to try and take care of A all on his own. Hardzow misses the timing. Descenti recovers the AK as well. This is becoming increasingly dangerous. Imperial lining up for a B-side finish.
They are shying away from Venom's position. But it's all about whether these players can actually wrap in and help these players at B. Only 2 come out from those apartments. This is a must-hit shot for Nithon.
There aren't any flashes. It's only going to be the dry peak, and Knighton and Hardzow step up. Both able to give in for what was a very dangerous looking round. Descenti would have to have the cleanest pre-fires known to mankind. And listen, he's up for the toss, but Knighton gives up the angle completely. Descenti moves past, and Hardzow will intercept both him and Phelps. So we're starting to see some performances, some step-ups from the B-side boys as well. Red Canids up to 9.
This is not totally inform Imperial. This is not them playing out of the ordinary. This is a baseline level performance when we're thinking about the stars and the heights that any of these players can reach. They have had their rounds of impact. They look good on that CT side. But here on T, things are slowing down, and the